Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing to be TV tonight, even as we start out our open forum political discussion show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot of events today and a lot of information, misinformation, political push and pull, the usual everybody pulling in their direction to see to it that they have the last word in all the conversation. After UDA and Kenya Kwanza running around saying Uhuru Kenyatta has abandoned Raila Odinga and is no longer campaigning for him, today it has happened. He has unveiled both of them to the Akorino fellowship. And if you know what that means, you understand that this is all that may be needed to cause to happen the magic of getting the required numbers from the mountain to make one Raila Odinga president of the Republic of Kenya. Well, let's get talking. What is the significance of all this and how do we relate to the same? Chaos and a lot of acrimony within UDA in Nairobi. What is cooking? What do you feel and think about the same? We would love to hear what your take would be on the same with these happenings. Okay, the Catholic Church is out again talking. It says, don't elect everybody. Make sure that the people you elect are not corrupt. Well, the church has spoken again. Let's hear and do as required. Are we going to vote in corrupt leaders because they steal for us? They say huyu mwizi ni mzuri kwa sababu akiiba anatuletea. We have heard that said before. Is that how to go about these elections? Let me know what you feel and think about the same. And of course, the record we've been singing all through this week. Johnson Sakaja now is off the hook, according to the IEBC dispute tribunal. He says he should be cleared to run. Is this it, or we wait for another? Welcome, everybody. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Well, it is important that we put in view garbage in, garbage out. We can't put in bad leaders and expect good leadership. We can't put in incompetent leaders and expect competence in the leadership they provide. So Kenyans, you have a choice. Make up your mind. Who do you give the mandate to take care of your affairs for the next 5 years? Is it somebody you're experimenting with or somebody who is time-tested? He has a proven record that he can stand for something and be able to go to jail for the same if is given otherwise. Who are you voting for? Good leadership, good life. Bad leadership, bad life. The choice is yours. I want to salute all of you that are joining in fast and furious. If you're able to get us, please help us by spreading the word around. Share in all your WhatsApp groups, share in all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune into Mtembei TV and be able to follow what is happening, learn all that they can learn in order for them to be informed. Salome Mbone, thank you very much for joining the discussion. We appreciate you. Romeo David, you're welcome. Favor Akita, you're welcome. Sininanu, who you? This thing is moving very fast. Cecil Oguero, you're welcome. Kuna Trans Mchera, asante sana. Mshera, asante sana. Godfrey Nyandiko, you're welcome. Kevin Otieno, you're welcome. Kuna huyu Bandit KE, you're welcome. Anthony Azimio KE, asante sana. Mike Njoroge, you're welcome. Join Joki, you're welcome. Cosmas Kemboy Arab Chepuseba, I tell you. Karibu sana. Kuna Lintale Firstborn wa Magi, you're welcome. Stella Jones You're welcome Mwiti Humphrey, you're welcome Gordon Omondi. Karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu anaitwa Kennedy, kuna Nyakwara Opondo, hey, GI Diana. Na kuambia kuna majina hapa nje. Hamsi Rajab, you're welcome. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Daniel Situma, karibu kwa show. Tunashukuru kwa wewe kujumuika nasi. Kuna Flo Makoha, karibu kwa show. Kuna Fred Mobeki, we appreciate you. Robert Sila, kuna Cliff, kuna Mike, kuna Novestas, kuna Eric Kirui, kuna Eric Augoti Suarez. I tell you, thank you so much. Welcome. And the link, once again, I'm sharing it in the comment section. Click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. Come to the studio. Let us get talking. Things are happening so fast. We need to keep abreast in order to remain on the cutting edge as far as our politics are concerned. But more than that, ensure that you utilize your capacity to vote rightly by ensuring that you vote in only right leaders, not everything and everybody offering itself for leadership in this great country. Thank you so much, all of you that are coming in. And if you are able to get the broadcast, please don't hesitate. Keep sharing in your WhatsApp groups, share in all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and let us get knowing and understanding what is happening about our politics. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone. Nani huyu anasema Gordon Omondi, I didn't know that you're such a good preacher. I am not a good preacher. I'm just a preacher. Thank you anyway. We appreciate everything. Mama Selina, how are you today?
I'm good and fine. Waiting for the day to come. Oh my God, Bernard. We really thank God. Tunashukuru Mungu.
Things are falling in place, eh?
Yes, Uhuru Reveals Raila Mata Karua. Can you imagine? The celebration in Akorino church. Baba na mtoto msichana mdogo. I'm telling you, it is over. The deal is over. Uhuru alisema atatuonyesha marafiki yake moja mbili. So today church was so nice, so good, well. Na wakaongea na baba na mama wamesema wataendelea na kazi yenye Uhuru wamefanyia Wakorindo. So it was a handing over from this 10 years of Uhuru to another 10 years of Karua Raila. Hapo ndio mahali uongozi iko. Sasa umetuambia tena Nairobi chaos. Kabla hujaenda hapo, ile mahubiri, Bernard, I don't know, New Chapel or Chapel winners. I never knew the Christian can abutu mwana binadamu. They were singing and the picture ya deputy president is running in the screen. And then nikaona wakaabutu yeye wakamaliza wakamwakiwa mafuta. Wow, Bernard. Kumbe hii safari ya kwenda mbinguni inakaa hivyo. And I hope utatuwekea hiyo mapicture ndio tuone. So otherwise pia sasa tukaenda Chakaranda. In the morning was so full with the two camps, not even two camps. Bunge la Mwananchi, and then of course police wakakuja, and then of course nikaona Korir na group kidogo wamefaa, sijui ni apron sa kuchimba wapi pena, sijaiona that color, yellow is not yellow, is cream something. Nikaona na watu wachache, and then of course sasa kiwanja ikakuwa empty. And then nikaona police, nikaona sasa gari moja imekuja. By the way, 100 people. Ndindi Nyoro anapika kifua. Ruto anasema wamestuliwa. How could you go in a place watu wakikukataa unalaumu Raila? You know, this baba, oh my God, who will tell them to leave baba? I think hii wanaume hata badala ya kukaa kwa nyumbani na mapipi sao, in families Raila has been called midnight several times. I think some people are kicking the women thinking they are kicking Raila instead of knowing they are at home, because hii china ya baba, it's too much. But well, mambo ndia hayo, si tunashukuru. You are 300 people, you are escorted, and then wanalaumu Babu Owino. These people, they want anywhere they can click to anybody. Catholic churches kusema wana support ama wataki corruption, yes, walinyamasa, but it is not too late in the house of God. We want to elect the right leaders. Haya, mambo ya Sakaja, sisi tulisema alete makaratasi. So we want to dwell about it because sisi tulianza kulete hizo mambo yao. So wherever the way it goes, hata wapatiwe ndio wafukuswe mapema, you know. Saa ile kijana Bernard anaokopa kutaeri, anasema I wish ningepatiwa, na kumba anajua he could not. So we don't want even to talk about that. IEBC, Tribunal, well, wacha wafuate. Tunataka wale watu wanajua, ndio tujue is it right ama, kwa sababu hatutaki pia IEBC iende out of what they are supposed to do. So we hope if they clear him, it is about the constitution and how they have set their work. But if Chebukati want to play with Kenyans, then watu wako macho. Bernard, nataka kushukuru, naona panelist wenzangu wako, sitaki kuchukua nafasi kubwa, lakini nataka kusema in 49 days or 50 days, the ball is already in, mambo imekwisha. We now know we have the president and the deputy president in place. They are just waiting to be sworn in. Whoever think he can try, it is too late. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Asante sana Mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Steven, vipi leo?
Poa Bernard, how are you sir?
Niko salama, hali namna gani huko?
Mimi nashukuru, but I have been away for some burial, like 3 days. I've not been around. I think you have not been seeing me around, eh? Yeah, I tried logging in, but I had network issues kwa sababu nilikuwa mashambani kidogo huko. Anyway, I want to start with what was happening in that church, eh? Bernard, you are a minister of God, eh? What happened today is so sad, actually. I think we need a firing squad for fake pastors. We need a firing squad. The moment Baba and Martha takes this government, we need a firing squad to eliminate such preachers. We don't need such characters in the church, actually. How do you do that? Alafu baadaye you wear yellow. It's just nonsense. Surely we don't need that in the church. Hiyo kitu imeniumiza roho sana, inapoteza mambo mengi sana. Mtu umetoka nyumbani uende uabudu Mungu, ukifika kule unaona picha za mtu zimewekwa pale. So sad, eh? Okay, nikiacha hiyo, I want to talk about the Sakaja issue. I don't know if it's the issue with Chebukati and his poor judgment, but it's not supposed to go that way. Okay, I won't talk much about it because we also see Wavinya Ndeti had same issues and she has been cleared, eh? But we should not go that way. Kama mtu haqualify, despite the leaning on the side she's or he's leaning on. If somebody does not qualify, they need to be blocked, they need to be removed. That's what we need to encourage our country to do. Lakini hii mambo ya kusema mtu fulani ana qualify na ako upande huu, mwingine haqualify na yuko upande huu, hiyo inafaa iache. Going forward, I think the DCI has taken the case, so we'll see. It's a matter of time. We'll see what will happen on that end. Eh? The other thing is about the Uhuru Akorino. I saw the event and it was a colorful event. Eh? So what I'm trying to say is, let's not underestimate what Uhuru can bring on board. Those who are underestimating the president, they are doing so at their own peril. Because I'm sure Uhuru will bring more than 1 million votes on board. For a fact, hiyo huwezi kataa. More than 1 million votes zake mwenyewe ataleta kwa hiyo azimio, apart from the Western Bloc. So let's not underestimate what the president can do. He's a good mobilizer. He knows to play his cards well. He's also a master of timing. He knows how to do things on time. So let's not overlook what he's doing. I'm very sure it's going to positively bring votes to our side. The other thing is about the violence. I don't know what's happening, but these people should know that violence is not the solution to anything. If they had booked the Jacaranda Stadium and Babu Owino had, there's somebody whose mic is on here. If they had booked the stadium and Babu Owino has also booked the stadium, I think the county government should have resolved that peacefully, because the country is already on tensions. We don't need to escalate that further. The other thing is Ruto ajue Nairobi hawezi leta shida Nairobi. He has no following in Nairobi. Hawezi leta vurugu Nairobi. Vurugu yake haitakaa masaa mawili, itapotea kama moshi. Hawezi. So let him not bring his bravado in Nairobi. Nairobi iko na wenyewe. Nairobi iko na watu wako tayari kuchukua risasi kwa ajili ya baba. Yeye hana hao watu. So let him not bring his bravado kina Koreru, what we are seeing. They can't tolerate the tear gas. They can't. They won't sustain it. They can't. Bado hawajaanza hiyo mchezo, hawawezi kwenda hiyo njia. So let them not bring a lot of issues in Nairobi. Waende wafanye hiyo vitu vijijini, hawawezi hapo Nairobi. Okay, the other thing is about the tribunal. If the tribunal is not doing the right thing, I don't see why they should waste taxpayers' money. I think this thing is a charade. They should just leave it alone. Let them clear everybody who is there and let the voters down here decide. Because if evidence is coming out clearly, people are not qualified and they still clear them. Hii kitu inaonyesha they're just wasting our taxpayers' money. They're just taking allowances and nothing serious is coming out of there. Bernard, nitachia hapo kwa sasa. We'll come back later. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Stephen kwa huo utangulizi. Tunaomba tusonge mbele. Kabla Rono aje, naomba tucheze hii video moja tu, alafu tusonge mbele. Where is it?
There's no mention of Team University at all. Was this an honest omission? Mr. Nyamodi was convinced otherwise. He submitted that a degree is such an important document. There is no way the first respondent would have failed to mention the said degree. Council submitted that there lies only one conclusion. The Team University degree purportedly acquired by the first respondent on 21st of October does not exist. Mr. Nyamodi produced a letter stating that Mr. Sakaja did not graduate from the University of Nairobi. Mr. Nyamodi further submitted that the letter dated 6 June 2022 from the Commission for University Education only stated that Team University is a recognized university. The Commission stated clearly that it cannot verify the authenticity of the degree. Council therefore submitted that it was incumbent upon the second respondent to investigate the authenticity of the said degree before clearing the first respondent to stand for election. Mr. Nyamodi further submitted that in the present scenario, once the authenticity of his degree had been put to question, the burden of proof shifted to the respondent to investigate the validity or otherwise to prove that he has a degree. Council relied on the case of Janet Ndago Ekumbo Mbete and versus Attorney General and 3 others, 2013 EKLR. Council further submitted that the burden of proof shifts to the party who seeks to rely on the impugned documents. In this respect, Council cited the case of Peter Muiruri Kamau versus Mary Muihaki Kamau, Musyoka versus Returning Officer IEBC, and 3 others. Mr. Kamodo Njenga relied upon the first respondent's replying affidavit and written submission and submitted that the first respondent possesses a valid degree certificate from Team University. He referred the committee to the Annexure SJ2, a letter from CUE showing that Team University is a recognized university in Kenya. Council also relied on the Janet Ndago Ekumbo Mbete case, when it was held that graduation is a process. To this end, Council submitted that the first respondent has annexed photos and graduation lists thereby proving that he graduated from Team University. To further buttress the submissions on behalf of the first respondent, Mr. Elias Mutuma posited that the fact that the first respondent did not disclose that he possesses the Team University degree does not suffice for this committee to determine that the degree did not exist. This will call for speculation on the part of the committee. Council further submitted that the dispute herein relates to 2022 general election, and whatever happened during 2017 election is thus irrelevant.
Okay, we'll be following that bit by bit as we proceed. Bwana Rono, vipi? Rono, unmute your mic and speak.
Yes, how
Unmute just once. You click yes.
Yes, I think I hope.
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. Evening. How are you?
Yes, we can hear you, although there are hiccups from your end. Your internet is low. Your internet is low. Get out and fix it fast, and then you come back. Wanarono, your internet is low. You can't hold a conversation. Okay, naomba turuka majamaa kwanza, tumsikilize Ann alafu turudi. Ann, vipi leo? Ann, we can't hear you.
Unanisikia? Hello.
Yes, that's better now. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello. Nakusikia sasa, endelea.
Okay, happy Father's Day kwa baba wenye wako kwa section. I salute you. I salute you. So today nimekuja tu nikiwa nimechelewa kidogo. Na vile ningetaka kusema tunafurahia vile mambo inaendelea. Na nimeona tu kwa mtandao leo nimeshinda bize, nilikuwa Kigosho Kasarani, hata mimi nilienda kujumuika na Akorino. So nimefurahia kwa sababu Bernard, tunasema hello.
Tupatie habari moto kama umekuwa kwa hiyo Kigosho, wewe ndio uko na habari kamili.
Huko kwetu, huko Kasarani tulikuwa wenyeji. Because kinara wetu na our deputy walikuwa invited. Na watu wanaweza tu kuona hiyo kitu kama ilikuwa tu inapita. But it means a lot kwa Azimio. Because president alikuwa tu anaonyeshana furaha yake pahali yeye amesimama na hajang'atuka. Kwa hivyo Akorino wakisema watafanya kitu wanasema. Hawa waangaliangi nyuma. Those are the Christians kutoka kitambo. Wao wakilenga pahali wanasema tunaenda. Kwa hivyo hapo tumetoka na kura mingi sana. And I know watu watakuja kujua ukweli. But tumefurahia sana vile walipokelea our president na wageni wake Mheshimiwa Raila na mother, and the way the treatment yenye waliwapatia huko. It means a lot kwa nchi yetu. Kama kuna mtu alikuwa tu na doubt ati Raila he is not coming a president, ajijazie leo. Aone kweli blessings za bless Raila kuwa president zimetoka leo kwa Akorino. Kwa hivyo wale watu nimeona kwingine, kuna pahali nimeona chachi ingine sitaitaja jina. Leo ilikuwa ina advert kwa maskrini yao mambo ya siasa. Na nikasikia tu huyo mhubiri amesema ati this so and so watashinda. Wacha nimwambie tu kama saa hii ananisikiza. Nimwambie kama Mungu amesema kitu na ni amemwambia hangejibehave vile amejibehave. Kwa sababu tulitafuta Mungu mwenye alikuwa hapo. Mimi nilitafuta ule Mungu alikuwa anahubiri hapo nikamkosa. Because yeye mwenyewe ni kama alikuwa anastumu upande wa Azimio. But wacha ashike leo. Raila will be the president wa nchi ya Kenya. Na hiyo ni kitu Mungu amepiga muhuri. Hata kukosa kuhubiriwa na yeye atuambie sisi wenyewe tunaomba na tunajua vile Mungu amesema. Because kitambo hatungeweza kutaja jina Raila kwa congregation ama kwa Wakikuyu. Ungekuwa unatukanwa, unaambiwa wewe sijui nini umelipwa what, lakini saa hii unakaa chini mtu anakusikiliza na unamuonyesha uzuri wa Raila na mother na unaona amechange mind. Kwa hivyo akienda kuwaahidi ati watashinda uchaguzi, nimemwambia hata niliandika hapo kwa page yake. The same media ndio itakuja kukukumbusha uliongea uongo kwa pulpit. Mimi nimemwandikia hivyo because the same media ndio tutatumia kumwambia huyo pastor huyo sitamtaja jina aliongea uongo kwa sababu already Mungu ameidhinisha ni wakati wa kureward Mordekai. Raila amesuffer for a long time akitetea wa Kenya. Na vile hakuwa nakumbukwa kitambo, Mungu amefungua hiyo kitabu ya ukumbusho. Amemkumbuka kama vile Mordekai, and that is why we are not struggling kusema Raila atakuwa rais. We are not struggling kumwombea kura. Unaongelesha mtu anasikia. Ukienda kama ni bahari mnaenda fellowship, unawaongelesha na wanasikia because the page is open. The book of remembrance imefunguliwa. Kwa hivyo Raila ameshakumbukwa kwa sababu ya ile kazi nzuri amefanya. Mother amefanyia hii nchi yetu kazi, wamekumbukwa, and that is why, kwa sababu Mungu aliona, na nitarudia tena Bernard, Mungu aliona wakati mother alikuwa anasimama, hatukuona kenye alikuwa nayo ndani yake. Raila amesimama, hatukuwa tunaona uzuri ama ile mambo anaweza fanyia Kenya akiwa peke yake. But Mungu akajua watu wangu nimekuwa nikiwaleta, unakosa kujua ile kitu nimeweka ndani yao ya kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Sasa nawaleta wakiwa wawili ili kitambu ya ukumbusho niifungue, ni wa reward vile nilireward Mordekai na clan yao. Kwa hivyo watu wapende wasipende, we are not struggling. Tarehe 9 sisi by saa 6 ya usiku tutakuwa kwa barabara kumera kucelebrate. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Hiyo ni kali, tunashukuru sana. Tunashukuru wote watu wa comments, asante sana. Watu wanaotazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribishana ili tujumuike pamoja, tukajifunze kwa pamoja. Hii ni nchi yetu na lazima tuwajibike kuhakikisha kwamba viongozi wote ambao tunawapatia mamlaka ya kutuongoza miaka 5 wanapigwa msasa. Tuulize maswali yanayofaa ndio tupate majibu yanayofaa ili tusonge mbele vizuri. Asante sana kila mmoja. Tafadhali tuweke nidhamu watu wa comments. Hakuna haja kutusi mtu. Political difference doesn't mean enmity. Let's all respect each other. But the pulpit people, the clergy, we have a lot to learn and appreciate. Kuna mipaka ingine ambayo mkivuka inakuwa too much. But we'll be discussing that as time goes. Nani huyu Abdikadir Choke, vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay, thank you. Happy Father's Day, all of you.
Happy Father's Day to you too. Thank you.
Okay, madam, namekusalimia sana Madam Ann. Hiyo point yako ni 100%. Ni kitu ambayo umeongea, ni kitu on the ground. Na mimi ni mtu wa Marsabit. Kwa kweli wakati tuko ndani wa hii siasa, tunamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu ametujalia kwa Kenya wanaungana. Hata dakika ya mwisho naona watu wameanza kupata sense kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga is the 5th president of this country, na hiyo ni jambo ambaye tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu sisi wote tunakuja pamoja. Amepigania mambo mingi, na kama shukurani, in solidarity, hii nchi yetu kutokea Western, Central, Coast, all over, we have to vote like an appreciation to stand with peace, unity and prosperity. So tunafaa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa hiyo mambo ambaye tuko ndani, na tunaomba usalama, tunataka umoja, sio matusi. Kama leo venye ile kitu inatendeka leo ni kitu ya aibu sana. Ni kitu ambaye ni aibu. Mtu anaongea, wewe unatafuta kura, unaongea yani hata ukiangalia hiyo rally ya Jacaranda, mtu anaongea kwa yani amejishika kabisa kwa moyo, anaongea na fujo. Kusema kweli, hata kama ni nyinyi wote mkiangalia kitu kama mtu kama huyo anapeleka nchi wapi? Mwingine anasema yeye ni mtu ati Wakenya watajua yeye ni kijana Maumau. So hizo vitu yote ni kitu ambaye ni aibu sana, and that's not the character of being a leader. So tuli nchi yetu wa Kenya, sisi kila kona tunapendana. Kama ni Mkikuyu, kama ni Mluya, kama ni Mcoast, Wakenya wanapenda kukaa pamoja, kufanya biashara pamoja. Na tunataka mtu ambaye anatuunganisha sisi. Hii nchi yetu hata katika East Africa imejulikana kwa usalama. Hata katika Afrika tuko na record. So hii siasa, watu kama hawa ambao wanaongea wakiwa yani wanaongea na hasira. Tafadhalini Wakenya wenzangu, muangalie sana. Hata president wetu ana struggle, at least hata akimaliza hii miaka yake 10 anataka kuacha kwa mtu ambaye akona yani anaona mbele, mtu ambaye anaweza unganisha nchi pamoja, mtu ambaye ataleta maendeleo, watu ambaye tayari maisha yao wamekuwa wakipigania sisi. So si watu ambaye wanakuja kutafuta mali, ni watu watakuja kudeliver service to the common mwananchi. At least Tanzania, Uganda, East Africa mzima na Africa and the whole world. At least Kenya watu wataona. So mimi ninashukuru sana. Mwenyezi Mungu atujalie election ambayo itakuwa ni very peaceful. We are very peaceful people. Na Mwenyezi Mungu alete zaidi amani na alete usalama, na hii transition ambayo president yetu anaendelea na pamoja na Wakenya tumuunge mkono, transition ifanyike kwa usalama, then to celebrate on the 9th of August. Tusherekee sisi wote pamoja. Ni hayo tu nimesema. Asante Mr. Bernard.
Okay. Asante sana kwa mchango wako. Kuna mtu anauliza Marsabit, kuna semwaje? Siasa huko inaelekea upande gani?
Marsabit, sisi wote ni watu wa Azimio.
Yeah.
Yes. Na tunakumbuka sana serikali ya handshake. Yes, ya Raila na the late President Mwai Kibaki. Tunaenjoy hiyo tarmac road from Isiolo to Marsabit. So ilikuwa kwa mpango ya the handshake.
Nilipewa historia hiyo barabara.
So tunapiga in solidarity kura kwa fujo kabisa. Asante.
Okay, asante sana kwa ujumbe. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for continuing to follow our broadcast. We believe you are understanding what is happening. Please, let's not relent in inviting each other. And if you have not subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. Follow us on Facebook page and Facebook profile so that you are not left behind in any of our programming. We do more than this. This is just one show. but we have several others that are running right now. There is like 3 more that are on. Please make sure that you are subscribed so that you get notified and be able to follow relevant shows based on what you would love to know and learn more. Thank you for the support and continued faithful followership. Please, let's keep it up. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Mato Ndeto himself. How are you? My own prophet. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day to you, Mtumishi. Nice quote there, sir. Unajua wewe nilikwambia the kitchen is gonna get hotter. Ukacheka hapo ukaniambia kweli itawezekana kweli. Nikakwambia it's gonna get hotter. Na bado haijachomeka, hatujaanza kuchoma bwana. Unajua mliniambia ati watu walianza
Ijafika the Fahrenheit.
Hapana, saizi bado bwana, mapema. Ai. Hii sasa bado hatujachoma bwana, hatujaasha moto. Ndio kuni inaanza kushikashika kidogo bwana. Nyama zingine zishaiva na ndio tunaanza. Ala, vipi? But okay. Hii naanzia wapi? Hii kitu ya acha nianzie kwa Akorino. People don't understand what just happened today. Akorino, remember that they are associated with the Mau Mau. That's the ile amount Kenya with people who grew up the times that we grew up. You would walk on the streets of Nairobi and you would find a whole street imefungwa Akorino wakiimba. That's the heart of Central. And if you remember the time that Uhuru was pissed off at the deputy, alienda kuimbia Akorino. Alienda kumshtaki huko. Now, look at the people when you are waliitwa. And did you actually look at mother, what she was wearing on kwa kichwa? I tell you, body language and psychology.
Alikuwa amevaa kitambaa.
Body language of the Central people. I'm a Bantu. I mean, we're the Kema. I know what happens in Central, bwana. Those things ukisikiaga sijui kiapo nini, man, Raila is done. Central yenye mlikuwa mumeharibu pesa, miti zikatwe Sugoi bwana. Watu wanaenda bankrupt round hii. Imeisha. Na muliambiwa na mkusikia. And Bernard, leo nimeona mumefungua show ingine hapo ya UDA. Sijui lakini huko sijapata mtu wa UDA, nilienda kuiangalia. Inaendelea saa hizi.
Sikio la kufa lisikii dawa. Swahili walisema.
Lakini I'm not a happy person. Wacha kwanza kabla nikwambie why I'm not a happy person. Wacha niende Jacaranda. I grew up that place. Umoja, hiyo ni Umoja, Komarok, Kayole zimeshikana hapo. My friend, hapo uendangi kucheza ujinga ati unatulete umama hapo. Hiyo ni Eastland, so that's the heart of the Eastlands. Wakugongwa utagongwa. Ya simu kupotea itapotea. Hapo wachekagi bwana. Na hiyo ni ngome ya baba ile ya kusema ukweli. If you want to know Eastlands, go to Jacaranda. There's a reason they always go there. Hiyo area waga place yenye auchezi, hiyo ni Ukambani, iko na kila mtu hapo. Hiyo ni place, the most place yenye hii kitu mnaita hustler, which I don't understand. That's the hustler nation hapo sasa. Hapo ndo watu wa hustler. And that's why you don't go there talking about UDS, kuleta nini. Utagongwa, by the way. Huko ni kubaya. But anyway, so let me say why I'm not a happy person. This is the reason I'm not a happy person. Because watu wa UDA wametunyima election this year. We don't have an election. Hakuna election. Kwa president hakuna election bwana. Nini simgetupatia mtu tu tunawezana naye. Yani you find hata mtu akifika mahali hakuna kitu anasema ni wale watu you playing a victim game. Hakuna kitu unaweza sema tu mtu ya kitendawili, wale wanasema tuwezi, tutafanya, wale. Sisi tunakuambia what we are going to do. What the nini inaendelea hapa bwana? Mbona mmetunyima, simngetutafutia good candidates? And by the way, Bernard unaniambianga I'm feeling it will be a very close call between Wajakoya na Ruto. Naona jamaa wa bangi akikaribiana na Ruto sana akimpeleka, I think hao ndio wanafaa kupigana. I think the president we have leo tumeidhinishwa, tumebarikiwa, Martha Karua, you know, leo tumemaliza, sasa Central tumefunga. Niambieni, na nataka mtu aniambie kura imebaki wapi, and then to finish out kabisa. I don't know kama mtu ameona clip ya Kabogo akiwa blue all in na akasema nini, kutoka leo vitu zinaanza kubadilika. Central ishafungwa bwana, Ukambani mmefunga. Niambie nani kura ya Ruto iko wapi? Mnionyeshe, na mtu mwenye atanionyesha, by the way I'll be, na hata ya vijana ya mahasla imechukuliwa na Wajakoya, wakavute bangi kule wanaenda kuvuta. Sasa basi ya Ruto imebaki nani? Where are we going? Where is it? So it's done, guys. Just start preparing. Be ready on the day of you know, on the 9th. Actually, I think in the morning. I don't want to see in the evening, but just prepare where you're gonna be. And the fireworks in Kenya will be everywhere, in Kisii, in Kamba, in Mombasa, all ages of the Kenya. Na unajua, we know how to celebrate. Hiyo itakuwa sasa washemeji, you know, like the derby done in a whole, you know, the whole country. That's the day. Hiyo siku, hiyo ni sherehe. We need 5 days. Now, by the way, we are not the only ones. Uganda, East and Central Africa, watakuwa wakisherekea huko kote, fireworks kila mahali, ni kuharibu. By the time we come back, unaambia mdosi, I need time to rest bwana, nimetoka kupigana na sherehe Kenya inawaka moto. Sasa this is it, history being made, and it's a time to be in the right side of the history. I respect you guys, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Martin. That's a good one. So the contest is between number 2 and number 3. Number 1 is taken. So, and I have a feeling that Wajakoya can just be number 2. So if there is any Supreme Court, the hearing will be between number 2 and number 3, because number 1 is already taken. Na watu wawezoe hiyo mapema tu, wasianze kusumbua. Ni hivyo, na hata numbers zinaonyesha, dalili zinaonyesha. Ni manabii wa uongo tu peke yao wanaona vingine, na hao tumewazoea pia. Ni shauri yao. Na hiyo maono yao fake. All the same. Now let's listen to Ngui first, then tuende kwa Eliza. Ngui, bwana Ngui, vipi? Ngui, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Hapo kando ya jina yako, you click once.
Hello.
Sasa karibu, vipi? Hello. We can hear you.
Hello. Can hear you. Nawapata nikiwa hapa Nyeri. Ile kitu inanifurahisha ni kwamba hapa Nyeri ilikuwa ngumu sana kuuza mbamba. Lakini saa hii watu hata nguo zote mimi nimevaa nguo ya mbamba kutoka t-shirt hadi suruali. Sasa huku mbamba mlimani amepanda kabisa. Sasa mimi natoka nafanya kazi ya serikali, natoka Nyeri naenda Meru napitia Kirinyaga, huko kote kwingine unasema mambo ya UNDA ni kama unaweza chapwa. Sasa hapa Nyeri ndio mambo ilikuwa ngumu kabisa. Mahali nakaa nakaa karibu na
Bwana Ngui pole.
Sasa ndio nakwambia kwamba
mwambie azime device moja, hiyo ndio shida yake. Hakuna
We
device
want
mbili
to
zinafanya.
listen him.
Sasa ndio nilikuwa nawaambia kwamba ilikuwa vigumu kuuza mbamba katika mlima.
Anajisikiliza. Bwana Ngui,
kitu kingine nataka kusema,
unatumia simu, anzisha simu yako afresh. Kuna vile ikae vizuri kwa network na katika.
Hapo niko sawa? Unanipata? Niko sawa? Haya, ndio nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba Bernard, nataka tuangalie kitu kingine. Nimesikiza ile kitu imeshinda Jakarta leo. Naomba
Okay.
Mimi naweza kuomba imani. Nimeona majamaa hapo wanaongea wakiwa wamejivika kifua sana. Mimi kwa maoni yangu ile kitu ingekuwa ya mzuri ni imani, na kama kuna watu wa upande mwingine wamekuja kukodesha mahali, tafadhali watu wale wengine waheshimu, wafanye mkutano yao mzuri. Tuziaze hii mambo ya tia ngazi mapema na hii mambo ya vita mavyema kabla tufike hiyo wakati. Kwa hivyo hii itakuwa jambo ya mzuri sana kuwa na imani na watu kutokuwa na kujipika kifua sana na vita, kwa maana itakuwa ni vibaya sana watu waanze kuumia, watu waanze kupoteza watoto wao ama wazazi wao juu ya mambo ya vita. Kwa hivyo mimi ile naweza omba ni watu wakaweze kuwa na imani, hata kama mahali mmekaa mko na watu ambao hawako upande wenu, watu waweze kuheshimiana na wakaweze kupeana, ndio tukaweze kuwa na uchanguzi ya imani. Kwa maana hii uchanguzi kiisha, yule rafiki wako atalimaini kuwa rafiki yako, na mambo ya siasa hakuna mahali utasikia tena. Hii mambo imekuja ndio hii uchanguzi, ndio hii siasa ndio imetufanya tujue mtu fulani ni upande fulani, mtu mwingine ni mbaya. Hii uchanguzi ikiisha, hiyo mambo hakuna mahali utasikia tena. Huyo mtu unatetea hakuna mahali mtapatana na yeye tena. Hata huyo Ruto akishanguliwa, wale wako upande wake hawatapatana na yeye ngirauti tena, ama vile wanalipwa hiyo pesa ya kulipwa waende mahali fulani hawatalipwa tena. Wale watu wa Azimio pia hiyo pesa wanapewa ya kumomboleza waende mahali fulani, after August hiyo mambo haitaonekana tena. Kwa hivyo ningeuliza watu wakaweze kukua na imani, na hii mambo ya kujipika kifua, hata kama wengine wanaonyesha na viongozi wao, wengine wanasimama wanaongea na kifua, wanaongea ni kama kila kitu wameweka final. Hiyo mambo ikiendelea hivyo itawaka moto, na baadaye kuna watu watapoteza wapendo wao, na hiyo uchungu inakuanga gumu sana. Ile kitu ingine leo kwa mkutano wa Akorino pia imekuwa maombi mzuri, lakini kwa maoni yangu hata kama maombi iliingia siasa kidogo haina shida, lakini ile ya maana watu wakaweza kuheshimiana. Hata sisi tuko upande wa Azimio, tusijivike kivua sana ati mbamba amevita, bado hajapita. Tutajua kama amevita ikifika August achanguliwe, ndio tukaweze kufurahia mzuri ya kwamba ameweza kuvita. So mimi naomba niwashukuru sana, na kila mahali kila mahali mtu wako tukaweze kuzingatia imani. Kwa yote kila mtu anafanya, tuzingatie imani. Na huku Nyeri, mimi niko huko Nyeri, mambo ya Undie ilikuwa imeshika, na Nyeri yote iko Azimio, na tunazingatia imani. Hata tukianza kuongea mahali na mtu hatuchapani, mimi hata mahali nimefika hata simbishani na mtu sana ati niko ati Azimio hata ni tukianza kuongea mambo tunaongea kiurafiki na tunasema sisi tunabaki tu hivyo, na hiyo mambo ya siasa itaweza kuisha. Kwa maana mimi sasa hii nafanya ofisi ya mtu wa siasa na mambo ingine tunaifanya tu na heshima na imani tu, hakuna vita mingi. Nawashukuru sana.
Asante sana Bwana Ngui. Kuna swali kutoka kwa Ann. Subiri hapo.
Yes.
Ann, you can ask.
Okay, Bernard, nataka kuambia huyo mzee wa Nyeri, sioni jina yake vizuri. Nataka kumwambia sisi hatujipigi kifua ati our candidate ameshinda, but sisi tunaamini. Ukienda kwa kitabu ya Proverb 18, 20 and 21 inasemanga kenye kinatoka mdomo yako, you are prophesying to yourself. Inaweza leta uhai ama kifo. Kwa hivyo sisi tuna prophesy na midomo yetu. Rais wetu kuanzia tarehe 9 ni Honorable Raila na deputy wake Karua. None going back. Ni kitabu ya Mungu imesema ndani ya Proverb 18, 20 and 21. Whatever you are going to think with your brain, uamini na roho yako, uiseme na mdomo, it will be like that because God will atapiga muhuri. Hivyo tu ndivyo nataka kuambia Ngui.
Okay, sawa. Martin?
Nataka kuongezea mama yetu. Unajua nani mtu wa mute. Okay, nilikuwa nataka kuongezea mama yetu. Unajua pia ukishatoka kwa hesabu, unajua pia Mungu hasaidii mtu mwenye ajisaidii. Pia sisi tunapiganga hesabu hapa kando, tushapiga hesabu. Hii kitu hakuna vile inawezekana, lakini umesema, nilikuwa tu nataka kukuongezea kutoka ya religion bado nilete ya scientific way. It's over, it's done, and we are saying it na imeisha.
Sinyinga tiwere. The days are over. Yes, Mama Selina.
Thank you, Bernard. Nataka kuambia Nguki, asante sana, umetuambia ilikuwa ngumu sana kufaa t-shirt ya Azimio ama kusema baba ama kutaja Azimio. Na umetuambia pale Nyeri sahii watu wanafaa hiyo t-shirt, wamejitokezea. Tunataka kusema wale wengine batu wachache wajaamini ya kwamba umoja ni ya muhimu katika Kenya. Tunawakaribisha, na wewe kwa sababu wewe umekuwa Azimio, ulete wengi. Tunataka hii ushindi tupate bila hata mtu kwenda kotini. Otherwise ninakukaribisha na kusema yes, watu wengi walikuwa wameokopa sana mambo ya Central na asa kwenyu Nyeri kwa sababu mko na running mate mwenye anaitwa Kashakwa na ni mtu hata akuangi na watu pale Karatina. Nashukuru sana. So mimi nilikuwa mmoja ya watu ya 2NK wale walikuwa natoka Nakuru kwa hiyo state ya Nyeri. Nafikiri unaweza kumbuka watu ya Crossroad. So najua Nyeri, najua hiyo state hapo. Tushukuru sana, but asanteni. Tushikilie Azimio, tushike baba, tushikilie mama. Asante.
Thank you. Bwana Ngui, unala kujibu ili tusonge mbele? Your quick response if there is one.
Ningesema hayo mambo iko sawa, hatuna waziwazi nayo. Kwa hivyo hata sisi huku tunasema bamba tosha. baba na mama tosha, hatutoki hapo. Mimi nimetoka Kitui, mimi ni Mkamba na huku nimekaa karibu miaka 7 na huku sasa saa hii nimekuwa wa huku, kila mambo huku yote niko sure huku kote ni Azimio Nyere, na kwetu Kitui huko tuko mbamba ndani. Asante sana.
Ketheka Kasena witaja Kalonzo Odinga.
Ina Ketheka
Bernard, I think kuna shida inaendelea ama ni mimi? Watu wengine waseme, hatukusikii, kila mtu ameenda silent.
Bernard ako muted.
Amemute.
I guess network yake inamsumbua ama tuendelee. Nani hajaongea? Stanford, umeongea?
Ilikuwa ni Elisa.
Bado sijaongea.
Kama hujaongea, Eliza uliongea?
Ni mimi, Stanford ameingia saa hizi Mato.
Haya, Eliza
Karibu
cheza kawa wewe
Elisa.
basi. Stanford ngoja. Okay, Eliza
Habari
cheza
zenu
kawa wewe.
panelists. Hey, Mato, mambo. Jana nimekutafuta uniexplainie maneno ya Mutua. Kwa nini Mutua anadanganya watu huko Machakos ama sijui ni wapi, anawaambia yeye ameahidiwa kupatiwa prime minister.
Eliza sana na Mutua kwa rada yetu. Wewe tulia, relax. The game is just beginning. Hebu patiana nini yako. Patiana story yako leo. Achana leo story.
Mimi story ya leo, nashukuru Mungu kwa siku ya leo, kwa sababu siku ya leo ni siku nzuri. Nashukuru Mungu. Mi yangu tu ni kushukuru kwa sababu baba anaendelea vizuri. Ukiona mtu ameingia kwa Akorino pale, maneno imeisha. Hiyo tayari ilikuwa Uhuru last time alikuwa huko peke yake, saa hizi akapeleka. Sasa ni kuintroduce baba, this is my people, wakubless. Na baba akatoa story ya Akorino vile walikuwa. So baba knows many things, cause kama mtu anajua story ya Akorino vile walikuwa, mpaka wakati walikuwa, mpaka vile this is the thing ilikuwa, si ile unafika huku unaanza kuongea mimi nilifanya kifua watu kutupa mawe. Baba amekuwa huko, ameblesiwa na mama, yote inawezekana. Crocodile imeanza kupotea polepole, zikienda Kanani tunaenda, njia imesafishwa. So mimi ya baba ni kumuombea tu Mungu atupeleke tu vizuri mpaka tufike hiyo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Watu waamuke asubuhi na mapema waende wakapige kura. Ingine siku ya leo ambaye nimeona upande ya Kenya Kwanza leo walikuwa kanisani. Hiyo kanisa inaitwa Wina. Sijui ni Wina ama ilikuwa inaitwa nini. Nilikuwa naangalia. But attention yangu ilikuwa kwa hiyo screen ilikuwa inapita pale. Wale watu walikuwa naabudu deputy president ama walikuwa naabudu nani? Because the moment hiyo pictures ilikuwa inapita hapo is like they were praising him. Yani walikuwa wanaabudu yeye, sio Mungu ndo walikuwa wanaabudu. Hiyo kitu nimeishangaa sana siku ya leo. Nimeshangaa hapo, nilishangaa, imenipatia kichwa nashindwa, kwani hiyo kanisa ya Wina, Bernard atatuambia hiyo kanisa ya Wina ni ya gani, because yeye ni pastor. So ya Jacaranda pia naye imekuwa ni mfurutano, kupe ni kupe. Kawaida Jacaranda, unajua hiyo Jacaranda iliwekwa jina ni Baba Care. So Jacaranda is the baba care zone. So ukifika huku upeleke ujuaji yako huku, kuna mawe inajua kurushwa ukuli. So Jacaranda, don't play with Jacaranda. Watu wanajua kurusha mawe huko. Ukipeleka ujinga huko mawe inakutoa kichwa. So wale sijui ni ule MP mwenye anajaribu kupishana na Babu Owino. Unajua hii kitu usibebe kifua sana. Angalie chini, ukiona makucha ya umbwa imeshika chini, jua hii umbwa ni kali kwa hii boma. So wewe unaenda kwa boma ya wenyewe na unajua kuna umbwa iko pale, umbwa makucha yake yote inashika mchanga mpaka inatoa mchanga. Wewe unaenda huko unataka kuleta kifua, ati lazima pia ukue na huko. Hiyo maneno yao wajaribu kufanyia kampeni zao huko, wasilete vifua, wanataka kuleta watu waanze kugongana. Baba wao wanajua story na Jacaranda. Jacaranda wawachane na Jacaranda. Waende wafanye story zao mahali pengine. Lakini Jacaranda watu wataumia. In fact, yeye mwenyewe amepeleka huko watu na yeye amepigwa mawe. So yeye mwenyewe amepigwa mawe. Na dinda ni mbunge. Mbunge anapigwa mawe huko, wewe hujakuwa mbunge na unapishana na the sitting one mwenye ako na makucha na watu wake. So watu wa Kenya Kwanza mambo yao imeisha, au wapige tu mdomo. Kama ni kutafuta kura watafutie kura mawabunge, lakini upande wa president wasahau, hiyo kiti ishaenda. Au watafutie kama vile nani Mr. Ruto, my brother from my home, wache atafutie MPs na masenator na women rep kura, lakini yeye kujipigia debe maneno yake imefanya nini? Imeisha. Ajaribu kwa upande hiyo. Tuonane naye wakati mwingine, Mungu akipenda. Tutamsaidia pia sisi, hata mimi nafikiria siku hiyo nitamsaidia kumkampenia that time, God willing. Wacha tusikize pia wengine.
Asante Eliza, tunashukuru sana maoni yako. It's very nice. Naona kuna mkono nani Cheke, wewe ndio umeinua mkono, uko na swali? Before tuende kwa Stanford. No, Cheke, kama ulikuwa na swali uliza.
Nilikuwa na muunga huyo nani Eliza mkono. Nilikuwa na muunga kile amesema.
Kwa hivyo huko na swali ama kitu yote ya kuongeza. Okay, asante. Tunashukuru. Okay, thank you sir. Stanford, the floor is yours sir.
Thank you. Good evening everyone. Nafurahi kujiunga na nyinyi, it's been time. Najua sometimes majukumu yanatupeleka mambo ya siasa pia. Sasa tuko na majukumu mengi, huwa tunatoweka kidogo mtandaoni. Lakini nimerudi leo nikifahamu fika kutakuwa na mjadala ambao mimi ningependa kuchangia. Mwanzo, fikra zenu wanakamati leo sijaunga mkono. Tukianzia na mambo ya Jacaranda, hii ni Kenya. Kenya ni nchi ambayo inaaminika kuwa inaendelea kukua kidemokrasia. Jambo hilo lililotendeka Jacaranda lilijaribu kutendeka hapa Kisii, lakini tumelikemea kwa njia zile zote ambazo tunaweza. Kila mtu ana uhuru wa kufanya kampeni mahala popote, hauze sera zake. Licha ya kuwa wewe umuungi mkono ama unamuunga mkono, mpe fursa yake, anene yake, aondoke. Muliona wakati mwingine tukiwa na mjadala hapa nikikemea sana vitendo alivyovifanya muwania wa kiti cha ugavana kaunti ya Kisii Simba Arati, kuwaleta vijana waweze kuwanyamazisha wengine. Tulikemea na tunazidi kukemea, na yeye mwenyewe ashakubali. Lazima tufanye siasa ambazo ni za amani. Mimi mwenyewe nilishuhudia kupitia kwa mtandao yaliyotendeka huko Jacaranda, sikufurahia sana. Manake Jacaranda si taifa lingine. Jacaranda ni Kenya. Hawezi kuwa labda baba ameenda kupiga kampeni mahali kwingine ama ana mipangilio yake, ukute agri scenarios zinafanyika huko, mawe zinarushwa. Hilo si jambo jema. Sasa hii Kenya tumeendelea kidemokrasia. Eti sijui nini. Dadangu aliyesema kwamba Kenya Kwanza wasipeleke ujinga huko Jakaranda, na kusii kwa hiari yako. Tunataka amani taifa hili la Kenya. Hatutaki machafuko tena. Tuwahitaji taifa ambalo liko na amani. Taifa ambalo linamruhusu yeyote awe na uhuru wa kuzungumza mambo ambayo yako within the bounds of the constitution. I mean, hii mambo yote baba aliyoyapigania, alipigania uhuru wa the freedom of speech. Ndio baba alikuwa anapigania. Kila mtu amefurahi sana tangu mzee Kibaki alipoingia mamlakani. Uhuru ulionekana. Ndio tulianza kuona mwanga, kumbe fulani anaweza kuzungumza hivi na baada asiishie jelani. Mambo ya detention yakaisha. So hatutaki kuleta mambo kama hayo tena, fulani hafai kwenda mahali fulani, huko ni territory ya mtu fulani. Hayo ni that will not promote democracy. We need to be a democratic state, a state whereby each and every Kenyan has the right to air his views or her views anywhere, at any corner, at any time, as long as they don't violate the constitution. You know, we should be strong on that and condemn any sort of violence. We don't want violence. We want peaceful politics, because Kenya is not going to end after the elections. These countries must continue from where it is after the elections. So I love to say that we need peace to prevail during this season of campaigns. Another thing, I've learned that the political tactics for Kenya Kwanza are losing mileage as compared to Azimio. I mean, the addition of mother to Azimio was a plus. Huyo mama akona uwezo mkubwa wa kuzungumza, hata kama there are some A-class. Napenda sana alivyoanza, kulikuwa na ma A-class huko, anawaambia nyinyi vijana nyamaza, anawanyamazisha hadi wakamalizia kumpigia makofi. So she has the power of the tongue, and hiyo ndio kitu imesaidia baba sana to gain mileage. I mean, he is slowly getting into the mountain, winning votes. Of course, at this point, before the elections, we cannot determine, but we are now we were unable to determine mother angefanya hii angefanya. Amewin mileage kubwa sana, a very big mileage in Mount Kenya, sababu ya ile uwezo wake wa kuzungumza, kuaccommodate hiyo pressure yote, hata kama ni watu ni maelfu, ana accommodate hiyo pressure yake na ana deliver what she wants to deliver. Watu wanamsikiza. So that's the quality of leadership yenye mother ako nayo, ambayo Gachagua hana. So to the other point tuseme, the more Gachagua akifungua mdomo anaharibu kura za Ruto kama 50 ama 100. Na the more mother Karua anafungua mdomo wake, kinywa chake kuzungumza, kuna kitu baba ana gain out of mother akiamua kuzungumza kwa watu. So that's what we like. Maturity yenye ako nayo, ile experience yenye ako nayo kwa politics, inamuenable saizi ku gain a lot of mileage. She is convincing a lot of votes. I myself experienced her akiongea hapa kwetu wakati amekuja hapa Kisii. I really accepted. Nikajua huyu ni kiongozi. Hata kama baba atateteleka kidogo, ana muhimili ambao utamsaidia kuinukia tena. So that's so nice. Talking of the president introducing baba na mother kwa Akorino, it was a good thing. Hiyo ni njia moja. Unajua, kuna wakati rais alikuwa too emotional, alikuwa na hasira mingi, sababu kuna wakati alijaribu kupeleka baba kwa mlima, lakini ikakuwa ni shida kidogo. Sasa washauri wake ni kama wamempa mbinu ambayo inafanya kazi. Amemuingiza polepole, na unaona vile alikaribisha mother, akaongea na mother aliongea kwa lugha ya Kikuyu tu, akawazungumzia watu wake. Na vile nimewaeleza hapo mbeleni, huyo mama kuna uwezo wa kuzungumza vizuri. Sasa akawaongelesha vizuri. even you feel, hata kama hujasikia Kikuyu, you feel huyu mtu message anajaribu kudeliver ni ile ya kuambia no, our people, let us do this. When I get to akaongea paka akawamalizia akawambia Kikuyu yote nilisikiza, so I saw that she has a great sense of direction, na atamalizia kugeuza mlima wote. At the end of the day wapigie Azimio kura kupitia vile anauza sera zake, ule mpangilio wa hotuba zake. You know, that's the only thing that Azimio was lacking. Na hiyo ndio kitu ambayo tuseme kati ya Kenya Kwanza na Azimio, aliye na uwezo wa kuzungumza tena kwa Kenya Kwanza ni Ruto, lakini hataweza peke yake. Hapa
Stanford anza kuchunga muda.
Yeah.
Najua Bernard amerudi lakini anza kuchunga muda.
I'm finalizing bro. Sasa huu uwezo alionao Martha na unamfanya asiwe na pressure kubwa, sababu huko kuna baba na yeye ana mambo yake, na hapa kuna anayemsaidia pia, kuna uwezo wa kuzungumza na watu na wamsikize. So hii ndio kitu ambayo inawafanya wageni. To the other side, mtu aliye na uwezo mkubwa wa kusikizwa na watu ni mmoja tu. Sasa hiyo inakuwa ni a very big responsibility that huyu Ruto amebeba kwa mabega yake, kwamba asipokuwepo na hakuna siasa, lazima akuwepo. Sasa upande huu mwingine, baba asipokuwa ama awepo, bado mikutano itaendelea, kula zitazidi kuongezeka. So shukrani sana kwa kunipa muda wenu wa maongezi.
Eliza, kabla nirudishie Bernard, naona umeinua mkono, lakini wacha nijaribu tu nitupe kitu kidogo Bernard, with your permission. Wacha nikuulize my brother, ukienda Uganda wanaongea nini? Wanaongea Kiganda. Ukienda Ukraine ama Russia wanaongea Ki-Russia. Sasa pia unajua ukienda mahali pengine mahali watu wanaongeanga kitu ingine, pia we lazima uanze kuongea. They say if you go somewhere, if you go to Rome, start talking like Romans. So you don't go somewhere and then you come with umepiga kiburi and you expect those people to look at you the same way. There's different places where different things happen and you have to learn that. I think that's what Eliza is about to throw. Nilikuwa najaribu kumsaidia, lakini since hiyo nimeongea, hiyo ni story ya Jacaranda kama umeelewa, lakini since our chairman is back here.
Bro, allow me to respond. Nimekusikiza, but sisi hapa ni Kenya, kuna vitu zingine hatutaki.
Ngoja wacha nirudishie Mr. Chairman, asharudi. Kama uko sawa, umesort kila kitu.
Okay, confirm. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You're good to go, sir.
Okay, thank you. We are still unstable. So kila mtu akwe stand by. In case I'm thrown out, mtaendelea bila mimi. Ni wale jamaa wananitafuta bado. Sawa. Stanford, what is the matter?
I was just saying that violence, hiyo ndio hatutaki. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nawakataza, nikawaambia we should not support such kind of misconduct that vijana wanakuja wanapigana, at the end of the day watu wanaumia. You know, we don't like that. We like peaceful politics. I mean, mtu hata akienda Jacaranda, akienda kokote, akienda Kisumu, akienda Eldoret, asipigwe mawe. Wacha tu aongee mambo yake, mumsikize. Kama hamtaki mtamwacha kwa uwanja. We were able to do that in Nyamachi. Nyamachi, nani aliangalia Nyamachi? Watu walienda wakaacha Machogu na Ruto peacefully, hakuna mawe ilirushwa huko. That's what we like. Badala ya kupigana hapo watu wanaumia bure. That's what I was saying.
Okay, thank you. No support for violence, and that's 100% agreement. But we should also play our politics with an understanding that aggravating people or provoking people will have a bad response. So responsible politics is you know what to say, where, to which crowd. Maina Wanjiki went to Nyanza. He preached his gospel vizuri tu. Kufika kwa laini ya mwisho, yeye akaanza kubadilisha slogan ya chama yetu. Akaambiwa hapana, akwendangi hivyo. Kama baba hajatuambia slogan imebadilika, wewe huwezi kuja hapa kutubadilishia. Akasalimiwa. So ni vile wewe umejibeba ndivyo utakavyopokelewa. Jacaranda we are not saying there's a zoned area, but you know the kind of response you can get if you bring what. So these sympathy addicts people are looking for something to hold on, anything. Okay, it's just like how can Ruto go to Kibera and have a peaceful rally, then come to Jacaranda and get stoned? It doesn't add up. So there is direct provocation, or some of it is stage managed. Stage managed, you remain on the news. Since you can't make news, you go and create your own thing so that you can be talked about, you are attacked. But from what I know, if people are not provoked, if you are in a place where there are two factions, okay, you can always navigate through. And that's why the deputy president needs to take advantage of the intelligence that is given on matters where he's going to do the rally. This is what is happening, walk like this. But because he wants chaos, he will get chaos. This is Nairobi. Nairobi, you don't come and rule it. It will rule you. And that is uniform. Sio tu kwa siasa peke yake. Kuna jamaa mmoja alitoka huko kwa Kinandeto akakuja hapa Nairobi. Alikuwa amerun for a seat, akaanguka kura. So akaamua kuchukua Biblia kuja kutingiza Nairobi. Ile change alikuwa amebakisha ya kura akakuja akalipa hall. Sisi tulipanga hall every month, yeye akalipa mwaka mzima. Akasema atatingiza hii mji. Akakuja akategeza poster, akapaint kila mahali, amekuja kutingiza nchi. Alipiga wiki ya kwanza watu wawili, wiki ya tatu watu watatu, wiki ya 4 hakuna mtu, wiki ya 5 ai by the second month, since tulikuwa tunatumia like a small room, kale tunaweza ku afford, sisi tunalipa every week. Yeye amechukua the main hall. Alipiga by the second month, alikuja kutusalimia. Na alikuja na pesa mingi na maringo hawezi kutusalimia, sisi ni wachungaji wadogo. So sisi hall yetu tumejaza kadogo hivi tumejaa, lakini huko kwake hakuna mtu. Yako na vyombo mpya, ako na power system mpya, kila kitu, but hakuna mtu. The third month alituambia mimi nimeona tu niwaachia washirika wangu 3 mnichungie. Nimeenda. Hawezi kuja kutingiza Nairobi. Hii Nairobi ina wenyewe. Lazima ujipange ukikuja. Ongea na wenyewe vizuri, watakupatia ufunguo wa mji. Lakini ukikuja ati umekuja kutuonyesha, tutakuonyesha ile hujaiona. So relax. So both politics as well as church. Huwezi kuja kutingiza mambo hapa, kuna vile unakuja ndio mambo ya kubali. Eliza, karibu.
Si tulikuwa tushaongea Ben, wewe ulikuwa umepotea, lakini nilikuwa nauliza Stanford, there is a time ulikuwa mkali hapa, uniambia umefuka umetoka UDA umeingia Azimio.
Mimi kawaida yangu kuna yale mambo huwa sipendi. I'm in Azimio but I'm consciously there. Yani kitu mbaya lazima niwaambie hii ni mbaya, hapana hii tuache. Unajua hata tukiwa Azimio makosa ikiwa lazima tutoe ndio tukue sawa. That's why kuna time mliniuliza uko na mtu wa UDA, nikashangaa watu wananiuliza nini UDA. I will not be there, lakini makosa lazima tutoe tukue sawa.
Unajua ni sababu gani nikuulize hivyo? Unajua there is a time uliongea kuhusu Simbarati ukamuita is a stranger. Naye bahati mbaya ulikuwa ukatoka hapa, nikataka kuuliza kwani Simbarati vile alikuwa anaishi anafanya Nairobi akakuja Kisii kutafuta nini ya ugavana, Simbarati alizaliwa wapi? Alizaliwa Nairobi ama alizaliwa Kisii? Ndio unasema yeye ni stranger.
Oh, hiyo by then, okay, I can respond to that because since then sijakuwa kwa mtandao. Simbarati bila alikuja Nairobi, alitoka Nairobi akakuja. Siasa yake anajaribu kuifanya kama hiyo, hata nimezungumza saa hii. Anajaribu kufanya mambo kama hayo ya Jakaranda. So watu wanakuja wanasimama, unajua watu wamezoea hapa Kisii, hawajazoea violence. So watu wanashtuka, hii ni nini inaendelea hapa? So wanashtuka, wanasema huyu kijana ako na pesa mingi, ananunua watu, wanaleta stadium, wanakuja kutupiga. So wanasonga nyuma, wanamwangalia tu hivi, wanasema okay, tumungoje. So ndio maana nilimuita stranger.
Which means is not is a popular or not popular?
His popularity comes with such goonism, ile ya disruption and what have you. So that's what actually alikuwa anafanya. But I thank God, Simbarati yesterday aliongea na watu wao wazee, akawaambia no, I did not know the way to come. Simbarati mtamuona akifanya siasa mzuri sana. Aliambiwa na wazee, aliambiwa na wazee, akaambiwa hapa kijana, ukikuja usikuje na fujo, kuja polepole.
Lakini atakuwa governor.
Governor. Tutajaribu tumupigie.
Si utajaribu, atakuwa.
Asante.
Unajua wewe kama hatujampigia. Tutampigia.
Order, thank you. Wewe Stanford, wewe lazima ukuwe na msimamo. Hawezi kufanya siasa ya kukaa kwa fence. Na hawezi kuwa linesman, either referee ama player. Sawa. Lakini you linesman umekuwa siku nyingi, achana nayo. Peana hiyo bendera ya yellow kwa watu wa yellow, kuja tufanye kazi, tujenge inchi. Wacha maneno ya kutafuta linesman. Linesman anaonanga makosa peke yake. Bendera yake yezi inuka kama hajaona makosa. So get in the field, become a fully player. Let us deliver the victory, resounding victory for the Azimio team, for the sake of this country, for the sake of the future of this country. Si eti ni tukipeana uongozi kwa Arati, is for the sake of the future of the Kisii community. Okay? Na kama Arati ni kijana, bora mzunguke na wazee, atanyooka tu. Kazi ya wazee ni kucircumcise vijana ili wakuwe more productive. Lakini wazee wanakosea wakati wanaanza kufight vijana, they want to castrate them. If they try that now, vijana nao watakuja. Ndio watasema ni wachawi, ndio wachomwe. Now we are not advocating for that. So wazee wajipange pamoja na vijana, watengeneze county. Sio waanze kufightia at nani ni nani. Let the wazee play their role of circumcising the young people, giving them direction, chaperoning them and protecting them so that the county can move forward. So hawa wazee wakizungumza masuala ya Arati, wamuelekeze, sio wamzuie. Wakisimama kwa njia, atakuja na bulldozer ya Nairobi na atawakanyaga wote. So it doesn't work that way. Kuna mahali ambapo mnasukumana na mambo ingine ni kunegotiate tu. It is that way. So you must have the wisdom of telling the difference. Martin, quickly, please. Thank you.
No, Bernard, at the risk of not letting other people or dominating and not letting other people, I know everybody wants to contribute, but Bernard, do you have that video? Because the thing is that at the risk of being looked like Nikama Azimio, from what the guy was saying, looked like Nikama Azimio ndio wali agitate anything. There's a, if you've watched that video or if you have it, I know you normally have them, where Azimio guys are standing on one side of the road, the other side is UDA guys standing, and then there's all blue, the Kenyan cops, Makarao, wamesimama hapo katikati. If you can get that video, if you don't have it, let me go find it. I send it to you so that, because it's looking like Azimio did anything to agitate whatever. It was the Azimio guys that did it. Ilikuwa ni the two sides, and the UDA guys, the Kenya Kwanza, they're the ones that tried, but they were overwhelmed because you don't go to Jacaranda or Kibera and bring that nonsense there. You will be served your plate very well. Those are places that you don't go do those things. And they were overwhelmed. That's why waligongwa. Hakuna mtu Azimio aligongwa. Ando walichokoza. Na ukichokoza utapatikana.
You find that video. I told you people my experience. After swearing in Baba and Uhuru Park, we were walking. I was among my team. Me, I thought ni sisi watu tumemaliza kazi yetu tunaelekea nyumbani. Then we made the Mongiki team, the Nairobi business community. And they tried something. Sasa tumepita Kencom. Sasa tunaingia hapo hiyo njia na kuanga we are joining Ronald Ngala. Okay? Then the Nairobi community were coming along Ronald Ngala. So wakatupa jiwe moja. I saw stones moving like bats. You see the way bats fly in a pattern. Mawe zimepangana na zinafuata systematically. As if they have been shot from the same gun. Na zimepangana na zinaenda in a pattern. Nikaona hapa ni kwingine. Then how the Nairobi community disappeared in the street, we never know. Then the police now wakatupa ni tear gas hapo katikati. Sasa simawe yanapanda hivi. Alafu tear gas hapo pap. We got ourselves in those kiosks. Unachukuanga maji ukilipia na umeenda, hakuna change. Unalipa unachukua maji umeenda kujitibu. So you don't play Nairobi politics without good strategy. Usifikirie utakuja kutisha mtu hapa. Hakuna mtu anatishwanga Nairobi. Hakuna. Kisiasa na hata kiinjili. If you want to get in the hearts of Nairobians, you persuade them. You don't come to show them anything. So kama Koriri amekuwa hapa miaka 5 na hajajifunza, yeye anapaswa kurudi shule. Ajoin Sakaja. Free education inafunguliwa na baba from August. So mtu arudi shule ajifunze tena. Hakuna mambo mengine. Bwana Nick, you are not on camera. If you are not on camera, tuwezi kuongeza wewe kwa screen. Our quality of the video must be retained. That everybody must be on camera. That's our law. So kama unataka kujificha, unakaa huko kwa comments, huko ndio unaweza kujificha, alafu you make your comments, make your submission from there. Lakini kama lazima ukue kwa studio, your camera must be on tukuone, ili ukituongelesha tujue nani anatuongelesha. Sawa sawa. So Stanford has spoken. MC ameongea mapema. Have you spoken?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Ndio nimeingia lakini nimechelewa kidogo. Unanipata?
Okay, haujafanya submission ndio unaingia saa hii?
Ndio nimeingia saa hii lakini bado nimesikiza but I can make some few comments.
Okay, just one moment. Kuna wale watu walisema wanataka kutoa sadaka. Nimepeana namba ya kutoa sadaka. Mnaweza kutoa sadaka wale wanataka kutoa sadaka. Sawa. Thank you. Aya. Mapema endelea.
Yeah, so kuna baadhi ya vitu ambazo watu wanajaribu kufanya yenye sisi tunashangaa. Unajua hauwezi enda Jakaranda na uanzishe vita expect tutatoroka watu wa Azimio. Hatujazoea hiyo. And yes, hatujazoea, that's a fact. So chenye kimefanyika leo, mimi ninasema kwamba ni watu wenyewe wameleta na wakajitibu, tukawatibu, na sisi vile tu ninasemanga kila siku ni kwamba wameanzisha hiki makusudi, na hiyo ndio tunajuanga zaidi. And I think tulikuwa pale ukichukua hizo video, hata wewe uko na kichwa ngumu wewe Bernard, uko na kichwa ngumu, mawe inakuja kama 500 lakini bado uko tu pale seti. So mimi kitu tunajaribu kusema, Ruto anajaribu tu kucreate ile mambo ya baba yenye ilikuwa inafanyika, lakini sasa hivi tulishahama hapo, sisi ni amani tuko nayo. Na I think walikuwa wanajaribu tu deal ndio tusiangalie hata mambo ya Sakaja vile ilikuwa ikienda. Ukiangalia Sakaja leo wamepilia hiyo mbali kesi yao, lakini tunajua ni nini inaendelea na tunajua vile tutadeal nayo. But kwa hiyo mambo na mawe, mimi kitu tu nitaambia hawa jamaa wa Ruto, walikuwa wanajirusha mawe. kwa sababu kama kuna wale tulikuwa kwenye TV tuliangalia, kuna baadhi ya mawe yes, kuna ile baadhi ya mawe yenye walikuwa nakuja kutoka kwao wao wenyewe, so walikuwa wanajirusha mawe, akakamraise kakajifanya kanajua nako kakaoshwa kama kawaida. But kitu tu sisi tunasema kama watu Azimio, saizi hatuna nafasi ya kurusha mawe. Saizi nguvu imebaki ni nguvu ya kusubiri baba aapishwe tusherekee, lakini saizi mambo na mawe, tafadhali please, hatuna hiyo nafasi. Lakini wakileta watapata. That's why Joho kila siku anasemanga wakileta noma tutashusha noma. So kama wanadhani wakikuja na hizo ndio waangalia mambo ni mambo na kujirusha chini ama waanze kurusha mawe, hiyo nayo hatuko hapo. Saizi tafadhali watupatie amani. That's all uliona. Mimi ninashangaa sana na wajamaa Ruto. Mtu utoke kanisani uende vita. Unajua kuna vitu zingine mimi hata nashangaanga. Unatoka church umesema umeombewa, sijui hata ni nini. Wewe umetoka kanisani na unaenda vita. Unajua kuna vitu zingine mimi hata nashindwa kuelewa huyu jamaa. Ametoka church vizuri sana na anaenda vita kurusha watu mawe. In fact hata watu ambao ni werevu kichwa tunajaribu tu kusoma huyu jamaa, tunaangalia penye anajaribu kupeleka Wakenya na vitu anajaribu kufanya. Kwa wasee wangu wa Jakaranda ambao mlikuwa pale, big up, najua mlifanya amani, ila haikuwa mawe ya vijana wetu, hapana. Mawe ya vijana yetu kwanza tungeanza na maaskari, lakini ukiona kwamba hatujaanza na maaskari, jua hiyo haikuwa mawe yetu, ilikuwa ni wao tu walikuwa wanajaribu kurusha, ndio wa create hiyo sympathy votes kwamba tumeenda Jakaranda tumepigwa na mawe, lakini hiyo pia najaribu tu kusema kwamba hiyo haikuwa yetu, na wakihitaji yetu wajipange tu vizuri na watuambie. Na Tubabu Wino nitasema kwamba pole, kwa sababu alikuwa amepatiwa uwanja afanye mkutano wake, lakini akahimiza tu mafans wake ama mashabiki wake kwamba waache, at least next time wapewe hiyo nafasi. So mimi tu kitu najaribu kusema nikimalizia ni kwamba tuko seti, na Nairobi huwezi kuja kienyeji. Kuna wenye mji bana, kuna wenye mji na wanajulikana. Huwezi tu ingia kienyeji na uanze kufanya vitu zako unafikiria vile umefanya. So saa hizi tukiangalia wanajaribu kutupigia picha magari kwamba magari zimepigwa mawe, sijui nini imekuwa nini, sijui nini imejileta na nini, but hizo vitu zote tunajua tu ni stage management zenye ilikuwa anajaribu kuangalia kuweka ndio onekane kwamba wamevamiwa. At that one tunasema kwamba we will not allow that. Na tunajua kwamba PS CS Matiang'i ameangalia maneno, tunahitaji waangalie maneno kwa makini zaidi. Hatutaki kupakwa matope sahi. Azimio tuko na amani na tunajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu, uchaguzi wetu umekuwa wa amani. So hizi mikutano kidogo kidogo ambayo huwa imeelekezwa na hasa maaskari wetu wamesema kwamba tafadhali hii mkutano isimame. Tafadhali tunaomba kwamba iwe inasimama, kwa sababu hatutaki mtu kutiekea kiegezo kwamba watu Azimio ndio wamefanya hii. Ukiangalia vitu zenye Ruto alikuwa akiongea kwa mkutano wake, mimi hata ninashindwa kumuelewa. Anasema anajibu Raila. Raila alikuwa kanisani, vitu zake walikuwa na prezo pale, kama mmewaona pale kwa Akorino. Walikuwa na shughuli zao, hata hakuwa na habari. Lakini wanajaribu kusema kwamba Raila sijui amefanya nini. My friend, kama miti imeteleza tu akubali polepole, story ziishe. Sitaki kukuwa na mambo mengi, wacha niendelee kufuatilia tukiangalia, but that's what I can comment for now. Thank you Mr. Bernard. I'm done, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Let's get this video before we move on.
Bernard, ambia Wekesa atoe kofia, tutolee kofia kwa screen.
Wekesa ndio amekuja kuanza kumsomea ile atakufungia.
Si ati atoe kofia.
Haya, Bwana Wekesa. How are you?
I'm good.
Uh-huh. Are you the one who arranged this violence?
Violence, was there any violence? That, according to Nairobi, that's not violence.
That is greeting.
My friend, Nairobi useme hiyo ni violence, muache utoto.
Hiyo ni kalongolongo.
I don't know why they are crying. I wish they watch the Baba's video from Baba while you are away, from JKUAT to Baka, JKIA up to Uhuru Park. They will not talk. Huwa anasema wakati unagonjeka na homa unafikiria utakufa, ukifika hospitali mtu hana mguu na anaongea, unanyamaza, hata unasema urudishwe nyumbani, haukuwa mgonjwa. So that was not violence. That was not even tear gas. That was it was too small. Haikuwa inaonekana. I haven't seen the violence. I haven't if it was violence, then it was recruits, people who are being trained to do this thing. And it's less than 2 months, so it means they will hawatashika training vizuri. So waache kulia. I like the response of Baba. I think do you have that tweet yenye Baba alirespond to jamaa wetu huyu wa kulialia. Let me see if I have it. Yeah, he said this. Mr. 6 months, for how long will you blame everyone for everything that befalls you? It is not okay to be rudderless, clueless, and planless. This country is slowly overcoming fraudsters and shortcuts that define your politics. Maliza uende. There is no room for sympathy votes. Underline, put it in italics, and put it in bold. Maliza uende. There is no room for sympathy votes. The last statement is speaking about Jacaranda. There's no room for sympathy votes. This guy stage managed the whole thing. Let me tell you, I saw two photos. One, a photo of the aspirant of UDA Mreithi, huyo mwenye ananitubianga message kila siku ni attend rally zake, thinking that I'm still a voter in that constituency. So alikuwa ako na damu na amefungwa bandage on the head. So that I don't know how to classify that injury, but that was a serious one. Angekuwa
alikuwa amevalishwa t-shirt hata ikuwa bandage.
Wait first, I'm just making a case. And then angefaa kuwa emergency section kwa hospital. Then all of a sudden I see him holding the mic and addressing the rally. I realize huyu amejimwakia tu red wine and he just wants to create some sympathy. So the whole thing was a choreograph to bring him to bring him actually on the stage, because he has tried to to surface and be a competitor to Babu Owino, but he can't be seen. He's at even the news can't capture him. So they have been looking for a way to bring him on the stage. That's one. So they wanted to bring Mreithi on the stage. Two, they wanted to divert attention to issue as Sakaja. They even didn't know how it will go. Yeah, so they wanted to divert their attention and also create a sympathy that Sakaja is very popular, but someone doesn't want him to be on the ballot. And three, also it's about Ruto himself trying to endear himself to Nairobi politics, but he should be told that as much as we have many hustlers in Nairobi, ajue Nairobi hustlers are hardcore, wamepitia rough time. So when you show them some sympathy on small things, they wonder whether you can stand and defend them because they go through hard stuff. So that was not to the scale of Nairobians who have endured hardships and they know what it means to be sympathized. Nairobi hawata kuhurumia. Ask people who have been in Nairobi, kina Fred Gumo, how they have been managing. Ask Simba Aradi why the Wazees are crying in Kisii. It's because he has been trained in Nairobi and he's a hardcore. So even the Chris Obura and Ongeri just started shrinking back because this one has been trained in the right ground. So for Sakaja's baptism into Nairobi politics, I think it's still far. Hajafikia hiyo scale. Maybe angejaribu na MCA kwanza because ameshindwa hata na ile ya hata hangeweza Senate. Saizi angeenda na Sifuna bado angebwakwa. But one thing I want to say is this. How do we understand Sakaja? Sakaja leo Mdavadi anatuambia ni kama wanataka kutoa Mluya wetu. Sakaja amekana jina ya Kikale. But Sakaja, we don't know him as a Luya. Sakaja ndio hiyo alitoroka degree yake ya actuarial na ndio hiyo hata ya Uganda imemkataa. Some even argue that he has a relation, he's related to Uganda, so we don't know exactly who he is. And sometimes when your life is shrouded in mystery, we don't want to make you a leader. We don't know the future of this country. We don't know what you stand for. We may give you leadership and later discover that you are a brother to the two Arameans, and you use your position to to endanger this country. So you have to really. There is a reason why the Constitution asks you to be definite when you are running for any particular seat. You must be a Kenyan. You must be like this. So all those definitions helps people to understand you, and therefore when they give you leadership, they are not insecure. You might not sell us to any of the strangers. So I think for me, your drama. Now they are celebrating because the tribunal hates. Of course, it has its own limitations. There are things beyond them. It's ultra-vires in law, or it's beyond their jurisdiction. So they have left the courts and other arms to deal with that case. One, they said that if he had been convicted anywhere, then they stand to disqualify him. So maybe if the CUE disqualifies him or revokes his decree, that becomes a different conversation. But for me, even that is not my focus. Sakaja is beatable on the ballot. Hata wasisumbukana naye, walete yeye anyorosho aende nyumbani. Kama courts wata sanctify him. Kama courts wants to sanitize him, waachie wananchi, tutanyorosha yeye aende nyumbani. Wacha nisimamie hapo.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Wekesa. Let me respond to somebody on the comment section. There is somebody called Deputy Mokaya. He say, if Bernard, you are a pastor and you are supporting violence, then I assure you, you will not see heaven. I assure you.
And Bernard, umenikumbusha, you will give me 1 minute to respond to that rally, that ilikuwa Roysambu ama ni okay, malizana na wewe jamaa kwanza.
Yeah, Jacaranda.
Roysambu, today it was a drama. Did you see that?
Okay,
during the process of worship.
Let me finish this with this Mokaya.
Yes.
Mokaya, to see heaven is not based on your proximity to violence. Okay? To see heaven is all depends on you and Jesus. If you receive Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you will see heaven. If you reject him, it doesn't matter even if you don't violate anything or do anything wrong, you will still not make it. This is what I'm saying. I'm not in support of violence, but I'm just analyzing situations the way they are. When Jesus got to the temple and he found they are abusing the temple, the house of God is meant for prayer, they have turned it into marketplace. They are buying and selling. What did he do? The Bible says he overturned the tables. That looks to me like violence. Eh? He took a stroke and beat them and drove them out. That sounds to me like violence. Okay? Until the leaders of the temple came and say, who gives you the authority to do what you are doing? So hii Ukristo, hii mnasema Ukristo ni kunyamaza, ukanyagwe huku unakeuza, ukikanyagwa huku unakeuza. That is not what the Bible teaches. And before you begin to bring up matters, go and learn more and understand for yourself. I am not in the league of those pastors you will come and use the scripture to intimidate. Pastorship is not by votes. It's not by human approval. It's not by anybody's support or failure to support. It has everything to do with divine election, which is determined before the foundation of the world. So you need to learn. You need to learn. So kuja church ujifunze jinsi ya kuelewa neno la Mungu na kuishi na watu. There is a difference between human beings and how they respond on issues and what you will do and to get what response from which kind of people. That is all we are talking about here. So kama unataka kwenda mbinguni, mpokee Yesu. Kama unataka kupiga siasa, jifunze tena. Lakini sio masuala ya kwenda mbinguni ama kutokwenda mbinguni. And being a pastor also does not take people to heaven. You can be a prophet and go to hell. You can be a pastor, go to hell. You can be an evangelist, go to hell. You can be a prophet and go to hell, because all those things don't qualify you to go to heaven. The only ticket to go to heaven is whether you receive Jesus as your Lord and Savior or not. Full stop. So ukiona kwamba mtu ni pastor, kwa hivyo ataenda mbinguni kwa sababu ni pastor, it seems you did not do your catechism properly. You don't understand the basics of the doctrine of Christ. And so, enda Sunday school. Thank you. Wekesa, nimemalizana na huyo. Kama ana swala unitafute. Namba yangu nimepeana hapo nje.
So I just wanted to comment in 30 seconds about what was happening in Roysambu. I think we are taking it too far, and politics may destroy our pulpits. In the process of worshiping, I even thought it was a time ya matangazo. That could be a different conversation. In the process of worshiping, displaying the campaign posters. So one would wonder, what is your object of worship? What were you worshiping? Because we will relate to what we're singing to what we are seeing. Kama mimi naimba Bernard, kama mimi naimba juu ya Bwana na I'm looking seductively to my husband, so ni Bwana wa mbinguni ama ni Bwana ule ako mbele yangu? So you have to, there's a way people got message, by the way. So I think it was not proper. Let there be the right object of worship when people are worshiping. People need to concentrate. Yeah.
There is just a moment, Wekesa. There is a message I want to recommend for anybody who is interested. There is a teaching by Robinson Mokoa. Robinson Mokoa is the CEO, the proprietor of Maono Prayer Center. He has a message on YouTube called Pulpit Hygiene or Pulpit Hygiene. I recommend it. Look for it and listen to it. It's a video. It discusses the purpose of the pulpit, what should be on the pulpit, what should not be allowed on the pulpit, and all that. There's something very wrong with our .com pastors who want to worship politicians and claim that they are doing it in Jesus' name. Jesus did not do that, and anybody doing that is doing the wrong thing. Somebody sent me that small clip. That is all wrong. There is no reason anywhere in the Bible or anywhere why a politician's picture should be on the front of the screen of the church during worship or during whatsoever time. Even announcement. There is no bearing between political rally being announced in a church and church crusade. They don't go together. So it is point blank. It's either witchcraft or human worship, which they are doing. And if they went there so that they be bewitched or they be empowered to win an election, they have invited God for war. You don't fight God and succeed. And so now that they have gone and taken God's space and removed God on the other side so that they can be seen, it is over. It is over. You don't need a prophetic eye to see that. It is over. When you cannot humble yourself and let God be seen in your life, you are competing with God's attention in God's people's eyes. You are in trouble. I finish it there. Wekesa, you can continue.
Yeah, and then another thing I wanted, hebu sikiza huyu jamaa kidogo tu, my brother from the other side.
Kwamba sisi watu wa Kenya kwanza, nia yetu si kutumia vijana vibaya, na nia yetu sio kuleta fujo katika Kenya, na nia yetu sio kuharibu uchaguzi ambao unakuja wa tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Mimi nataka niulize wale watu wa NCIC wakiongozwa na Reverend Kobia, you should investigate who is responsible for using these young boys here to throw stones. Wewe usituambie unatoa jina la hakupangwingwi, ati unatoa jina fulani, unatoa neno fulani. That is not your role. This now is your role. Can you find out, Reverend Kobia, who are these people who want to destroy the election of this country? That is your role. Secondly, kwa kisheria, IEBC inaweza kudisqualify a candidate who is responsible for violence. I am standing here and calling on the chairman of IEBC and all the commissioners. This is the time to show your hand, to enforce the law, so that we do not have a violent election. Discover, investigate who is responsible for the violence, and that person should be disqualified, because Kenyans want a peaceful election. Tunakubaliana hapo? Tunakubaliana hapo? Tunakubaliana? Sisi tunauliza maswali kama Kenya Kwanza. Tunauliza waziri Yatani, mbona?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm just moving that motion. People will discuss. Quickly, 3 things come out from that video. Kwanza, ukiangalia background ya that video, there are no people. Jacaranda, these guys cannot feel it. Jacaranda is too big for them, and so they just tried. Hata ukiangalia hizo videos, how they focus. This is a way they focus on a concentrated area, and you think they have watu wengi, but hawakuwa na watu. 2, Msalem Davadi brings out 2 things. They are the guys who deliberate. For the first time, we were rude about our own institutions. And I see when they brought out the names and the words which are considered to be, they can cause a lot of havoc in this nation. These guys, the following day, their presidential candidate said hatupangwingwi. Akasema tena atajua hawajui. He repeated all the words that they had prohibited. So in other words, they were telling them, you guys, you cannot tell us anything. We are above the law. So why go back and cry to them? Bena, tumeipitana na mtu kwa njia, umemwambia hii mahindi umefunga kwa baiskeli imekaa vibaya, anakuambia wewe achana na mimi. Anaenda 4 meters na baiskeli inaanguka, anakuambia nisaidie kurudisha. Pitana na yeye hata usimwangalie, because he ignored your advice. This is what these guys are doing. When the NC was setting out the rules, wangesema now, let's maybe if we want to help this NIC work well, maybe here wafanya hapa hivi hapa hivi. Now they disqualify everything else they have done wrong, but they expect now the NIC to enforce anything else that is against them. Their double speak is not going to take them anywhere. They have failed the test. Yeah, so I think people can contribute on that, because I think we are rearing a very ugly face towards the election. And the last thing is, I heard the bishop say that they urge Kenyans not to vote for immoral people, corrupt people. That is Catholic bishops, and we applaud that. And we enforce that message. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The chicken are coming home to roost, but it appears to me that Kenya Kwanza only values the law that defends them, and they value the law that incriminates them. They despise it, so they keep shifting from one goalpost to another. When we want to straighten out things, they say no. Or want to change the constitution to create natural, say no. We cannot touch the constitution. But now, when they want to be defended, they will revert and say we do it that way. For my DVD and team, it is crying season. Na ni huu ni mwanzo tu, ngoma haijaanza. Ngoma watu watalia hii Nairobi. Wacha tu. Kabla nipeane kwa wale wameongea, watu nataka wa kwanza. Robi, umeongea? Robi, did you make your submission? Robi, speak up. Okay, Robi, you seem to have a problem with your audio. We can't hear you. Okay, organizer, rectify that.
Kama kona issue ya nini hiyo.
Kama kona umeweka earphone toa.
Who are going to be president and deputy president, you cannot have your cake and eat it. You cannot say that when it comes to looking for presidential votes, you are Kenya Kwanza. And by then you come now to other things, now you become now UDA. That is conmanship. But I'm just saying we don't get the quality time, and the pecking order is so distorted in such a way that even our ranking, is reduced. And then even now talking about Kiambu County, you wonder, with all due respect, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, he was in Jubilee. By the way, he still occupies the office. If you go to his office today, it is still the office of the Chief Whip of the Senate. Yeah? And I'm not saying that there are those who came in the morning and the afternoon. But for all intents and purposes, we made some contribution. I'm expecting to speak the way I'm speaking when we go in front of the meetings of the Iranians. When Rigathi was named at Karen, and I said my choice for running mate was J.B. Muturi. And I had my own reasons.
Sorry for that. Anyway, I had only 3 videos and I took advantage of Mike hakuwa anaongea.
Sasa, Mama Selina, your hand is up.
Yes, Pena, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Niseme kidogo, nataka nipeleke watu dina. Okay, yeah. Unajua shida moja Penat, UDA, they had never experienced. Walikuwa napigiwa makofi, wananunua watu, wanajaza kiwanja. Walifikiria that is how it will be. Now wanakuwa shock ya kwamba hata pesa yao haifanyi kazi. So they are crying babies, na ukweli watu watalia. Hii tulikubaliana mwezi wa 6, mwezi wa 7 mambo kimeumana. And then again Pena, wanataka nani akuwe disqualified? Ni wenyewe, because hawa ndio ukilete uchokozi kwa boma ya mtu Pena, even though there was one brother here, Stafford alisema is not supporting. I wanted to tell him, nikikuja kwako, because Nairobi, yes, it is for everybody. Na kama ulikuwa umesikia ile mkutano wao watu ya asubuhi walikuwa nasema, wale wanaitwa bunge la mwananchi, waliongea vizuri, wakasema yes, polisi wamekuja, lakini sisi tutaondoka, wafanye mkutano yao na warudi kesho yake. Lakini ukiangalia walitaka kuleta uchokozi. You know these people, vile walienda Kibera, walienda Kondele one time in Kisumu, walipanga. So even this one, wanataka kusema watu ya kurusha mawe, wanatafuta kitu ya kusema juu ya baba. If you see that group and crowd, I believe the most Azimio people left. Hii ingine ni wenyewe walijua, kwa sababu wanatafuta sympathy. Kwa nini Mutavati leo anasema watu wachunguzwe? Hawa ni raia, but atukubali hiyo violence. Ona mkutano ile walikuwa naye kanisa yao, ona ya baba ya Akorino, they never talk about mother, ama they never talk about baba. Waliendelea na mambo yao mpaka wakati Uhuru wamefika, na wakasema tunakuja kusema asante kwa serikali ya Uhuru kwa sababu anaenda nyumbani. But transition ya 100 years ya Akorino, na kuna transition ya another election coming. So uliona they were very clever. Hawakuingiza mambo ya baba na mama kwa kanisa, but wakati Uhuru alichukua nafasi, akawauliza, kama mnaweza kunikubalia niite Mother Karua awasalamie. Twice the crowd say yes. Wakati Mother Karua amesimama kwa ample, akaongea pia na akawaambia hawa Wakorino, nimekuja na running mate wangu, na kwa sababu nimekuja na yeye, siwezi nena akiwa hapa ndugu yangu Uhuru Kenyatta kama president na baba Raila Amolo Odinga. So it was in a humble way ya kwamba uwezi kuja lazimisha kuintroduce ama kusema sisi Azimio. Hata Ngilu, naona nyinyi hata hamjaona, hata Mama Charity Ngilu was there. Wote walikuwa wamefungwa kitambaa kwa sababu kanisa ya Akorino wawezi ruhusu wamama waingie kanisa bila kufunga hiyo kitambaa. So ukiona hiyo heshima, walisema Bishop, tunaombea nchi yetu na tunataka viongozi wa heshima, na wakasema kwa akili yao tunapika corruption. Hawakutoka hapo Penat kutuambia tunajua baba na mama wanaingia. No, walisema Mwenyezi Mungu anajua, but the will of the people, the will ya Akorino, kwa sababu wametetea nchi yetu ya Kenya, wanataka kuchagua viongozi wa heshima na viongozi yenye watapigania watapiga corruption, which means mama na baba, they were the right people, na Uhuru alikuja kwa kunyenyekea kuwaombea kura. So hii watu ya Kenya kwisha wanastem, hata deputy president ile maongeo aliongea, you want to be the president of this country, unanyenyekea Penat, hata kama watu unajua unanyenyekea hata kidogo, one day watu wajue. Lakini kama kasi yako ni moto moto moto, who will you elect? Hiyo mtu atamaliza nchi in one day. Thank you Bernard, nitakuwa nasikiza, nitakuwa behind the curtain underground, nitasikiza kwa simu, but nikirudi I will be back. So thank you so much, wacha nisikize kwa simu and then niko na nyinyi. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tumlete Mike moja kwa moja.
Thank you, Bernard, and I'm always happy to hear from Mom Celine. Bernard, mambo ya Mungu sio mambo ya kuchezea. I'm a Christian and I tremble when people play and joke with God, because his wrath is terrible. He can, he's called a jealous God, and he's also called a loving God. He protects his territory very, very viciously. You remember a year ago, a bishop who stood in front of a church and told his members that Raila will not see 2021. And God forbid that bishop is dead. He died before 2021. God has a way of managing people who mock him and who use his word in vain. I don't want to dwell on that, but I quickly want to go to the issues of the day, Bernard. I'm happy with the way IEBC has resolved the issue. And some of you will wonder why I'm saying that. Because technically, IEBC was being set up for embarrassment. IEBC as an institution does not have the capacity or the instrument to validate any document in this country. Even an ordinary ID, it is not IEBC that can validate a certificate or any instrument issued by any agency. There are specific institution and agency that validate documents. And for IEBC to distance themselves from making that decision, they opened an opportunity for the rightful institution to take up the matter and deal with them accordingly. And when that is done, there will be no recourse, there will be no appeal in court. But the way things were, IEBC would have taken up a role that is beyond their mandate, and they would easily have been disqualified in a court of law. I'm also conscious about what other institutions are asking in validating or confirming whether somebody has a degree. And I want them to be very careful, Bernard, especially CUE. Having a graduation gown is not a guarantee that you have a degree, or having a photograph of having attended a graduation wedding gown is not a guarantee that you have a degree. And that can be argued in a court of law, Bernard. So I would want them to narrow down to very specifics. Like if you are in Kenya and you are you are doing online courses in Uganda, you basically just need to pay school fees through a payment system. I don't think Sakaja will say he was sending somebody to carry cash to go and deposit. I think that would be taking us for a ride. So there must be a trail of payment, and we are in a digital platform. It can be retrieved. The same speed with which the Ugandan university responded to over 10 correspondents in 1 hour. I'm sure they'll be able to produce those receipts in 1 hour that they have been asked for, because they have set a standard, they have set precedent that they are very efficient people to produce whatever information they asked for. So I don't think that will be a problem. But that's not the issue. Even if all the offices give a nod that Sakaja has passed all the requisite requirements, Sakaja's case is already been determined in the court of public opinion. I think Kenyans know more than what they are being told, and they are intelligent enough to read beyond what they are being told. So the court of public opinion has already made a decision, regardless of which side the decision is made. I think that is already a closed chapter. The issue I have said, Bernard, I don't want to dwell on the church issues because to me they're always very sensitive. Lest a thunder hits me even in my bedroom. Those joking with God will. I told you, Bernard, yesterday, and I don't know whether you remember, I said Uhuru has very many other cards to play. Some he'll play directly, some behind the scenes, and you've seen today what he has done. And he said in vernacular today that there are things I'll tell you when we go back home. So you can be sure that there is a period within which he's going to meet his people, not in a political gathering in the conventional way we expect. He will be launching projects that one he started. And as he does that, he'll be telling people what he thinks about Kenya and how he wants to live it. He's going to be more statesman, more philosophical. He's going to talk in parables more as an elder. I think he's smartened enough. He's going to speak in a language that will come out as that of a wise man. He has come out of the aggressive and the primitive way we see Yuda people talking, calling people a Levi, Waganga. You will not see that in Uhuru going forward. He's going to be very philosophical. He's going to be statesmanship. He's going to speak in parables, and the people in the mountain in his language will know what he means without even mentioning names and people. So I want to leave it at that, Bernard. Thank you for the opportunity. I was on the other side trying to deconstruct my brother Duke, who was saying Raila is not the face of devolution or multipartism. And he has humbly accepted that he is. So I'm happy with what I've done on the other side. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Mike. We appreciate it. Kesa, go ahead. And
just one brief concern with Mike. Mike, why do you think the CUE was listing those things? In other words, don't you think it was just looking, even if I know it's not all the things that are required, but at least you show one thing, even just to prove that you are there. But if you have all those things you have not produced, that is where the concern is coming from. If you cannot trace your admission, if you cannot you don't have a photo, if you don't, even the basic things, in other words, they are even disqualifying on a basic thing. Even the basic things that cannot determine that someone has a degree, you don't have. So what else do you have that convinces us? Before even we move a notch higher, we're beginning on the basic. I think that was the conversation that they are trying even to bring in the public, that look, guys, Sakaja, even the basic things, he doesn't have.
I agree with you, Ekesa. I agree with you, Ekesa, and that's why I'm saying a decision has already been made in the court of the public, and that's why CU wanted to take the discussion. They have presented the issues that are very glaring to the public for the public to make a decision. And I agree with you, even if it doesn't stand in a court of law, in the court of public opinion, we have already made a decision and a judgment that indeed you could not have gone to college and you don't know your lecturer, you don't know even the subject you took, you don't have an admission letter, you don't have anything, even the very most. A graduation is one of the most prestigious moment one would be very proud of to keep records of. And especially if it is 4 years ago. People like Raila and professors who are 70 years old can produce for you pictures they took in the 70s in black and white. You are in a digital world, and in 2015 you are working in money. You could have even taken a chopper and graduated and flown back if money was not an issue. You have told us you are a phone call away from Uhuru. Uhuru would have hired a chopper for you since you are the chairman of TNA at that time. So I don't think Kenyans, like I said, Wekesa are stupid not to read beyond what CU has told us. It has given us the grounds for which we can make our own assessment. And the grounds are very clear that Sakaja does not meet any of them. Thank you.
Thank you. As I bring in Stephen, he has a question. I also wanted, I think this question we are asking for the sake of the public so that they understand the people we are dealing with. If Mike, you invite me to your wedding, and all along, I knew you were fiancé, isn't it? So I'm coming to your wedding expecting you are going to marry, maybe she's called Mary. When I reach in the church, I realize Mary is not there. The person who shows up is Akinyi or someone, some different person. So even if you tell me that yes, you have met all the requirements to marry Akinyi, what comes in my mind? Because all along I've been your friend and I knew your friend is Mary, and I know Mary is the one you are marrying. Even when I came to the wedding, I came with a gift knowing I'm going to present to Mike and Mary. Then all of a sudden I meet Mike is marrying Akinyi.
Wekesa, you have
So
just brought up the
all
other issue.
along, where did we lose the actuarial science degree? That is that is what I'm trying to ask.
And because I've gone through YouTube channels of all interviews that Sakaja has had, including the most recent in the late 2021 with Churchill. And he proudly talks of actuarials at the University of Nairobi with that Queen's English accent. And there's no record of any mention of Uganda in his conversation in the last 5 years. We cannot, it is by law you don't have to say it, but somehow it should slip out of your tongue, just even by accident. But that has not happened, and I can only say one thing, and it's the obvious thing that Sakaja is a fraud. I don't have another description.
Okay, Steve, ask your question.
Yes, Wekesa, jambo. Okay,
Jambo,
I wanted to ask you a question concerning on what Davide was saying. He's telling us some people should be investigated and be disqualified. So who does he have in mind? Who is in mind that is supposed to be investigated and be disqualified? Because one, the same people who are, like you say, the same people who were telling us NSIC was not mandated to do some duties is now valid to do some duties. You see, like you say, the double speak in them was just stinking. The other thing is, I didn't see, the logic that behind what you said, that Muraidi was just trying to get some limelight. How do you have that big injury in your head and you go ahead and start jumping around? Surely, kwana amemwaga maji si damu kwa kichwa. These people should stop these theatrics. Hii michezo wako nayo haitawapatia kura. Wacha watuambie sera zao ni gani, tutawachagua na tutajua kitu tutafanya. Lakini hii michezo wako nayo ni michezo wanataka kuchoma hii nchi, because they are going to bring confrontations from both ends. If they have youth, we also have youth on our side, So hii michezo, going forward, I think this type of theatrics are supposed to be investigated by the DCI. Those who are found guilty should be jailed. Should not be disqualified. They should be jailed, because you don't come out with a big bandage on your head and you start running up and down. making people think you are injured. Kumbe ni michezo mnatuletea behind the camera. Nimemalizia hapo Kesa, thank you.
Yeah, let me respond to you. Ask me a question. I think Mudavadi was asking both a rhetorical question. Just, you know, most of the time in politics is an equalization. That wanasema tumekosa, hata waje tuonyeshe hawa wamekosa. The reason they have always been talking about Kemsa is to make it look like both sides are corrupt. So what they are trying to bring out, and that's why even DB Ruto came out with a diversion of your degree mmeangalia. They want, when you create one of the principles of also 48 laws of power is sometimes people create confusion. When you create confusion, the public doesn't know what who is who, so they cannot even differentiate who is right and who is wrong. And in the process, even they haven't you had most people reach a very silly conclusion that everybody is corrupt. All politicians are the same. All that is what they want. When you reach at that level where everybody is the same, so they want now to tell you that. So there's no difference between you choosing Raila and Ruto, for example. So nobody should persuade you. Nobody should persuade you to choose. What do you want to say?
Nasema ama Mudavadi anataka Raila awe disqualified. Does he know that when Raila is disqualified there's not going to be an election in Kenya? Hajui hiyo.
Yeah, but in his context today, he was focused on more on Embakasi. So they were saying, I heard him clearly. He was talking about Babowino to be disqualified because he has created violence. And most of the time when people cry the loudest, kwa matanga, wanakuanga wachawi. Those who come early and cry the loudest, they can be responsible for the death of that person. So this guy can plan a script and they make noise so that they want to win sympathy. But at the end of the day, we look, was there even violence in the first place? This was a mere drama that was choreographed by some people to bring out a certain image, and maybe it didn't succeed the way they wanted it. Yeah, so I think for me that is how I saw it. People may have a different perspective. Bernard has left, and I think who has not contributed, so that I see how we take off. So all of us haven't. Oh, okay, Mike has contributed. So the first line has contributed. I think now I'm picking from Moriah, Wahama, Jakendube, in that order.
Should I go first?
Yeah, Morias.
Nyolara.
Morias.
Nyolara, sio Morias. Okay.
No, he's called Amorias, ndio nasema ende first.
Yeah, okay, sir.
So, habari zeni wazee, leo madamu wako hapa leo? Wako busy. So,
tuko
nashukuru. Sio naona sasa Selina. Sasa unajua hii tulisema hii serikali lazima tukubali. Tumekubali. Lazima
gangari.
Tuko gangari kabisa, hata ndio hiyo. Nashukuru sana kwa wote wale wanatusikiza kwa panel ya kina Alex ya huko siku hizi. Leo unajua amepumzika. So, jani mshikilie mambo ya kisi kidogo leo hapa. Kulingana na mada ya leo, unajua kila kitu mtu hawezi kuja kwako afanye kitu ufikirie ndio alikustukia. Anakujanga mapema, ana survey area, anajua dirisha iko wapi, ile gate ya nyuma iko namna gani, wewe unakaanga wapi? So hii mambo uliona leo Jacaranda, Jagaza alikuwa huko jana, akaongea na vijana kina Anthony, wote wale vijana leaders, akawapatia soda, ile kikombe ya Kisii wakaonja. Hata leo walikuwa wengine hivyo. Sasa akawapatia hata pesa, wakapigana. Hata ukiona serikali ilikuwa hapo, si ati ilikuwa kwa sababu ya hiyo mkutano, ilikuwa mambo ya previous. So walijua sasa watu kama walipewa hiyo, lazima leo itakuwa baya. Na askari walikuwa vizuri, wanafanya kazi yao, wanaangalia wananchi. So there was no issue. So hawa wazee walifanya mambo na ndio hiyo sasa. But sasa because we cannot do anything. Unaona hata kanisani hapo ndio genesis. Hata siwezi ongea, nasikia kila mtu anaongea vile Wekesa ameona ni hivyo. Kila mtu ameona hivyo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni mkutano ya RC kanisa, na I'm sorry to say that. Sasa hiyo kanisa kama unajua ni hiyo philosophy imekuja saa hii, humanism. Sasa pale saa hii wale kesho yako utasikia wakisema hakuna Mungu. Mungu ni ule ako hai, tunamuona pale kwa portrait. Anaonyeshwa picha kubwa kwa sababu ya pesa. Mfuko iko sawa, 50 billion unaweza fanya kazi, and that's it. So vitu kama hizo sasa ndio hiyo. Hata siwezi ongea, waje tu hata ninyamaze. Hiyo ni mambo kubwa sana. Imestua watu. Imestua watu. Screen, watu wanaomba. Si. Na alafu mkatoa hata picha ya mtu kwa pesa. Kama katiba imetoa picha, how come now? How is it that one is, which one is better now? Anyway. So hapo mambo ya IEBC imefanya vizuri. Hiyo kitu hao hiyo si kazi yao, na wamehand over kwa ile ofisi zile zinafanya kazi, na they are working on it. Ukiona kitu imekubaliwa hivyo, ujue ya kwamba vile wengine wamesema hapo, ukiona umepewa hiyo list, inamaanisha kama ulikuwa umeshapeana one of those things, utakuja kuulizwa kama hii uniform ulifaa na ukuenda ungeshikwa nayo. So those are experts. In case you have all that, you have to prove. So he didn't even give any. So wameambia sasa give us all of this. So if we could have given one of it, that one would be okay. Tell us when you got this. So that's the thing. That's which means you obviously work on it. So let's wait what they will tell us. Even if it's going to be allowed, it's not a problem. Voters are the best. Hiyo ndio kiboko yao. They will know what to do. So mambo ingine na kitu ingine ukitaka kujua. Best yake mzuri anaitwa Junior Karonzo. Uchasikia akiongea, your buddy. He is not saying, you know, if you have something in your world which is not genuine, a friend of yours of the same level who has, you know, he has genuine things, you can't put there. You remove them. Whenever he is there, you remove those things. After he has gone, then we'll put it. Why? He knows. When you see some big mind, they are not talking about it, they know what is going on. So leave it that way. That's how I look at it from my view. And so today, Akorino conference, at least is a milestone. And for the first time to hear they have stayed here for 100 years on the same, you know, and how they have gone through the journey, challenges they have gone, you can see how things are going, and finally they have reached where they have reached, which is good. And Kenya, as Katiba says, cultural and whatever, all the things that people are free to worship. And it was good and supposed to, and there were the Papa and the Mama were there, and that's a good gesture. Already the votes are squared very well on the mountain, wherever they are, Rift Valley, all over they are in Mombasa, anywhere. So you see, this is where the government is going. And that's why you see, you can hear the sound, you can hear to be investigated, you can hear to be disqualified. Why? Because they have seen the heat Hiyo joto ni ile ya nuclear which is very, you cannot survive. Sio mchezo, hiyo ni tsunami. So tsunami ile walikuwa nasema ni laguja. So it was good, and the president put it very clear in a parallel way. He's doing well, and that's more, that word means a lot. It means a lot. It has a lot of energy. It gives people see the way, and that is it. The good leader speaks less, and everything will go well. And we are seeing it. So we thank the president, and he's going to retire very well. We will ask our friend from there, better retire, go refresh, refurbish yourself, come back, and then you do it at some other time. But for now, it will be very tough. That's all what I can advise. Thank you.
So, and then maybe on what you have said in Jacaranda, look at these two photos, and in 20 seconds, tell me what you make of these two photos. Now, that is one. Have you seen those young men ahead of Ruto in black t-shirts and some yellow in front? Huh? Yeah, you have seen them. Huh? Let me put another photo. Now, this is a photo of one of them. So, if those guys were the ones escorting Ruto, now who are stoning the vehicles? We need to understand what is going on. Let me return the first one. That one, have you seen them?
Exactly.
No,
That's what I told you. When this guy was there, yeah, yeah, he was there yesterday. He was there yesterday. They went. That's why I said somebody went before you do something. This is human nature. You cannot go somewhere without knowing what is there. You must have a picture already with you. What will happen if this happens? He has to go and do. That's what he did, and that you can see. And they are, you can't run away from this thing. And
so they stop shouting. Raila was in a Akorino meeting. She should stop shouting. Yeah, and alikuwa hapa angetuambia what happened.
So on the contrast to that, Wekesa, remember this way: 2013, the same election time. He told us someone invaded his home with Masati. He hold a JSU Israel trained guy, and they managed him. How? Can you believe that? And when he was campaigning, he didn't even bother. So when will you believe now? If that day you see that where that person ended, he was arrested, what happened? No one knows. So when will you come to believe now? That is the first thing. If you forget that, then you cannot even understand this. How can one guy with the Mossad, somebody who's trained, who can just fight without the weapon, and then you tell somebody that he went and arrested the Jesus guy, even if he's drunk, you cannot. You cannot. And you enter such a place, how? See, so those are the genesis. Look at that. So from that time, that gentleman, I respect him. And we knew that, but from there, the graph started going down slowly, until where he has reached. So still the same thing. He's a master for that. And that's why I took a PhD in that.
Thank you. Let's have anaitwa Wahana. You're on mute, huh? Unmute and talk. You're on mute, Wahana.
Okay, Wekesa, do you hear me now? Hello?
Hello.
Mnanisikia sasa?
Wahana, not you, remote. Remote, not you.
Kwani tunaongea na nane? Is he Wahana?
Ni mimi umepatia ruhusa, Wekesa ama ni nani?
Wahana.
Okay.
Oh,
Unmute Wahana. Unmute your Wahana.
Hannah, I think he has a problem. I'm trying even to unmute this side. Okay, unfinished before we sort him out.
Okay. Wacha nichangie tu kidogo sababu nataka kwenda kulala. Sababu ya kesho naamka mapema. Tuko na field work ya kuongea na wamama sababu ya baba na mama. Kula zao isianze kuchukuliwa. Mnajua Kiambu saa hii kuko moto. Sababu ya Kuria na Kafogo na mambo ya UDA. Kwa hivyo tunataka kutake that chance. Saa ile wanagombana na sisi tunaenda kuambia wafuasi wao kwetu ni kuzuri kwa Azimio, hakuna vita. So what I would like to say, hiyo mambo ya Jacaranda, ukweli ukiwa na kesi na mtu ama mnashindana pahali, mtu anaweza tumia njia yoyote ili uonekane wewe ni mbaya. Hata kwa koti mkiwa na kesi na mtu, anaweza hata jaribu kukutukana hapo tu kwa mlango ili ajue vile utajibu, ili aende kwa magistrate ainue mkono aseme hata kuna mthreaten. Bila ningetaka kuambia watu wetu wa Azimio, hii ni wakati wetu mzuri sana wa kuini hii kiti yetu, sababu tuko na watu wengi sana wametusupport, wala walikuwa wanakataa baba kitambo. Na tuko na grupu nyingi za Azimio. Kuna wale soldiers kazi yao ni kwenda wakiangalia on the ground kuko anje. Uko na wale watu tunaomba kula. Na kuna wale wana guide kabla baba afike pahali ama mother. Kuna wao tunaweza waita vichero zetu. Kama kuna mambo ilikuwa ina happen on the ground Jacaranda, watu wetu wajaribu sana keep peace. Kwa sababu Ruto anaweza tumia njia yoyote ya kuturudisha kwa ile uchafu tulikuwa tunaambiwa kazi yetu ni kuchukua mawe, ili watu waanze kuogopa. Ati baba akichukua serikali mambo na mjue hiyo, tunajaribu kuondoa hiyo misemo ilikuwa hapo kitambo. Yati tribe fulani ya kina baba itangoa leri, watakataria kwa nyumba. Nyinyi mnajua hiyo mambo. Kwa hivyo wale watu wetu wote wako on the ground. Tukiomba kura, jua kuna kazi nyingine tumepatiwa ya kujua ni nani anataka kutumia jina la baba kuturudisha kwa mambo yenye hata hatujawahi fanya. Kwa sababu hiyo vita ya kitambo, actually ni Mkikuyu I have been voting for baba. Mara nyingi hata hiyo wakati hatukuwa tunaongea, nilikuwa naambia watu wa area yetu na votia baba kwa sababu I want change. Uhuru hata 2017 sikumvotia because I wanted change. Na nilikuwa najua baba akona kitu amebeba ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo tujaribu tutumie njia zetu. Kama kuna mambo kama hiyo inakuja ili iharibie baba jina, kuwa soja wa baba, fikisha ujumbe mapema, ili hiyo njia wanataka kutumia. Kama leo uliona askari walikuwa huko na umefanya vizuri sana Wekesa, umetuonyesha picha ya mwenye alikuwa ana escort Ruto na tena ameonekana ndiye ameshika mawe. But on the ground soja wetu wako huko, wale baba wako kwa Azimio. Okay, what did they do ili mambo, kwa sababu kati ya hao watu wote wameona kwa TV na wamesikia kwa mitandao, tuko na other job nao kuanzia saa hii ya kurudi kesho kuwaambia si Azimio ilikuwa inafanya hivyo. You see? Hapa ni pahali pa kuwin kura. Sio tupoteze hata kura hata moja. Kwa hivyo wale wako area ya huko Jakaranda, Azimio wetu, watoto wetu wana youth, kesho mko na kazi kubwa sana. Mnatumia clip kama hiyo, na Niwekeza ametuonyesha kuanza kuambia watu kile kilifanyika, waonyeshe ili watu wasianze kusema sitachagua baba, watatuletea shida, sijui nini nini. Unajua hiyo misemo imekuweko. The other thing ni kama tuseme saa hii kwetu Kiambu, wale wameona Kafogo ni vile tu hajasema mimi sasa nimeingia Azimio, lakini ukisikia akiongea ana support baba, na watu wake tumekuwa tukiongea nao, wengi wamenipigia simu, tumeongea, wao wote wameanza kuingia Azimio. Sisi vita yao wakipigana Kiambu is advantage yetu sisi wana Azimio, lakini tuna prevent ama tunazuia kutoa nini neno hata moja kutoka kwa kinywa cha mtu kutoka kwa Azimio ingie pande ile ingine itumike tena kutupiga. Hiyo ndio kazi tunafanya on the ground. Uko unaomba kula na unajaribu kuwa soja wa kuprotect. Wasitumie maneno mingi na vitendo mbaya kuhujumu baba in Mount Kenya, kumrudisha pahali alikuwa amewekwa kitambo. Kwa hivyo, na that is why hata mliona president leo, kuna kitu president alisema na watu wakaona kama hakujua vile alikuwa anasema. Alikuwa karibu aseme, aambie Akorino, mimi nataka sasa mjue baba ndiye mkono yangu, ama amuombee kura. Lakini akarudi akasema sitaki kuongea hapa, wasirudi kesho watumie wageuze. Mnakumbuka alisema hivyo. So kazi yetu sasa ni hata urimi ikienda kutereza unaiprotect, kwa sababu hatutaki turudi kwenye tumetoka. Kwa hivyo Jakaranda people, all the wanaazimio Nairobi, kazi ya Nairobi mjue Ruto atajaribu, ameona ameshindwa already. Kwa hivyo Kenya, na nimewaambia tena, ukiwa na kesi na mtu kotini, wewe mnafanya kesi na yeye, one of you mnaweza tu kujaribu tu unaguza mwingine ili aende atumie pale kwa magistrate. Hiyo kesi yenu either uwekwe ndani ama itupwe, mambo kama hayo. Kwa hivyo tujaribu sana sana sana, kwa sababu hiyo ndio kitu watatumia. Ameona ameshindwa, sasa atakuwa kipranti vita, ili hata unaweza kumuona wameenda wameenda Kibera na ukuta wameng'oa reli, onyeshane ni tribe ya baba imeng'oa. Kwa hivyo we protect, tujaribu. Hapa ni pale unasemekana ukiwa na kesi na mtu anakutusi na unanyamaza, anakupiga na unanyamaza, unaenda una ripoti, sheria inachukuliwa, kwa sababu hata magistrate anakuuliza umeripoti. Kwa hivyo wao vijana wetu, kuna ile siku tulikuwa tunajiulizia, but this time msitake tutumiwe, tunaenda kujiulizia nao wanaitumia kutupiga. Polls zetu zilikuwa juu, tunarudi chini. Hapana, hiyo kitu mjue haijatoka kwa watu sana. Kuna watu hawajatoka na hiyo ungumu wa kusema si tukichagua baba tribe yake itakaa kwa manyumba yetu, hawatakuwa akilipa, watang'oa reli, sijui nini mambo kama hayo, nonsense watu wanaongea vile zilikuwa zinaongea, watu wanaongea kitambo. Lakini tunajaribu kuwaonyesha hakuna kitu kama hiyo ilikuwa inaendelea, ni politics alikuwa anapigwa tribe yenye. Kama mimi nimefanya biashara na wao, they are good, mambo kama hayo. Sasa kila mtu akuwe soja wa baba, kuprotect na kuomba kura, ni hiyo tu. Na mtanipatia ruhusa nikienda, msiseme nimepotea, kwa sababu kesho niko na vikundi nitamit huko Murang'a.
Asante sana, wapelekee ujumbe wetu, uambie si wao wenyewe wakiweka masikio kwa ground. Kwanza on the mountain you need to show them the focus is between your real leaders are between Mother Karua and Gachagua. Who is going to be a leader? Who is saying the truth and who is demonstrating leadership? Because those are the ones who are going to bargain for you at the national level. So Ruto and Raila may be outsiders and you may not know them very well, but the people you know very well tells you about even those they are supporting. If Gachagua was the best choice for Ruto, then it tells you about who Ruto is. They normally say you solve things from known to unknown. So if you know Gachagua very well, and that was the best choice for Ruto, and you know Karua very well, and that is the best choice for Raila, then you can connect the dots and know exactly what the two presidential candidates are thinking about the mountain and the future. By the choice of the leader they give you for the mountain also speaks well about them. What they see the mountain, whether they mean well for the mountain or they just want to use you to go to the next level. So let's have Jakendu Bay, then Olara, and then MB, and then Wangira in that order. Jakendu Bay, if you are not ready to answer now, Olara.
Answer now, Lalo.
Sawa. Olara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And Anne, thank you also for your contribution. It has been an eventful day today. Lakini some of our observation can be painful or can be useful for future references. Because now the politics is coming to brink. They're coming to the brink now. It's going to break or stay, or so. If all of you are to stay, don't blink now. Your messages should be clean and should be focused, and mostly should be void of any propaganda. I observe with pain that our panelists or our chair, for that matter, have been glorifying that the pain was not enough what Ruto suffered. But it was explained later with other panelists that actually it was not our part who did that part. It was them done them for themselves. But the way the chairs consistently saying that we have much more power to violence, it was so helpful at all. This is just some of things that specifically as we condemn the violence from any part, because I come from Kibera, we have suffered the brunt of violence of the government for many times, for many years. If you start with Moi, we've been bastion of, Jacaranda came on later, but we as from Kibera, this was a Kibera, Mestafa San. And then Maza An ameongea kuhusu default on payment on rent for landlord. Mimi to Kibera. Our family has some few rooms. We rented out, and this actually happened sometimes back. Na kama baba anataka kusupport watu wa support, he should not encourage us to default on paying other people's rent, because some of them they are sitting actually in illegal houses, and the renters are still alive. Some of them cannot be from our part, some of them from our part, because they didn't care. If you are just somebody with a property, they just take your property and they sit on it freely because somebody paid.
But Olara and Anna, let me ask you guys. That was a campaign promise of 2017. The campaign promise was that I think there was a way they wanted to negotiate with the landlords. It's not a campaign promise for 2022.
No. Wekesa, you don't know
Why are we using campaign promises for 2017
Don't
and you're
justify.
not focusing on what Papa is saying 2022? Because I haven't seen Papa mention anything to do with the rent. Unless you guys are plugging it, I can as well bring the 207 conversation about Majimbo. And we start discussing and we become more even irrelevant.
No. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wekesa. You can dismiss it the way you like it, but you are the chair. You can have more power, more
I'm not
might.
dismissing, I'm putting it in the context. When we talk about rent, where did it stem from? So that we are not just talking about things that
It's not necessarily rent. It's not necessarily rent. There are people from 2007 who are occupying other people's properties in Kibera today. And if that is not concerning to you, you can as well think about it. Just do your investigation. Go to place like Sarangombe, go to place like Sumundogo. You'll hear people whose properties are still occupied with people who are sympathizers of our cause. This is not the point. The point is we have to rectify all of that inclusively.
And we then also discuss what Ruto was talking about Kalenjins and Kikuyus 2007, because now you are reversing the conversation, because those were the conversations that were happening in that election, and you cannot spill them here. If you want to reverse a conversation, then we have to go back and discuss those things at that time.
Mr. Wekesa, these are the things which Baba can do it with a pronouncement, not even legislation.
So I'm asking, do you want us to hold the conversation of 2007? All of us?
No, not necessarily, not necessarily,
all sides what they were discussing.
Because Baba should come clear on those people occupying other people's lands in Kibera or properties in Kibera. Just say to them, this is not right. Because I'm a sufferer. I have my land. My clients are not paying my rent.
You can't take them to court because you know the landlord, you know the law that holds the contract that is there between a tenant and a landlord. It doesn't involve a politician, honestly. You are just making it look like
excuse me, Wekesa. I was, excuse me, let me clarify there.
Allow the floor to go. Allow the president to go, then you can comment later. You cannot just
let me clarify there. Let me clarify
you
one.
cannot come here with the disparaging remarks.
Wekesa, please, let me clarify there. I was giving example when we are going to tunauliza watu vote for Baba and Mother. You know, we are the ones who are on the ground. We are going door to door, asking people. In my area in Rimuru, you go to wakina mama, and that is the trend hiyo tunasema ya 2017. But remember, kuna watu hawajatokwa na hiyo maneno kwa roho. Ukimwambia unasikia the negativity yenye anakwambia, you are telling me to vote Baba ili watu wake wakatalie kwa nyumba za watu. You know, we are on the ground. Sisi ndiye tunasikia. And
they have a whole village.
Let there be order, Olara. Let one person at a time. Let's finish.
So I wanted to clarify to say, I was telling you Wekesa, tunawaonyesha hiyo mambo ilikuwa inaendelea wakati wa politics. Tunawaambia on this time.
Kindly let's put it in perspective. If you go to every community, I wait, I finish and then you respond. If you go to every community, there is something we hold about leaders. If you ask us about Luyas, what we say about Raila, we will tell you. If you ask another community what they talk about Kikuyus, they will tell you. So there are always those stereotypes and misgivings that are there. And so as we campaign,
I
we
have
are
a
aware.
land, I have a plot
Wait,
occupied by
Alara,
somebody.
wait kindly, or I will give you chance so that we have order. So there are always those reservations that people have against candidates. Even Ruto himself, I know, even as much as we say that Kikuyus on the mountain have impressed him, there are still those who fear about the Kiamba church and everything. And let's be honest. So I don't know who took the Kikuyus and into steps and said that, oh, it was not Ruto who was involved in this Kiamba. I don't know if someone talked to them or they have just forgiven him without thinking about that thing, because it was an issue at some point. So how they transited from that, you should also tell us, so that we use the same strategy on that. Okay, Mike, you can comment, and then also allow Moraes to comment.
You know, the discussions, as you have put well, Wekesa, the discussions some of us are bringing on board opens up another Pandora's box that then takes us to a very, very different direction that we want to avoid. When you talk of Kibera land, the history of Kibera land is very well documented. I can tell you for a fact you don't have a title deed to that land you are talking about, and yet you are here on an international TV telling us about the property you earn. I know how people get land in Kibera. It is through corruption, and you might be one of those people who
President issued
have
title for
perpetrated corruption. There is nobody who has
Uhuru
a
Lara,
title
Kenyatta.
deed in Kibera.
allow him to finish and you respond. I will get you out of the Nini. Let there be order.
You can also
The
do that.
history,
You have a priority
Wekesa,
of doing that, but the
the
title is there.
history
The title
the
is there.
history that's what I'm telling you. Those are some of the titles that are very similar to those of people who are given titles in Mau Forest. It is well documented, the history of Nubians crying for having been evicted by people who knew people in government and some offices to take up land and put up shanties and make money out of poor. Is not what you can call a landlord. That is actually, you are an oppressor of the poor, and you shouldn't be on national TV talking about my property. Sorry about that, Wekesa.
Minute. Okay, you have also a question, Papa? So that Olara can respond to all the questions without just interrupting.
Yeah. You see, I just want
Olara,
to mention that.
yes.
I just want to mention that Olara is becoming personal. This is a forum where we have issues that we are discussing, which are scrolling in below our screens, and you have now turned it into a personal issue. If I was to if I was to also behave like you, in 2019 the ODM party denied me a chance of getting nominated. In fact, they replaced my name now, and I'm still in ODM. It looks like you have not gotten over some of these things that are personal. Put the country before self, and if there are any personal issues, there is a law to address that.
Thank you. Wangira, in 1 minute, so that MP, we also have a question.
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
just wanted to comment on something that Mike said. I know some people in Kibera that do not have quote unquote title deed, but they've owned the property for a long time and they do rent their property. Now, I don't agree with what Olara has said. As a country, we do have laws and regulations that govern and guides eviction policies. So if someone is staying in your land and they're not supposed to be there, then there's ways that you can use to go and evict them. You cannot tell me somebody has been squatting in your land from 2007 to 2022 and you haven't done anything. Pretty much you're letting them stay there. So there's no argument for that.
Thank you. Wangira, your question, then Olara to respond to all of them. Thank you.
You know, mine is not even a question. I just wanted to make a proposal that perhaps could help the flow of this debate. because you know when a person is really contributing and we are there are like 2 or 3 people interjecting him at the same time, then it's not helping the flavor of this debate. Perhaps we should come up with a rule where we allow somebody to just contribute. Then if we have questions, we ask him at the tail end of his contribution. That would be my take.
Yeah, it depends. If you are coming out with disparaging remarks, we will stop you. We will not always allow the debate to go at the end. Sometimes you may come up with issues which we know they will even affect the channel, so we have to stop you or interrogate you on the spot. But if it's a normal discussion, we allow it up to the end. And that's why we interrupted Olara, because he was just completely taking a different tangent. Perhaps if we stick to the topic, then you can be allowed up to the end. But if you sneak in your own, you are using the time of debate to sneak in your own dissenting ideas, we will interrogate them. We know how people do. Sometimes people are sly. So I think Olara respond to that, and then we move kindly.
I contribute knowingly that our candidate has represented Kibera for the last 4, at least 5 terms of parliamentary seat. And if that is not part of his agenda to solve the underpinning problems in Kibera, then he cannot even purport to solve all of the country's issues. Today, at Akorino sect, Uhuru rewarded them for their loyalty. He gave them some plum jobs. He gave them some land, which indeed he did for Kibera residents. They gave out 288 land titles to avoid same thing. Uhuru did that. He called the communities who are longest serving, who are longest stayed there, who are considering that place to be their, like at least the place they can call home. Other people came there on their volition to come and seek greener pastures. But for people who are resident there, that land is what they call home. And for longest, no other government has actually taken action. It's only Uhuru governments who gave them at least 288 out of 4,000 acres of land. But that is no issue. But the issue is somebody cannot be your tenant, then assume that because you don't have title to that land and become an occupant who refuses to pay you the rent. At least he could have respected pending issues in courts, in historical injustices, all of that, including representation. Akorino today got some plum jobs because they insisted on to be represented. Hopefully, nobody knows Kibera issues more than Baba himself. As a part of larger contribution to the nationwide, because he was representing that community for long, and he should be able to resolve the issues concerning lands, concerning ownership of land, concerning, because Kibera is a prime place. You cannot call it your home, not unless you are born there or your father was born there. Then you can feel the urge to agitate for rightful ownership of the place. Now the government is projecting well towards that land, and they are crisscrossing it with roads. People are being evicted with no compensation. Now I think it will be going towards the Jamhuri, where there's a sport complex there. Accessibility, it will all be coming towards Kibera. Somebody lived there for 100 years, you'll be evicted without any compensation. and then the roads will pass by, then you still call yourself a Kenyan. So what I'm saying is, in as much as we support everything here, there's some humane approach to every issue. If
Thank
some
you.
people can
But
take land without,
Olara, let me ask you a question. Let's
who
have
is asking me?
intellectual
Not to
discussion.
not to let the other parties ask. You can conclude later.
Let
You
me
can
ask
conclude
you.
later. Let other people. I'm just concluding. Let other people ask. You cannot be interjecting. But
I'm the one controlling the debate.
now you are controlling in the wrong direction, if I may say so.
Yes, I
Because
have to say what you say here.
you put a standing order that let other people, even Mr. MB here told you, let me conclude. Then the other parties ask. Then you conclude.
No, you are running away from the issue. This is what I'm saying. Huh? Baba
Okay,
is
sir.
not
Okay,
in
sir.
power.
Okay, sir.
Baba is not in power. And so whatever you are alleging doesn't make sense. That's one. Two, the last time Baba was an MP or whatever of Kibera is when. So how comes your condition
Baba
has
have the file in his
listened, so
hand.
you want to answer and you're not listening? So I want
No,
just listen
I'm
and answer.
historical hold of the fact. I'm historical hold of the facts. You are just a panelist. Yeah, you can ask me for more information. I give you more information. You cannot conclude without having more information.
What I'm saying is common knowledge. People know that Raila is not
No, it's not a common knowledge. When people are suffering, it's not a common knowledge. You ask for the facts. But yes, you ask for a fact.
Okay,
Please,
I don't have a problem with your stand. I'm asking you a question, and you need to answer my question, not your facts. I'm asking you a question. If you have fears that because this should be an intellectual question, we cannot say the way we cannot carry the sins of one community to an individual. For example, Uhuru has been in power, and the Kikuyus have been evicted, both in Kikomba and where. So whatever narrative you are holding has never applied anywhere. That just because one of you is in power, it gives you the right to do anything you want. And whatever even you are alleging, Raila has not been in power. If it happened, he was not in power. So you cannot even tell us that it was because Raila was ruling, that's why the Luos were never to pay rent.
am I responding back? Who's responding back? Me.
You are the one responding.
Okay. Thank you, sir. In 1997, Baba came to Kibra and said that even these lands you are paying here as Luos, in fact, there's no title for that. And that created the situation whereby the first clashes with Luos and other residents who are having lands in Kibra, who are having properties in Kibra started. And from that on, it went up to 202. 202, that's when it actually went bloody. Because of utterances of the time to incite supporters base. And this thing, Baba has never come and said something into contrary. I'm not like against, I'm just protecting what I have. This is my place. I have some land, I have properties there. Baba should protect, as he protected every Azimio of people here. He should come and say that utterances was wrong and led to bloodshed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we are going in circles. We may not get the answer. Let's move to a different contributor. MB, how are you?
I did not conclude my
I'm good.
contribution
I'm
yet.
good.
I haven't completed my contribution yet.
MB, how are you?
I'm good. So is it my time or is it still Olara's time with Kibra issues?
It's your time.
We want
We
to
are
make
done
sure
with that.
we just want to make sure that we stick to the topic of discussion, because
Yeah,
if we
let's
go off
move.
topic, it's just gonna derail the whole conversation. So I'm gonna start with Sakaja's issue. I don't think Sakaja's issue is done and dusted. This is a way of IBC cleaning their mess, because they had approved him the first time, and some people went to object. So it's a kind of way of IBC cleaning their mess and then letting the relevant laws deal with Sakaja. I don't think I don't think this is the last we're going to be hearing of this issue. I honestly think that with time given, this will go in courts and it will be determined in courts. I'm not saying that he will not be in the ballot. I'm not saying that he's going to be on the ballot, but this is not the end of that discussion. The Jacaranda issue, I think from history, from what Mike Sonko told us last time, we know who the planners are. We know what they're doing. And this was just a case of diffusing the situation. Ruto had a bad day in Narok yesterday. Ruto had a bad day in Kiambu, especially with Kabogo and Kuria not being at the event. So he's trying to create a different diversion, something that we will not talk about the Narok issue. We will not talk about Moses Kuria and Kabogo missing the Kiambu rally. So it's him creating a diversion, and the media houses are buying into his plot. So to me, he's already realized that he has lost the battle. He's trying to stay in the war, and whatever that he's gonna try throw towards Baba and Mama and see what's gonna stick on the wall. So to that, it was just a clear plot, and we could see what he was trying to do. You could smell that from a mile away. From the Akorino gathering today, I think Baba is doing as much as he's supposed to do. That Baba will be home and dry if he gets 30% of the mountain. And so far, from the internal polls, from the internal sources that I'm getting from other people, he's clocking 30 plus. So at this particular time, he's doing very good. This is an added advantage. I think Azimio is on a good track. That's my take on the topic today.
Thank you. Kuna swali ama we move to the next person?
Hey, ask
Jakendube, are you
questions,
back?
guys.
Okay, Wahana.
Mtu mwingine nikimaliza na kuja.
Sawa.
Wahana.
Wahana, you want to ask your question or you contribute? You are left out because of your...
Yes, I had some issues with my gadget. I just want to make some observation.
Okay.
I want to agree with one of the contributors who have just finished that I do not think the issue of Sakaja is really resolved, and we are yet to see it moving a little bit forward. And in fact, what has come to the question is the maturity of our constitutional commissions, the IEBC, the Commission for University Education, and all that. It has put them into question, because one thing that is very, very clear, in fact, even a very, very common person, a lay person, would just say Sakaja is just lying. He's just lying because he's in a position to lie, because he's earning a salary and he's a politician. Because that's the problem we have in Kenya, that we have allowed politicians like to think of for ourselves and to see for ourselves. Just look at it this way. On 6th of this month, Sakaja presented his Sakaja wrote to the team university, it's like somebody was waiting to receive his letter or email and reply the same day. Yeah? Do you see my point? So that is not possible. And it is the same Sakaja who went on national TV and even to the Churchill and said he has never studied outside Kenya. But this time now, because he want to get something politically, yeah, he must work out his own things. And that is one failure by the IEBC, because then this is where we bring in the integrity issue, that no politician has got morals in Kenya today to tell us what to do. And it is upon us now, Kenyans. We must take this country. It is ours. We must take it and do the right thing. Let's put in those people who have got some morals, who can be able to represent our country and lead us into the future. And the person who I can see right now who can do that is none other than the person who is leading the Azimio coalition. Nobody else. That full stop. And the lighting is very, very clearly on the wall. Now, on the issue of Jacaranda, this everybody can see this is something which has been planned, and it has been planned by Kwanza, the Kwanza coalition or whatever it is, because Ruto has got no agenda to sell to the Kenyans. He had to go there to organize to be attacked so that he can have one person that he always blame all the time, and that is none other than Raila Odinga, because that is where he goes all the time. He has got no agenda. He has got no issues. All the time he talks about it. Raila did this. Raila did this. Umuto kitendawili. Those that. So it is. I'm just requesting Kenyans who are watching us here and who are listening to us that this country is ours. We have got a very, very formidable team in Azimio, and everyone can see, and that is the people to lead this country to further heights. And thank you very much.
That is short and clear. Thank you for that contribution. Wangira.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. You know, I hope that you not interject me as I give my submissions. Let me start by saying good morning to everybody in the studio. And I'll just talk briefly about Sakaja, and I want to dwell longer on the issue of Jacaranda, because that's where I really got annoyed as a citizen of this republic. On Sakaja, you know what IEBC said? IEBC never said that, you know, there was no problem with Sakaja's certificate. What they said is that they lacked the jurisdiction to determine whether that university degree was valid or not. So simply what they were doing is to throw back the ball into the court of the Commission of University Education, who validated that particular degree. So it's up to the Commission of the University Education from this morning, because they have someone Sakaja to appear before them this morning, to now dig into this matter deeply and to tell Kenyans whether really this university certificate was valid or not. And if they feel it's not valid, then it is within their mandate now to move to court and revoke the recognition of this particular certificate. So briefly, that will be my take on Sakaja. Now, on Jacaranda, I want to dwell a little bit longer on this Jacaranda issue, and I'll just beg that you bear with me. And that's why I'm asking that please don't interject me much where you feel offended. You know, I am a true believer in the Constitution and the rule of law in this country. And the rule of law protects myself and those who are my opponents. And that's why if you go to Article 3 of the Kenyan Constitution, it is very clear that every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend the Constitution. So that obligation is on every citizen of this country, irrespective of his social status, his race, his tribe, and his political affiliation. If you move to, I'm just laying my preamble. If you move to Article 2 of the Kenyan Constitution, that article, chapter 2, sorry, of the Kenyan Constitution, that chapter 2 is on what we call the Republic. And then if you go on Article 4.1, Article 4.1 on Declaration of the Republic, it declares Kenya as a sovereign republic. And then if you go to sub-Article 2 of Article 4, it says that the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democratic state founded on the national values and principles of governance referred to in Article 10. And this would just be my final laying of my preamble before I now start really arguing on what really happened in Jacaranda. If you go to Article 10, Article 10 is very, very clear that the national values and principles of governance, and then that article talks of, it says in Article 10, sub-Article 1, that the national values and principles of governance in this article bind all organs, state officers, public officers, and all persons whenever any of them applies. All persons includes myself. Whenever any of them applies or interprets this constitution, enacts, applies, or interprets any law, makes or implements public policy decisions. Then sub-Article 2 talks of the national values and principles of governance shall include patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power. There's something called the rule of law. I want you to underline that word, that place where I say the rule of law. Then we talk of democracy. And finally we talk of participation of the people. Then there's B, which are not dwell on it much, which talks of human dignity. Then there's good governance, blah, blah. You know, there's one thing that has made me go back to the Kenyan Constitution. You know, I tend to think that we might want to blame the Kenya Kwanza Alliance on the fiasco that we saw in Jacaranda today. No, I think the blame here lies somewhere else. It does not lie on the Kenya Kwanza Alliance at all. That's my take. And I always have reasons to back up my argument. For example, I've just read to you what we talk chapter 2 on the Republic. Chapter 2 talks of Kenya. Kenya is a sovereign republic. Today on Babu Owino's Facebook page, he was posting Embakasi East as Embakasi East Republic. Tell me, under the Kenyan Constitution 2010 that I'm just holding, where does Babu Owino get the mandate to refer to a constitution, a constituency that has been demarcated under Article 89 of this particular constitution as a republic? When did a constituency become a republic? You know, that is one area that I would want to know as a layman, as an ordinary citizen of this country. Because Kenya being a republic, that's why we have the president as head of state and head of government. So if Babu Owino is referring to Embakasi East as a republic, then is he telling us that he's the head of government and the head of state in Embakasi East? What is he telling us as the people of Kenya? You know, those things would look very slight, but you know, they have great consequences to people who look at them very deeply. You know, you are referring to a constituency where you are elected to represent the people as a republic. Why are you referring to that constituency as a republic? And if you think that I'm lying, go to Babu Owino's post yesterday. All of them, you realize that it's referring to Embakasi East as a republic. And I want to know, why is he referring it as a republic? Then we move to another issue. Another issue is we have every person who has been allowed to run for any elective seat in this particular election signed what we call the IEBC Code of Conduct. And when they were signing the IEBC Code of Conduct, among the things they attached was what we call the campaign schedule.
I'll be interested to know the campaign schedule for Babu Owino in Embakasi East as we move during his campaigns as we move to the 9th of August 2022 general election. I just want to know what that campaign schedule tells us, and if in that campaign schedule there's somewhere it's written that yesterday you were supposed to have been campaigning in Jacaranda grounds. You know, that's something I just want to know. Something I would like to know. There's another issue on who booked what first. You know, that is purporting that he booked Jacaranda ground first, and then there's the other young man Muraidi who also says he booked first. I saw the letters that Babu Wino attached on his post. His letters are stamped on 16th of this month, when 16th of 16th. His letters are stamped 16th. When Muraidi's letter is very, very clearly stamped as having been received on 15th. So, as for a person who presented his letter on 15th and it was stamped 15th, and the other one who presented it on 16th and it was stamped 16th, who really booked this particular ground earlier? Again, there is a certificate from the Nairobi City Council clearly showing that Muraidi paid for that ground Kenya shillings 30,000. 30,000. It's very, very clear. And again, the other question that I'll be asking myself here, I'm not a young man. I was born in 1972. On the 2nd of August this year, I'll be 50 years. So I'm not young. I just need to talk what is fact and what's sense here.
Yeah,
And then let me just.
Because I see you are bringing in your personal things, age, whatever.
They are not.
You have unlimited time, kindly. So
let me just
discuss what is relevant.
Because unless you are saying that what I'm discussing is not relevant.
Yeah, why are you bringing your age? We are not interested in
No,
that.
no. Unless you are saying that everything I've said is not relevant, Wekesa, just allow me to conclude. Then
No,
the final thing.
You will use the same rules the others are using. So when I tell you mind time, what I mean is don't dwell on the things that are not relevant. Dwell on the things that are relevant so that you finish your point in the appointed time. Full stop.
Okay, there's somebody carrying up the hand.
You said you don't want to be interjected, so you finish. We have so many questions.
Finally, on that particular matter, we know when people book a ground, they book a ground for a particular event. And for the sake of Muraidi, it's very clear why he was booking Jacaranda ground for yesterday. There's no any indicator on why Babu Wino was purporting to have booked that Jacaranda ground. No indicator. You cannot tell us that Raila Odinga was going to be in Jacaranda yesterday when we know that Raila Odinga was in Kasarani yesterday. So this thing is giving us as Azimio la Umoja very bad picture. And that's why people are now calling us on Facebook watu wa kurusha mawe. Now those other bad things are now coming back to our memories. We must just live within we must just live within the rules, and the rules are clear the way I've just stipulated them here. The rules are very, very clear. And looking at the way things happened today in Jacaranda, we placed the Kenyan police in a very awkward situation. The police were placed in a very awkward situation, to be in between two factions when there was actually no need. Because if I was Babu Wino and I realized that already Kenya Kwanza Alliance had booked that particular ground, then what was the need for I insisting that I had also booked the ground? For what value was he insisting on? Or on what value was he insisting on? That's all that I perhaps want to know. Let me just conclude on that Jacaranda part first, because I have some 3 or 4 other issues, but I'll raise them later. Then, if there are questions, I'll respond to questions. Asante.
Okay, thank you for that keen observation. I want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. And then I also allow the panel to ask you questions. I've seen quite a number of hands up. So you have given us the details of preamble from the Constitution. And in your body, you haven't discussed much how that was related to your premature conclusion of even trying to conclude that Azimio ni timu ya mawe. When you go detail on what happened, I think I even showed here some of the guys who were in front bringing Ruto in the ground. At the end, were seen also throwing stones. So we don't know how that was concluded that it must have been Babu Owino supporters. 2, you also talked about someone booked on 15th, another one booked on 16th. So how does that become an issue of Babu Owino? Because if someone has booked the ground, if you are allowing another person to double book, then the person who allowed is the problem. In other words, if I've sold a shamba and another one person comes and I sell him, the problem is not the second buyer. It is the person double selling it. You should tell him that, no, the ground is locked, so you cannot allow it to be booked a second time. But because I understand why you are skewing it, so that you know where to blame. Because if you were open in a discussion, you would have put the blame on the right person. But since you had framed a narrative, you wanted to arrive at a certain conclusion, that's why you are looking things from one perspective. I will allow other people to ask so that I may not finish all the content. Maybe they
Whatever,
repeat what
I didn't get any question from you at all. What?
Okay, if there is no question, you can still make it. Can be a rhetoric. You don't have to answer. If there is no question, I think people have understood what I've said. So, Bob, can you ask your question?
Yeah, is Wangira. I don't know whether you are looking at whatever documents you're looking at. You're not looking at them keenly. Number one, Babu Owino applied for the use of the venue on the 15th of June 2022. And the letter was stamped by the Embakasi Sub-County Commissioner on the 16th. It was the Sub-County Police Commander on the 16th. It was stamped. And there is Embakasi Constituency Office. It was stamped also on the 16th. Now, Francis Muredi requesting permission to hold a rally on Jacaranda grounds on the 19th, June 2021. That was the letter. That is how the letter was addressed, June 2021. And the letter was addressed to the OCS. Now, Wangira, I want to ask you a question. If you are the OCS and you receive a letter asking you to that you want to use the grounds for June 2021, what do I do with that letter? I'll give my opinion. I'll put it in the dustbin because the subject matter has been overtaken by events. That is number one. Now, and then I will bring you to speed on the issue that you said about Babu Owino addressing, putting a post that refers to Embakasi as Embakasi Republic. In the year 2017, you remember what how NASA twisted the government of the day.
with regard to the swearing in, and that swearing in the same constitution that you have just read, the sovereign power belongs to the people, and I hope you are aware. And if you want us to go that way, when the power belongs to the people, number one, Babu Owino never declared Embakasi East as a republic. It was a simple post. But he also if you were to realize that the power of the people of Embakasi belongs to them, and there is a way in which you can use the constitution to even secede anywhere in this country, as long as the people of that area agree, and it will be lawful. So the issue of calling it a republic is neither here or there, but I want you to address yourself to those letters, because you are purported to demonstrate that Babu Owino instigated that violence, and you have, you have also avoided to look at his tweets in the morning, early in the morning, asking the people of Embakasi that for the sake of peace, do not. We have cancelled the rally and do not go there. So why the selective choice of words, and as well as a selective choice of documents? Thank you.
I have two more hands. Marias and Ayimba, are you asking a question or you're plaiting the hair? Was it the hand? Okay. Selina. So Marias and then Selina.
Thank you so much. Wekesa, we don't know what to say. Wangira, you know, sometime, how could Babu Owino hold the crown? Sisi tulisikia asubuhi mapema kwanza punge la inaitwa nini, punge la wananchi. They were talking na walikuwa vijana wengi sana. Na wakasema anyway, kwa sababu tumeambiwa kuna mkutano mbili, but we can go away. Nimeona saa hii Moses Kuria baadaye alisema Kenya Kwanza huwa wanapepa watu ndio waende wa cause chaos. Babu Owino ndio amekuwa na reputation of some things, but uwezi kukuja hapa kama penalist mwenye umejua kabisa UDA for now they want sympathy. Wanajaribu kucreate anything itawapatia sympathy. We are not here for sympathy. This is election time. And election time kunatokea chochote kwa sababu atusemi ni ya Babu Owino, but how many times Baba ama Azimio wakati UDA ama Kenya Kwanza walikuwa naona wako na crowd, wakati walikuwa favored watu ya Azimio, unasikia kuna jamaa aliongea hapa kutoka Nyeri akasema kuna wakati ungefaa hata t-shirt ama ungeongea kuhusu Azimio. People were scared. Why? Kwa nini walikuwa scared? Kwa sababu walikuwa naona kama UDA imechukua. We need to be realistic, Wekesa. I've seen some people here as sympathizers of Kenya Kwisha or Kenya wherever, but because if you really, kama nyinyi kweli, kama kweli tunataka kusema ukweli, we say 51 days is not a joke. So can you reverse Wangira and tell us the time Azimio wangeongea kwa Central? Why? Hata walikuwa na rushwa mawe, hata walikuwa na fukuswa. Do we say how watu walikuwa na rusha mawe Central walikuwa Azimio? These are young men. Hata pengine UDA iliesa kama nilisema asubuhi Kondele. What did they say about Kondele, Wekesa? Walisema Ruto mwenyewe wali-incite watu wapige mawe ndio waseme hiyo watu ya baba. And by the way, what is wrong wakisema hivyo? Si ati hii ni wakati ya siasa. Wakati baba alikuwa anatoka in 2017, tear gas, watu walikufa. Nani alikuwa na sympathy? We are not here kupeana machozi ya wenye wamelia. Ile imefanyika leo Kasarani ni kama unaenda kwa Wakalenjin, ni kama unaenda huko Tarubo ama unaenda huko Baringo. Gideon Moi alikuwa anafukusangwa Baringo na ni kwao, anaimbiwa mpaka anafukuswa. Wekesa, what happened? Na huko ni kwa Wakalenjin. So we don't want to come here na tukue na sympathy kwa watu wenye wamejua wamekwisha. For me, I want to say this. Wangira, tafadhali, wacha sisi tuendelee mbele bila kuita. Babu Owino was not there. Na hata kama angekuwa hapo, is the member of parliament for that constituency. So can you go to Ruta home na uanze kucheza? Hatutaki maneno ya, kama hatuna maneno ya kusema, we leave it. But kukuja kutuonyesha ati tutaitwa. Kila siku Ruta ameita baba, anasema msee akitendawili, watu ya kurusha mawe. Is all those days anaitanga baba mtu ya kurusha mawe. Nani alikuwa amemrushia mawe? So for me, Wekesa, hii ni politics, and if you are not a politician, chembe ya politics ni hiyo. If you are not one, hata mimi nikiwa Kenya sahi na ninasimama, I have to use lazima nitumie mbinu yangu. So as a politician, hiyo ni chembe yetu kushindana. So hatutaki kuambiwa tunaenda kanisa. We are not in charge, tuko kwa politics. Kama vile walikuwa kanisa ni sawa, lakini ukikuja kiwanja lazima kutakuwa na opposite. Mimi nashukuru polisi walikawanyisha, na ukaona Kenya Kwanza walikuja kusema polisi tunawashukuru, amujasikia maneno ya Matiangi, like Matiangi was telling them to fire them. So we don't have to come here to support ile mambo inaonekana si ya ukweli. Pole sana Wekesa, but it is time. Tulisema in 45 days, 49 days, we don't have to come here na kusikilia huruma Kenya kwisha. That they deserve that. Hiyo ndiye walitembea siku mingi. Walifanya hiyo kwa Azimio ama kwa baba siku mingi. Hata hao wako na bahati ya kwamba in 1 month wanaonyeshwa test na pato mambo. Sasa kama munalia hiyo ya Kasarani na wamekuwa rejected everywhere, kabla ya 30 days, what will you say in this forum? Mutakuwa munalia hata nyinyi. Asante Wekesa, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Marais, ask you a question, then
can I answer those two first? Then perhaps I could pick the rest of the question later, so that I have the flow. The flow of the answer. I get the flowing of the answering, please.
Okay, quickly.
You know, we must just agree in this nation whether we want to be ruled by the rule of law or we want to be ruled by the rule of the jungle. Because when we bestowed unto ourselves the 2010 Constitution on the 27th of August 2010, we say that we wanted to be ruled by the rule of law. And that's the fact. So I've just listened to my brother, Papa. Is he there? First, he has raised the issue of Mureidi is later reading that he was going to hold a rally on 19th June 2021, when the letter was addressed 15th June 2022. To anybody, we just see that is a mistake, because a letter cannot be addressed 15th June 2022 and you are going to hold a rally on 19th June 2021. Common sense, common sense. These are not move you away from applying common sense that this gentleman meant that his rally was going to be held on the 19th June 2022. And again, This is how things are done. And again, this is how things are done. Even where there are two parties, it will depend on who presented
Wekesa,
his
in
letter.
politics, there is no common sense.
No,
In politics, there is no common sense.
Selina, allow me to nini, because
You cannot come and tell us
allow
common
me to
sense.
respond. No, if that's how, if you want to dominate the debate, we leave the debate to you, please. If you want to dominate it, we leave it to you so that you debate
You
alone.
can if you want.
Because if you want, we no, because it's not a must. Because we are here to educate one another. If you want, I leave, but I go. It's not a must. It's not the first time. The other time uliniita ati niende nioe mzungu. So I look at the way you are behaving. No,
Aya, kwani leo Wangira umeamuka aje?
no, because I'm responding and nanirukia kwa nini? Kama hataki nikuje mtembei, natoka. Si lazima nikuje mtembei. Then I'll do my other things. Si lazima.
No, relax, Wangira.
No, siangojee nijibu, nilikuwa najibu papa. Si nilikuwa najibu papa. Kwa nini ananirukia? No, I don't like that.
Let me ask you, Wangira. If you
The other time aliniambia hapa nikanyamaza, akasema nioe mzungu. Mimi I live in Africa, nitapata wapi mzungu wa kuoa? No. Akasema sasa ananirukia. Kama hataki nikuje mtembei, I'll leave. I can dedicate the rest of my time to my writing. Kwani iko nini?
Wangira, okay, relax. Okay, Selina, relax. Wangira, let me ask you. You know, there are people, quite a number of people who follow what your argument and they like your input. So let me ask you, if you cannot handle Selina and you are here indicting Babowino with the issue of Jacaranda, how could he have handled? You know, sometimes let's be honest with yourself.
I've requested. I've requested. There were two questions asked. There was Selina's question and there was Papa's question. I said, allow me to respond the two questions first. Then we allow the rest of the question to come in. I was only responding to Papa. I've not even come to Selina's question, and she's jumping on me.
Now you went too personal to Babowino. Now you have gone too personal to Selina. So what do I do?
Hapana, you know, this is not the first time. The other time aliambia nioe mzungu. Hapana.
Let me do this. Relax. You may answer that question any other time. Let's have someone else so that guys, for those who have questions, let's put off first. We have to control the debate. Even me, I wanted to ask questions, but when I realized it was bringing issues, I sometimes you may ask question and you may not get the answer. So if you find you may not get the answer, sio lazima ulize swali. You can use it in your contribution. Maybe you can put it as a suggestion of what you think we need to do. So that we don't go personal. I've realized we are tending towards that line, which is not healthy. Okay, so after Nani, we have Papa was to make his contribution formally. Then we have Selina, and then we got to Duke. Yeah, I don't know if Jakendube is back. If he's not back, we can go in that order at Tupata Mahali. Yeah, so guys, let's tolerate each other. I may say things that may not please you, but let's not be personal. In the next 40 days, easy politics takuwa zimeisha. We are all Kenyans. By the way, even nowadays, me, sometimes I can come to this debate and I choose not to contribute. I just choose to interrogate people and go away. So let's tolerate each other. So Papa, go ahead.
Wekesa, where does it leave me with the questions that had been asked by Papa and Selina?
I think I have made a ruling. I've said let's relax. We will come back because I had seen you guys are going personal. Let's relax. The temperatures go down. We will come back to that because we also have followers who are pissed off with what we are doing because we are going now personal. For them, they are listening to the substance that is coming, not the maybe mimi nilikosana na Papa, maybe aliambia kitu. So it has nothing to do. We have over 500 people watching. So how do I handle that when we call personal. So let's have Papa first.
Yeah, mine will be very brief, especially on what is scrolling on our screens. Um, the Catholic saying that elect done corrupt leadership. We didn't personally. I didn't expect anything less than that, and I am glad they have not mentioned or tried to lean towards any presidential candidate, and at least they have come out and given the direction that we all would expect of a leading church or religious community. So I will just echo their sentiments. Number two, Sakaja off the hook. I'm not going to discuss Sakaja anymore. He has wasted a lot of our time in the last 1 or 2 weeks. So I will leave to nature to take its own course. And with regard to Uhuru unveiling Raila and Martha to the Akorino, one thing that is very important to the people of the mountain is their religious aspirations, and you will also realize that is the reason why the DP has been trying to use the church to infiltrate and get to the Mount Kenya electorate to convince them. And he has, so far we can say he has successfully done that until now that the people are realizing much more about him. So Uhuru also respects and realizes that the likingness of the Mount Kenya also to religious issues, and he took that opportunity to introduce them. However, they did their business so professionally. They did not bring in politics into the celebration of their 100th, I think, year, which was very good for me. I liked that. And with regard to the DP Uda chaos, now this one is just a complex thing. So many of you have prosecuted that issue. Wekesa brought out issues that maybe other people would overlook. And for me, this was just stage managed. And it is sad that Wangira still believes that there is somebody else who had a hand in that, because going by the events and how they happened, and later as they continued to address the people there. Even I've just looked at a clip on Twitter. I have just seen the same gentleman who claimed to have been injured moments after he left where he was seated, and he's walking. I mean, he's very okay. There is nothing on his head. So I was wondering why Wangira is failing to see some of these things, and that is a very strange. A person of Wangira's stature, I don't expect him not to see some of these things with the naked eye. Number two, to finalize, lastly, Wangira was halfway answering my question, and he's trying to tell me to assume the contents of the letter, that the fact that it was applied for on 15th or 16th, and it was trying to make me assume that the content of the letter, the heading of that letter, dating 2016, is not relevant to him. Wangira, I want to assure you that you can lose a very important case just by mere wording of your plaint or your petition. It can be thrown out by the court because it lacks substance and does not is not a party to the issue that is at hand. Therefore, there is no way you can tell me that the OCS should correct Muraidi's letter for purposes of trying to give him a chance to use the venue. that is not the work of the OCS. When a letter is brought to you on the table, you take it on face value, read it and understand it. And if it does not make sense, you throw it away. So Wangira, stop trying to imagine that there is anywhere that Azimio planned that violence. And I want to take you back to all social media platforms and see how Babu Owino avoided that issue very early in the morning because he suspected that Uda people were going to use it and run away with it. And here they have even run away with Wangira. I'm very disappointed that they have run away with our Wangira. And Wangira was on our side. I don't know how they have managed to convince you. So I'll leave it at that. And any rebuttals, questions, we will answer much later. Thank you. Jakandube, I think you were next. Kesa could be out. Yeah, he's back. I think Jakandube is back. Let me hand it over to Kesa to give it to you. Thank you.
Aimba, is it a question?
Yes, it is a question.
Okay, briefly.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So I've had Bob talk about Wangira. Wangira, if it's any comfort, I've had the exchange, and if it's any comfort, I sometimes like listening to your voice because it reminds me that I took men's voice, and sometimes men have more melodious voices, and as such, listening to your voice sometimes I usually find it quite soothing. So if it's any consolation, I hope that helps. Moving on swiftly, when it comes to what Wangira is alluding, I don't particularly think that he was taken by the moment. He was actually thinking deeply. And I'm not saying this because I've said that I find his voice entertaining. I merely mean that when you critically look at this nation from the point of posterity, you look at it keenly in terms of, is it that if my child is wrong because he's mine, it is fine for me not to look at it deeply and as such decide whether what is considered rule of law and what I would like to happen tomorrow is happening because through him or not. So I think it's a general rule of thumb that as a country where we headed, like matters we as a mirror now, finally we are in this space where we don't have to fight anymore. And to tell you the truth, it's quite comforting to know that nowadays we can watch our people and we're not angry anymore. You don't feel the need to respond and be feisty. You feel the need to think and be able to give contribution based on positivity and not necessarily antagonizing and being aggressive. So when you critically and deeply are looking at it, so I will take Wangira aside on this. When I'm critically looking at it, I want a country whereby there's systems and structures that safeguard everyone, irrespective of who you are, irrespective of whose side you are on. Because what we tend to forget sometimes is how mortal we are. So today we are here, tomorrow we're not. But what is it that we have instituted today that will ensure that ours are safe in our absence, and that Kenya is grateful that we were part of the process for the time that we lived? So I'll be honest and tell you, I don't particularly think Wangira was merely saying that because he was bought on the narrative. Yes, it may have been state managed, but if anyone had something to do with it, we know that there's a child who's now on a wheelchair and is unable to walk. The mother had to die due to stress of taking care of her child who was burning and had a future ahead of him because of somebody who decided that he can take a firearm and shoot the person. And if anyone watched that movie, you will know, or rather watch that clip, you will know the character of the person that Wangira is alluding to, and as such, you will understand why he's worried. He literally, if anyone would ever watch that clip again, you would know the quality of a person we talk about when we talk about that particular legislator. So for me, as a mother and a Kenyan at that, it's not anything that I've ever forgotten. I've never forgotten the fact that somebody's child has remained paralyzed for the rest of his life because of somebody's action, and the remorselessness with which he responded to having shot that boy the way he did. Believe me, when Wangira is bringing out those points, please let us listen keenly. I'll come back later.
Thank you, Aimba. I will ask you this question. Maybe, and after this, I will also ask Aimba and Wangira to watch. I think one of the person who brought this issue out, he brought out a balanced discussion. He didn't even take sides. If you watch Lee McQueen's analysis today on the issue, he first talked about was the deep state having a hand on it. He brought out the issue of if the deep state did the issue, what were they considering? If the Kenya Kwanza did the issue, what are they considering? Then if the Azimio did. So it's not like we haven't analyzed. Some of us, even after the issue, we go searching for information. So me, I've listened to all the three arguments. So when I'm arguing out of knowledge. It's not like I'm just taking side because I'm an Azimio. So you can, and when you look at the things that have happened now, you can tie the knots. So you guys, you get the information around it, and it will lead. I remember we had the same argument with Kinawangira when the issue of Condell happened, and most guys took it prematurely. And when you look at even the photos they were sharing that were trending, honestly, they were photos of 2019. But we had been made to believe that Azimio had attacked Ruto. But when you look at the photos that were saying, even the MCA who they were blaming, it was an event of the funeral of 2019. And they had attached it to this event. So kindly, that's why political issues need an introspection. You don't take it from the surface, from the way, in fact, what you are fed in the media is the script they want you to believe. So if you do your own homework, you can make even an independent decision based. So even when we interrogate the perspective of Wangira, it's not like he's wrong, but we don't want him to make a premature conclusion because for him he attached to a person. Even when for us we link it, maybe we are saying it could be a stage managed. We haven't linked to anybody because there is that possibility. But for him, he's already even drawing the conclusion. So we can say it's possible Azimio can do it. It's also possible the deep state can do it. It's also possible the Kenya Kwanza can do it. But you can only draw a conclusion and even get findings of someone who did it if you have leading information. But if you are only making inferences, then you be careful not to make a conclusion. That is what we were saying. This is a debate. We open each other's eyes, but premature conclusions are not, for me, they are not invited for. Okay.
I totally appreciate what you mean. But the one thing that I would like us to remember throughout, it doesn't matter how much brains you have. It doesn't matter how much money you have. Character is everything. So until the point where we are pointing characters to institutions and offices, then we can be able to speak. Of course, there's a whole debate about Akina Sakaja and everything. We would do well to let Sakaja go to the ballot and then speak to the character of the people we are by ensuring that we follow him based on the conclusion that we have. So if we have an electorate that is not mature enough to know what that process meant and how the outcome of a few individuals who are probably compromised with a lot of money. We know the amount of billions that are going around being used by UDA, because for them it's a do or die, because believe me, the end of this would be die for them. There's no way they're surviving after this. So they will use whatever it is that they want. If anything, if anyone was to ask me anything, I would let Sakaja go to the ballot, and then based on who Kenyans are. Because right now, for the first time in the history of this nation, we have on the ballot something that speaks to our values. Who are we? It speaks to the character of the people we are first. We have absolutely no business condemning anyone. We have absolutely no business supporting anyone if we're not going by value systems. Which value systems do Kenyans have? And that then means that because Sakaja was allowed to buy the first time, and they looked at his papers and they were able to pick fraud and put it on the table and present it as something authentic. That spoke to an institution. This institution will be looking to correct themselves, because these institutions are occupied by the rot that we produce from our families and our homes, and then we present to the nations and properly clap as they get their 7 figures to bring home to us. And we claim that we are new to, because they are presenting mediocrity that has been bought. That has spoken to the character and values of Kenyans. So the likes of Akina Sakaja today, if they came on the ballot, these people are literally coming out to hoodwinkers. We totally forgot to campaign for Igade. We totally forgot to remind ourselves of what Igade brings. We are now focusing on the fraud that Sakaja is. And they have realized they're actually keeping us busy with it. But why? Because we do not speak to character. People are going to take us on that roller coaster. It's 50 days. What do we do with 50 days when we cannot now interrogate fact and the character of the people of, say, for instance, what Igade would bring? That is so right, that Sakaja with his continuous fraudulent. So it's speaking to us as a people. Let's first look at character. Let us decide that for the first time, character is more outstanding than any papers. A paper will burn. Character will stand. You will be able to provide skills to character. You'll be able to provide discipline to character. You'll be able to provide systems and institutions to character. And character will be able to see it through and give it to posterity. What will your papers do? You will burn them for all you care. How do you acquire those papers in the first place? So for the first time on the ballot is the character and values of the Kenyan people. Let us now stand and be counted, irrespective of what certain institutions pass.
Aimba, you have a good point, but now let's face it. Until recently is when people are discovering the other side of Sakaja. If you would have asked Kenyans who is Sakaja, in fact, if they were voting for character, most of them were ticking. In fact, they said that Sakaja was ticking all the boxes. Now, until now, this character and this PR, majority of our politicians actually have been created by the media.
Yeah,
and most of us believe these are bad and these are good. But when you double click, and that's why when we have forums like this and we interrogate, let's not be pissed off. Let's interrogate people, because sometimes what you know, you don't know it very well. Until that saga was unmasked, I can tell you 90% of Kenyans believe this is a super tie. Are you seeing?
That makes us lazy. Because let me respond to that. That makes us very lazy. As I just told you, there was one clip that has been running for so long. But how many times have you seen people come on podium when that character comes on a podium? Have you seen how people erupt? Nobody ever remembers that a 22-year-old was maimed permanently, and the demeanor of that person after that happened, even if it was to be an accident. Nobody interrogated that. That just speaks to the laziness of who we are as a people. Because we are useless to a fault. We are a generation. There's a time Mama Selina said that she wishes that there's a generation of us who just disappear into oblivion and give Kenyans an opportunity to have another generation to lead them. I stand with a similar resolve. I'm actually giving this country an opportunity to experience what CBC has to offer. This CBC generation literally question things. They are problem solvers. They are people who literally, like analytically look at things and critically look at things they can create. But what have we become? We have become microwave people. We have become the kind of people. So PR is sold to us. PR is easy. I will not interrogate. And that is why I'm glad that somebody was able to pick up the fact that the letter was dated 2021 and not 2022. I'm glad that did not escape our quick eyes to look and see what works for us. But we as a people have to look at ourselves right now. It's a conversation we have to have within ourselves. PR is served to us. I'm a PR professional myself, so I'll tell you, I will always create what is easy and what is sellable, especially if I'm out for the market. Sadly for me, I wake up with the reality that tomorrow I will not be there. So therefore, posterity is going to judge me harshly. And as such, I deal with realities more. The pragmatism of it then means that we have a country to safeguard. When we are within the political space, every time someone speaks about these politicians, these politicians that, I am a politician. But what sort of a politician am I? I'm a politician with character. I am a politician by birth. Nobody really trained me into becoming it. I had to eventually grow into it. So when I grow into it and everybody wants to point to these politicians, no. The politicians that you see out there were not raised by Mr. and Mrs. Aimba. They are not raised by the Aimbas, and as such, seeing what character is about and what I have to in terms of accountability to even the children that I birth and raise. And that this nation has to count for the fact that I didn't lead at all. So up until the point where every Kenyan starts looking at themselves and decides what is my role in it. And that is why I usually love Mtembe like I do. Everybody who is here not necessarily to get entertained, or with the exception of a few, of course, who come to defend, God knows, the devil, the devil himself. But as for the people who come to Tembe every day to listen, to contribute, believe me, they are living in a time where Kenya can remind them that you participated. For as long as we are participating in the process, we are at this point where we have to ask ourselves, what is my role in it? Why am I not interrogating it enough? Why did this escape me? How did it do that? Where are we headed? Who am I? At the point where we can start asking ourselves who I am, then I can be able to project and see who that is and what they mean for tomorrow.
Thank you. Jakendube, the floor is yours.
Asante sana Wakesa, nashukuru sana debate ya leo. Kwanza kabisa wacha niseme haya ya juu kabla sijasema ile iko rohoni mwangu, ile inanikula sana. Naweza kusema kwamba
waje nikupatie break ya 30 seconds. Kuna nini hapa nilikuwa nimetumiwa, isisahau kucheza. I think Moses Kuria is now revealing to us.
So for those people who are going to be president and deputy president, you cannot have your cake and eat it. So you cannot say that when it comes to looking for presidential votes, you are Kenya Kwanza. And by then you come now to other things, now you become now UDA. That is conmanship. But I'm just saying we don't get the quality time, and the pecking order is so distorted in such a way that even our ranking, is reduced. And then even now talking about Kiambu County, you wonder, with all due respect, Senator Kimani Wamatangi, he was in Jubilee. By the way, he still occupies the office. If you go to his office today, it is still the office of the chief whip of the Senate. Yeah, and I'm not saying that there are those who came in the morning and the afternoon, but for all intents and purposes, we made some contribution. I'm expecting to speak the way I'm speaking when we go in front of the meetings of the Iranians. When Rigathi was named at Karen, and I said my choice for running mate was JB Muturi, and I had my own reasons. In Kenya Kwanza, which for me I find unfortunate, I vowed never to engage in, whereby transport, we are having 9 meetings in 3 constituencies or 4 constituencies, and then somebody tags along their supporters, their fans. Yeah, I feel, because my position is, if I am going for a meeting in Limuru, I should go just alone, so that I can be able to see whether I have got legitimate support in Limuru, and that's what I do. But then what the competitors, what they do is that they have got tens and tens of buses and lorries and pickups, and they transport their funds from one place, then they release them, and then they go to the next and the next, so that they are cheered. And the problem is, first of all, one, that distorts what I would call in my other life market dynamic.
Now, the guys are saying how they have been transporting supporters. Wenyewe wameanza kujitambulisha. Sawa, Jackend, they take from there.
Nimefurahi sana Wakesa. Hiyo ni jambo la kufurahisha sana vile Kuria amesema. Nimefurahi sana na hiyo maneno yake ambayo anasema. Lakini kwanza naweza kusema kwamba nilifurahia sana ile mkutano wa Akorino wa rais kumu-introduce Martha Karua na bwana Raila pale. Ilikuwa ni jambo la muhimu, na nafikiri mlima sasa iko na wale walikuwa wanasema hatuwezi kupanda mlimani. Nafikiri sasa wako na lazima wajue mlima tumepanda. Kwa hiyo itawaletea shida, na mimi nafurahi kwamba sasa UDA na hiyo Kenya Kwanza kuna msukosuko. Hata wao wanajua mambo yamekuwa magumu saa hizi. Lakini kitu moja nataka kusema, Wakesa, kitu ambayo inaniudhi sana, na nasema sijui kwa nini watu hawataki kujua hii kitu ya kusema ati siasa. Mtu anasema siasa ni kusema porojo, kusema uongo, to lie. Siasa kitu nawaambia wana Kenya, siasa ni lazima tuichukulie ni kitu muhimu, kwa sababu siasa ndio ina determine tuna barabara nzuri, tuna hospitali, tuna shule, tunatozwa kodi pesa ngapi, tutaishi, tutakuwa na usalama. Siasa. Kwa hiyo siasa ni kitu moja, lazima ni serious. Hiyo ndio lifeline yetu kama nchi. Sasa mimi nashangaa sana, sisi kama wana Kenya tunachukua siasa ni kama kucheza. Mtu anaweza kusimama tu na kusema uongo mbele ya watu, na watu wa Kenya tunapiga makofi na kucheka na kusema hiyo ni sawa. Hii kitu siasa inatakiwa mtu uangalie character ya mtu, tabia ya mtu, ni kitu important. Hatuwezi kuchagua tu mtu yoyote tukiolela ati ni mtu wa kwetu. Mtu wa kwenu. Ndio maana kila siku Wekesa mimi huambia watu, usikubali kupewa pesa ati kwa sababu hizo pesa ni za bure. Usikubali, kwa sababu hiyo pesa kama hujui imetoka wapi, imeibiwa, ni pesa yako. Sasa pesa yako mtu anaiba, anakuja kukupatia, alafu wewe unachukua mali ya wizi. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo sisi wa Kenya lazima tuache hii upuzi wa kusema eti hii ni siasa. Mtu anaweza kuja tu kusema uongo, alafu watu wanasema huyo mtu alikuwa anasema ni siasa. Hapana, hatutaki. Hiyo ni maisha yetu. Siasa ndio inafanya kila kitu. Hao wanasiasa ambao wanajiita wanasiasa, watu ambao wako kwa bunge, hao viongozi. Kwa hiyo ukisema unataka uongozi, ni lazima tuangalie tabia yako, tuangalie historia yako, wewe ni mtu wa namna gani. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kwa Kenya, tusichukuliwa tu kiholela. Kwa mfano sasa, Bwana Ruto, mtu anasema uongo kila siku, kila dakika anasema uongo, na watu wanacheka, wanafurahi, wanamwamini na jamaa anasema uongo, kwa sababu anasema yeye hayuko kwa serikali. Anasema, ukiuliza watu wanamsupport, wanasema ni mambo president ni Uhuru. Sasa kama president ni Uhuru, mbona anasema kuna mambo fulani wamefanya? Unaangalia mtu serikali, uko kwa hiyo serikali, kama upendi hiyo serikali ni mbaya, toka. Bila Jaramogi alifanya. Jaramogi na mtoto wake, hao ndio wanaume, hao ndio watu wako na character safi, kwa sababu Jaramogi alipoona hakuwa anafanya kazi yoyote pale, aliresign, aliwacha serikali. Raila kutosikilizana na ile ilikuwa Ford Kenya, aliresign, akaenda kutafuta uongozi, kusema amesimama achaguliwe, watu wakamchagua. Kwa hiyo alikuwa sasa, akata akisema kitu unaamini kwamba huyu jamaa ana haki. Lakini hawa watu ambao ni waongo wanatumia pesa zetu bure, kila kitu wanatumia bure, na wanasema wao hawezi kuresign. Hawezi kuresign namna gani? Huyo ni mtu muongo, ni mtu mtapeli. Kila wakati anaita president ni tapeli, alafu anasema rafiki yake. Unawezaje kuita president tapeli na ni bosi yako? Wewe mmechaguliwa, wewe unasema mmechaguliwa tiketi kimoja, alafu unamuita tapeli, alafu Wakenya wanacheka, wanafurahi. Sisi Wakenya wenyewe ndio tunajiletea haya mambo yote. Hata mkisema namna gani, kama hatuwezi kuacha mambo ya mtu wetu, tuchague tu mtu kwa uadili wake, kwa sifa zake, Kenya hakuna kitu, tutarudia hapa tu, tutakuwa tunapiga kelele kila siku. Na ndiyo maana ninawaambia, kuna kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi tofauti. Hizi vitu mbili lazima tutofautishe. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Watu unawajenga wawe na maadili, wawe na tabia nzuri, na wajione ni watu wamoja. Watu wawe watu wa kusema ukweli, watu ambao hawapendi rushwa. Lazima tuwe na vitu tunasema mwiko mimi kuiba, mwiko kutoa rushwa. Hizi ndizo vitu tunataka kama wana Kenya, kwa sababu nchi ni yetu. Tukibomoa tunaenda wapi? Tutakuwa tunalalamika tu kila siku, huyu ni lazima tuwe na maadili ambayo yanatuongoza. Kwa hiyo hii mambo ya sisi kuja kusema ati tunasupport huyu mtu kwa sababu ni mtu wetu, hatutaki. Mimi nimeshawaambia hata makabila za Kenya ni lazima tuzitumie hizo makabila. Bila kuzitumia hizo makabila tunaleta fujo. Lazima tutumie kila mtu, tumia kina mama, vijana, wazee, walemavu. Hawa wote lazima wote tushirikiane katika kujenga taifa. Tukibagua tutakuwa na fujo. Na nchi nyingi sana za Kiafrika zimekuwa zina matatizo kwa sababu ya kubaguana. Kama sisi Kenya tumekuwa tukibaguana kwa muda mrefu kwa msingi ya kikabila. Wengine wanataka kujibagua kwa msingi wa dini. Akishindwa kuwa na tija katika uongozi, anaanza sasa kutafuta labda kabila au dini. Hizo vitu zote hazitatusaidia chochote. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri sisi kama wana Kenya tuangalie tabia ya mtu, tuangalie historia ya mtu, ni mtu wa namna gani. Kama ni mtu mfisadi, mtu ambaye anakisiwa, mtu ambaye ni suspect, huyo ni mtu hafai kumchagua. Kwa mfano sasa, Sakaja tayari ashasema uongo, alafu bado tunataka kumchagua. Ashasema uongo, mnataka kiongozi wa namna hiyo? Hata bila hiyo, huyu Sakaja ndio alikuwa anajifungia kwa baa, wanakunywa pombe siku zile ambazo watu wamekatazwa kunywa pombe usiku baada ya masaa. Prime Minister wa Uingereza, watu walikunywa pombe katika makao yake Downing Street, yeye anasema hakuweko. Hiyo kitu itamfukuza kazi. Watu tu walikunywa pombe, watu walifanya party, hiyo tu itamfukuza kazi, kwa sababu hawawezi kubali kwamba wengine tulikuwa tunaambiwa watu walikuwa wanaambiwa wengine wasitoke nje, alafu wengine wanatoka nje. Hiyo haitakubaliwa. So ni lazima sisi wote tuwe watu waadilifu. Asante sana Wekesa.
Thank you for your rich contribution. Papa, you had a question, and Papa, as you ask, Makiadi is coming, Richard. In the next 10 minutes, I have to sign out because tomorrow I have a long route. So you can take charge for the next 10-15 minutes, you will be back. The people who have not contributed, I think Selina na Duke. Yeah. Ulikuwa na swali ama comment, Papa?
Yeah.
Ni mimi
Thank you.
nimehanga ama?
Ni upande wangu lakini nimerekebisha. Asante. I really wanted to get I've got a new about Makiadi coming back in 10 minutes. That's okay. I'll hold on. Now, I wanted to get Madam Ayimba, but she has left. I hope she would come back. Anyway, I just wanted
She's
to
still in the
mention to her
comment
that
section. You can say what you wanted to say. She's still. I've seen her
yeah,
active in the comment section. And
yeah,
sometimes
because
also the reason why we respond to issues, we don't
yes,
just respond to somebody who said it. They are also listeners, so they also need answers.
yeah, because she brought up the issue of character, and character is something that we have always discussed here on the panel and even in the comment section. And she has she has I don't know. I wanted to ask her whether she subscribes to the rule of law, because according to her, the character of one Babu Owino is condemned as per her, as her description, because just because he did something wrong in the past, then he should never be kind of trusted. But if she subscribes to the rule of law, then I would advise her to go and look at the ruling that was given during that case, because there is something we call alternative. What do you call it? Is it alternative?
Dispute resolution,
Alternative
ADR.
settlement, dispute resolution. Yes, and if she could see if she could read what the ruling was all about, which was signed before a judge, I think Judge Ochoi, or the Magistrate Ochoi. It was a very detailed thing. It involved the parents of the victim, the boy.
I've
And
shared that just to show you that she's following up. Huh? I've shared that.
Yeah. I've seen it. It involved the parents of the boy, and the parent was very clear that he's not sacrificing the welfare of his child, and the punishment of Babu Owino would not necessarily give him and the family justice. So if she can go and read, it's a long 18-page ruling. There were conditions attached to it, and should Babu Owino go against the conditions, then he will have to face the music. So let us not condemn anybody who has gone through the justice system. Should not be condemned, and should be allowed to continue with his or her life. So therefore, I'll take a different opinion from what she has taken. Now, I had made a submission, and thank you very much, Wangira. I'm glad that you are back. We'll be able to discuss and agree to disagree on issues. Today you are charged. You are like an energizer battery. Yeah. And now I want you to come back to our own ever ready, so that when it becomes high, you reduce. When the power goes off kidogo, you reduce the volume so that you continue listening to the music. Karibu sana Makiadi. Wacha nikukaribishe, alafu na wengine wa contribute ili tuendelee mbele. We will be together, I think, until closing.
Asante sana Bob Papa. Sijui mlikuwa mmefikisha wapi. Duke naona uko na swali. Is it a comment?
Nadhani ni Duke ndio alikuwa anaingia.
Okay, sawa Duke,
Alafu,
take your time.
Ni Mama Selina, and then Duke, and then I think the rest ni wewe, and then wengine wanarudia.
Okay, ngoja kidogo. Duke, yako ni swali ama ni contribution? Because
yes, I have a question and a counter argument to Pop.
Can you hold that for a minute? Tupatie Mama Selina alafu tukuje kwako.
No, I start that second. Okay, that's okay.
All right, thank you. So Mama Selina, karibu.
Okay, thank you so much. Asante sana. Nafikiria tumeongea, tukienda kwa mjadala ya leo kwamba sitaki kurudia yale watu wamesema, wacha niende tu directive kwa mambo ya Uhuru, Martha Karua katika Akorino. So kwamba Martha Karua na baba walitangulia hiyo kanisa asubuhi kabla Rais Uhuru kuingia, but walikuwa pale kama waumini, hawakutajwa mpaka wakati Uhuru alipatiwa microphone akiongea, ndiye sasa alisema yale amefanya na Wakorino, and then he recognized Martha Karua, and then Martha Karua talked kwa Kikuyu kuhusu running mate wake, and then akakaa chini akapatia Uhuru na Uhuru akapeana. Nataka kusema ukikompea kanisa ya Akorino, walifuata, hawakutaka siasa, na hata wakati walipoomba, even though walisema wanasimama na corruption, even though wanasema walisimama na walikuwa napigania uhuru ya Kenya, but kama Maumau walifanya kazi na Kenyatta na wamefanya kazi na Uhuru, na wakakubali ya kwamba wataendelea 100 years, wakafunga na wakaanza a new chapter today, na ilienda mpaka tukaona mtoto mdogo kama ya 7 years or maybe 10 years or 12 years akiandiwa battle ya generation ya kwamba itaenda for another 100 years until that young boy will reach that age of, if God give him that life, until he will hand over to another generation in that 100 years. So that was niliona kama ni kitu ya maana, and then wakasema kwa sababu Uhuru wanaenda retire, wataendelea kukua pamoja. Martha Karua na baba wakakubali they will continue with the Church of Akorino kusaidiana. Hiyo na nikaona hiyo ni mzuri. So still we cannot run away na yale mambo ilifanyika Jacaranda. In the morning ilikuwa imejaa wafuasi wa bunge la wananchi, and of course the supporters of Azimio. And I remember even those guys talking about police, na wakasema 2017 tulikuwa tunachapwa, kutupiwa tear gas, but nikaona hao wakiambiana, police akiwauliza musonge, muende kando, because the police are not here to fight us, lakini wako kutusaidia. And Richi, ukiangalia vile hiyo kiwanja ilikuwa imejaa, ukweli ni kwamba kama wangekuwa waenda against Kenya Kwanza were lead, there were about 100 people, but a lot of youth, watu wengi walitoka kwa kiwanja, sababu kuna wakati tear gas ilitubwa nini. Niliona Korir, member of parliament for Karen, mnaita sijui inaitwa nini hiyo, akikuja na watu, alishuka na watu, walitembea na watu, a group alitoa watu Karen constituency yake wakuja hapo. And nimeshukuru Moses Kuria, na tulikuwa tumesema hapa inde sometime ya kwamba ukileta watu kwa mkutano, you know, watu wanajuana, kama ni watu ya Embakasi peke yake, they know each other. Hata asubuhi walikuwa naambiana, nyinyi watu ya Kenya Kwanza na sisi watu ya Azimio, those people they know each other, kwa sababu wanatoka the same constituency, wanajua ni kina nani wako Azimio the majority, wanajua ni kina nani wanakuwa Kenya Kwanza, and we have seen them hata wakidebate. Tunaona kuna watu ya Kenya Kwanza na tunaona kuna watu ya Azimio. Kwa nini hao watu wakiwa kwa hiyo bunge la wananchi na ni wengi, kwa nini hatujaiona wakipigana? They can shout, wanaweza nyang'anya na microphone, na alafu ule speaker yao anasimama anawaambia no, and they listen. So siasa, na ninafurahia kila mtu anataka kutuambia kuhusu constitution. We are talking constitution kwa watu wenye walikataa kufuata katiba. I was thinking, yes, mama na baba wakiingia serikali tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8, the new government when comes in, hapo ndio wakati tunataka kuinsist, kwa sababu they are the reformist. Mother Karua will be there. We should remind them about katiba, but it is wrong time kwa sasa tunaleta issues kwa wakati serikali yenye kuna mambo mingi sana imefanyika, hata kotini hawakubali hata hata condemn of court. Wamekuwa na mambo mingi sana na wakujali. So who are we talking to? Hii ni ile serikali ilikataa kufuata mambo ya katiba, and we want to come here kuongea mambo ya katiba kwa hii election. Yes, but implement ni wakati the new government comes in. So kwa wale mambo ya Kasarani, mimi nataka kusema hivi, yes, hii ni wakati ya siasa na tungetaka tufanye siasa ya haki, lakini kulingana na our witness today is Moses Kuria. Tumekuwa tukilia, na we unajua Rick, tukiuliza why are these yellow people wanafalishwa t-shirt, wanakuwa na posters, wana surround the front. Tumekuwa tukiuliza kwa nini hii Kenya kwisha wako na wamama ama na watu wanaenda, na tukaona mabasi ya shule. We have been shouting, we have been saying, hata najua nikikumbuka nikiambia Alex, yeye ndiye anatengenezanga hiyo uniform ya yellow tukicheza. So it is true, today it has been confirmed. But yes, sisi tunataka kuelewa ya kwamba tuna deal na mtu amechua, hiyo ni mchezo yao. Kama leo mimi nataka kusema hivi, they know weakness of Babu Owino, and wanataka hiyo candidate ya Kenya Kwanza ama UDA, he has never had a meeting. Tuko na 50 days to election. Ameteuliwa kama candidate yao. He has never and even never kusimama hapo na kuonyeshana yeye ni candidate ya hiyo constituency. So today walikuwa anajaribu bahati, na kama wewe umeumizwa mpaka umetoka damu kwa kichwa, sijui imefanyika nini, surely unakuwa na nguvu ya kukimbia tena na kuongea. You know, we need to say the truth, kwa sababu najua kila mtu aliona hiyo clip, na I'm telling you, kabla sisi wengine kukuja kuongea hapa, tunataka kufuata. I was following in the morning, Deputy President akiwa kanisa huko kwa New Chapel ama ilikuwa inaitwa nini, wakimwakiwa mafuta, wakisema ndiye sasa wanaenda Chakaranda, because ukikuja kushikilia katikati uwezi jua. Some of us we are not sleeping. Unataka kufuata ili ukifungua mdomo yako usiseme watu wataona kama ujui chenye unafanya. So for me, nilifollow ile ya kanisa ya Akorino, nikafollow hii kwa sababu unataka kujua the difference vile watu walikuwa nafikiria. So kama walijua kulikuwa na commotion in the morning, as a good citizen, as a good president of Republic of Kenya, kama alikuwa najua kulikuwa na utata na polisi wamekuwa pale kusema lazima tukuje na wanapika kifua, jameni, they may be right, but kufika kifua kwao, unasikia vile Mudavadi aliongea. Unajua kama umeshindwa, nyinyi wote mumefanya mambo ya kukimbia, nyinyi wote mumefanya mambo mingi, mkijua mumeshindwa amukosi. Well, ulikuwa shule na mtoto akianguka anasema unajua hata ni mwalimu alinionea, hata maksi yangu aliipa, hata kijana ingine, because they want excuse. Tusikubali excuse ya UDA ikuje itukawanye. Tusikubali excuse ya watu wenye wameona wameshindwa. Kama Mlima, for example, mambo ya Central. Niliwaambia long time ago. Na muku kubali, nikawaambia Central, kuamua kwa kura ya Central, not even 2 months to. Nilisema kutoka June, July, ndio mutajua msimamo ya Central. And I hope whoever tulikuwa pamoja kwa hii platform, mutaambie mimi ni ukweli, because walijua what they want, vijana walikuwa napatiwa pesa, makanisa. Na ya pili, hawa watu ya Central wanasema, wakati deputy president alisimama na Uhuru, he was paid by Kenyatta family. Let me talk now today. And they wanted to get their money back. Na jinsi ya kurudisha hizo pesa walikuwa wamefanya ni kumfungia yeye huko Central. I'm telling you, if the deputy president was wise, angekuwa ameshika Western, angekuwa ameshika Coast, angekuwa ameshika Wamasai na hisi group ingine. But aliona ile 5 million votes Uhuru alikuwa naye, akafikiria na ile yake ya Rift Valley 3 million. So it was, na kuna siku walikasirika na wakamuuliza, ulilete kura ngapi, ulisaidia Uhuru nini, what did you bring in the table? Angekumbuka from there. So he was locked in Central, kutumia hiyo pesa sote Central, warutishe pesa yao ile walijua amechukua, nao wanamurelease, wanaenda saa ile kila kitu imeisha. Na bado sasa hiyo ndio unaona leo vile Martha na Raila walipokelewa Kiambu, everywhere were red. Na sasa in these 2 months unaona Moses Kuria vile ameongea today, Kaboko aliongea, Kiunjuri aliongea, na walituambia the last minute hiyo UDA ni itakuwa Rift Valley. Hiyo ni chama ya Rift Valley. It is true, itakuwa chama ya Rift Valley, but not Rift Valley at all. So sitaki kuchukua hiyo nafasi mingi yangu, nilikuwa nataka kusema hiyo mambo ya corruption, leadership, yes, Catholic. Lakini pia nataka kusema, is it not too late for the church? Tumelia sana, tukitaka kanisa watupatie mwelekeo, but mtu mwingine anaweza sema ati 50 days ni sawa, lakini kanisa wangesimama na ukweli, especially Catholic charity. No, I'm sorry, to Catholic, kanisa ya Catholic. I work with Catholic charities, that is why napotea kidogo. Kanisa ya Katoliki, kumbukeni wakati ya Moi, hawa ndio walikuwa ya kwanza kupinga hiyo maserikali. Hawa ndio walikuwa ya kwanza ndio kupinga corruption. Lakini tulikuwa tumeshangaa, walinyamaza nya, hatukujua what is happening. Lakini tukalia, tukasema makanisa wako wapi? Anyway, wametoka, wametuambia tusichakue corrupt politicians ama serikali corrupt. Na kwa sababu wanajua saa hii ukweli ni kwamba hata mtoto mdogo ukimuuliza who is corrupt, they will tell you. Ukisema nani reformist, watakwambia. So hayo tu ningetaka kusema. Mambo ya Sakaja mimi sitaki kuongea kwa sababu tumeongea, lakini pia ako na haki, kama tulisema hapa, Ricky alete certificate zake. Wakenya hawana maneno haya. Naona watu wengine wanasema tunataka kuwa serious. Hii sasa tunataka kuambia baba na mama, by August wakiwekwa kwa ofisi, wakati wata integrate corruption, whoever alichaguliwa, hata kama amepita kura hii na ako corrupt, ama ma-certificate sao ni mbaya, ama wamehusika na wizi, nafikiri katiba ya Kenya kwa wale wasomi, mimi nasema kwa wale wamekuwa wakikaa na constitution yetu ya Kenya, najua kuna nafasi ya kurecall ama mtu anastakiwa na constituency yake inakuwa open, na Kenya tunachakua wale watu wanaweza kutusaidia, because tukibeba hiyo ufisadi na watu wafisadi kwa serikali ya baba, wataenda kucorrupt that government. But for now hakuna vile baba na mama watafanya, kwa sababu IEBC wamekilia. So tunaambia hawa, and I thank God, Chebukati by January hakuna uchaguzi ingine Chebukati atasimamia. Amemaliza hii 10 years akiwa chairman ya IEBC. A lot of people did not understand. Chebukati alikuwa amesign contract ya 10 years. Hakuna mtu angetoa Chebukati, lakini ofisi yake inaisha hii election January. Na ile commissioners watatu walikuwa wamepaki. So the new commissioners wale waine, serikali ya baba wataongeza wengine, na sasa tunataka kuambia the time they will choose another returning officer, let them integrate, let them, wacha hao wachakue mtu mwenye atakuwa na haki. So kama tutakuwa na mambo mingi ya kurudia, of course Chebukati is out of us, na tunasema kama alifanya makosa, na kwa sababu atakuwa ametoka nje ya serikali, they can do anything with Chebukati. So hii election ya Chebukati ni ya mwisho. So mambo ya IEBC na mambo ya election na ile mambo itatokea, sisi nafikiria tunaambia baba na mama ya kwamba waangalie sana mambo ya IEBC. We get the right people, we have the right sons of Kenya, daughters of Kenya, wenye wanaweza fanya kazi mzuri, watusaidie mambo ya corruption isiingie kwa IEBC. Na kila ofisi, wale wako kwa ofisi, tungetaka Riki, serikali ya baba na mama, wa revisit yote. Kama kuna mtu amekuwa na cases ama mambo ya corruption, arutie. Nikimaliza, Wangira, tumekuja kwa hii forum tukuje tujibu maswali ama tupitane kwa maswali, lakini mimi pangu hatuna kitu personal inafanya watu, ndio tutapishana, tunapishana kwa maswali, tunapitana kwa kuelewana, but kuchukua mambo kama ati mpaka ati end of the day wewe ni Wangira na mimi ni Selina. I remain Selina, you remain Wangira. Sisi wote tunasema tuko Azimio. Our team ikiwin tutasema haleluya. Tumekuwa tukikorofashana hata na huyu Duke, lakini hatujaifika ati tunakuwa na hiyo uchungu ati mpaka hatutaki kuona mwingine. Kuna mtu mmoja tulikosa, hata sijui anaitwa nani, lakini hii ni siasa. If I cannot handle you leo, wewe Wangira, na hasira yangu ama hasira yako, tutabeba Kenya aje, tutasaidia baba aje. So wakati tumepishana hapa, Mandako aliwaambia vizuri sana wanaume, especially nyinyi wanaume. You know me, I'm a mother. Mimi nakasirika dakika 5, nimeenda jikoni, nimepika chai, nimeongea na watoto, nimemaliza. Nyinyi wanaume mkipepa hasira kama hiyo, especially baba mtu kama Wangira, how will you talk to your sons wale wamejaa hapa? We need to calm down. Tunataka kusameana. Rekebisha. Hapana chukua mpaka ati Mama Selina, kama ningekuwa bibi yako utachiua.
Haya, Mama Selina, I think you've made a point.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Asante sana Mama Selina.
Mwisho, I don't have anything against Wangira. Ni vile tu saa zingine
hata nimeona Wangira amesmile, hiyo maneno imeisha. Unajua nilikuja studio saa hiyo nikaona Wekesa ni kama anawatawanyisha, lakini naona kila mtu amesmile, so ninaona hiyo maneno yote mmemaliza. We are good to go. Hiyo maneno tumefunga sasa. So you've said a lot, Mama Selina, and I believe you've done so exhaustively. I don't want to add on what you've said. I want to move to Duke. Duke upeane submission yako and then at least we can interrogate. Andrew, nadhani ulikuwa umeongea. You know, I was watching the show. I think nikimaliza Duke nitakuwa nimemaliza kila mtu mwenye ako studio. So Duke, uwanja ni wako sasa, karibu.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. First of all, I want to say that Mr. Wangira has been unfairly treated today. I listened to him, did not say anything malicious.
No, Duke.
No, it's a comment. I'm not spending time there.
No, just make your submission. Hiyo ya Wangira tumemaliza, please.
Okay, well, whichever the side we support, it does not mean that we have to say yes to everything. We have specific facts and truths which some individuals cannot compromise. So if I'm supporting an individual, maybe then that individual makes a mistake. If I'm his supporter, I criticize, that should be allowed. So it's not that we support everybody, everything a person says. Regarding today's submission, I want to start from the chaos. You see, even the team here is biased. Is saying Ruto'S Uda chaos, which is not true. That's a malicious bias. The chaos in Jacaranda today. First of all, what comes to your mind when you see too many people in a rally, chaos, throwing stones? What comes into your mind? To me, as a person, what comes into mind is about, you talk about unemployment. You talk about individuals who are idle. You talk about poverty. You talk about low education levels. So that's why you find those individuals, they have free time. Some of them do not have money. So an individual comes and gives them maybe 200 or 500, and they use them. And these individuals are available across the world. Even in the US, in recent years, we saw the Capitol insurrection. We watched that across the world. So every nation has individuals who are disadvantaged in one way, whether you talk about resources or you talk about education, which they have acquired. So those individuals must be treated carefully, and they must be supported and must be guided. And those individuals who are supposed to guide them and assist them are the leaders. And in this case, the person I fault and the buck stops that person when it comes to Jacaranda chaos is Papu Wino. Most of you have been talking about character of an individual. We talk about Raila, most of you speak about the history of Raila, what he has done. So if, for instance, I'm the person who I have never liked Papu Wino, right from the university, or even when I was a member of NASA, I have hated that individual because the individual likes chaos, the individual uses abusive language, and I'm the person who believes that individual is a criminal and should be in prison today. I'm saying this in reference to the shooting, which was caught on camera when he shot the Felix Orinda, who was a DJ. And Bob tried to say that there was outside court settlement. No, that was a bias. If, for instance, you read the Penal Code, Chapter 63 of Kenya, capital offenses do not allow for outside court settlements. If today I rape somebody and I give that person money, or for instance, maybe I steal with robbery, and then I pay money so that I cannot be imprisoned. So capital offenses, which are attempted murder, robbery with violence, rape, the provision says outside court settlement is not allowed. So the fact that the case of Papu Wino was settled, they purport that it was settled outside the court, it's a mistake. And if that family goes to the appeal or goes to the Supreme Court, Papu Wino will be imprisoned for life. Actually, the penal code, if sometimes you can be imprisoned for life. For instance, if you are found guilty of attempted murder, and that was an attempted murder on cameras. It was captured across. So I'm faulting Papa Wino because the field was booked by one Muriti on 15th, and usually the top contestant, that's Raila Odinga, Ruto, wherever they are going to appraise, they actually communicate that in advance, because those individuals, wherever they go, there are a lot of people. Security has to be arranged. So Papa Wino was aware that William Ruto was coming to Jacaranda yesterday. And he wakes up very early in the morning and more praises his supporters to be in the rally. So that's a mistake. And I feel he should be actually be prosecuted and punished for that. Next, I want to talk about the church leaders talking about to elect leaders with integrity. First of all, the church has become the most corrupt enterprise in Kenya. We have a lot of miracles being faked. Some of them are paid to make political statements. So I feel that the church does not have even integrity. First of all, we need registration, where we should have actually churches to be registered in a way, because we are seeing a lot of fake churches and faking of miracles, and they are actually trying to get handouts from politicians. So the churches are corrupt and should not does not have any moral authority to give information regarding to that. However, how should we know that this leader has integrity or not? To a large extent, consumers, that is citizens, consumers of news media, they get their information from the media. And we have freedom of media. I'm the kind of person who's saying that the freedom of media has been misused to a large extent. We find that the reporters saying sources say APCD, and they don't state the sources. For instance, if I go to a media and say sources say Makiadi is a rapist, and I'm not giving any evidence, and I cannot prosecute it for that. So I feel that sometimes it has become very difficult for Kenyans to have facts on specific individuals, because the media has been mixed up. It's giving all information left, right, and center, so that it's confusing even the Kenyans. So they cannot even know who's good, because all of them, they go to their news media channels and they ask them questions. They are after money. So they don't critically or factually scrutinize the readers. And even the way they report, they don't actually report details, specific details. For instance, if we are talking about the chaos today, if we were having like a good media, they should actually give us specific detail. For instance, who booked the venue, when was it booked? If you watch the news today, no news news channel was able to give those specific details. So I think the fact that Kenyans are unable to select readers with integrity is because the media is not giving them accurate information, and most citizens have given up. They have elected all sorts of readers and they are failing them. So the challenge is there. Regarding Sakaja's clearance case, first of all, I will fault the institutions. When you take a case to court or to any tribunal, your case must be packed with an affidavit. An affidavit is a solemn attestation of the truth, where you say that the information I'm giving is true, and I'm ready to be prosecuted. That is, to be imprisoned or fined if what I'm saying is false. Now, here is the case where we find individuals goes to court with cases with fabricated information, and then they give affidavits. For instance, in this case of Sakaja, for instance, one of the individuals submitted information with wrong names. You see? So institution must be thorough so that we have to know that whenever an issue is raised in court, it's something serious. For instance, if those who have history in the US, when there was an allegation where Clinton was having an affair with Reddy was in White House, and at the start he gave a false statement that he was not having an affair. But when DNA of clothes found otherwise, he was fined $90,000 by then. That is 1998. So these individuals should be fined. Why should you take cases in court with fabricated information? Actually, the case, the IEBC created Sakaja because all the submissions, all the claims were false to a large extent. So those individuals who gave false affidavits should be prosecuted. So I think that's the end of my submission. Unless I have questions.
Thank you so much, Duke. I know you'll have many questions. I don't know how you guys want us to do this because I know Wangira also had to answer some questions. So I don't know if you want us to begin with Duke and then go back to Wangira. Bob Papa.
Yeah, I just want to refer Duke to Duke, number one. Your personal issues and how you like Babu Owino is none of our business. That is number one, because you have said categorically that you have never liked him since time immemorial. So that one is yours personal, and it will not influence the discussion and or the debate on the chaos in what do you call it, Jacaranda. Number two, I don't know whether you have any evidence regarding Babu Owino having organized the chaos, because unless you have any evidence, that statement will be null and void. But according to me, I have evidence from his tweet early in the morning at 10 a.m., 2 minutes past 10, telling people that he had booked the grounds, but Ruto also booked the grounds on the same day. But in their notification, it was the letter was it was for use in 2021. I therefore let my people stay at home because we love peace. So I don't know where you're getting that evidence that he organized. Number three, you have talked about the shooting. You just mentioned about the shooting and he should be in jail and what have you. The case was thrown out and was dismissed by the judge or the magistrate. He acquitted Babu Owino after Mr. Orinda withdrew his complaint. Understand that statement. He was acquitted after Mr. Orinda withdrew his complaint. However, the price of acquittal in the attempted murder charge is hefty. Hence, there was an agreement that was filed as a condition for the withdrawal, and it has a range of conditions. So don't try to give us false information. That is what I wanted to tell you, and I'll give it back to
Okay,
so
thank you, Bob. Let's do this. If you have a question, do not exhaust the answer so that the other person can get material to rebut your question with. Julia, make it brief, just the questions. Then I'll do this. I'll give Duke an opportunity to prepare his counter argument, and then we go to Wangira. Before Duke answers, we'll go to Wangira to answer the earlier question. So, Julia, your questions, please.
Okay, asante Makiadi. Hi Makiadi, Bob, Sally, Duke, Wangira, Muriasi.
Hi, Julia.
Hi, Bob. Now, Duke has said he hates Babu with passion because he was charged for murder. Duke, please look at me. I need to see your eyes. You know I'm a teacher. I don't like to talk to people who are not looking at me. Ruto was charged with crimes against humanity. And people were killed in Kiambaa Church. When women were trying to escape, wakarudishwa ndani. Those are some of the charges. And even now, there's a case in court implicating Ruto that witnesses disappeared. So between Babu and Ruto, who deserves more hate? Because you have told us here, we should be genuine, we should be principled, even if the people we like have committed some crimes. So Mr. Duke Omariba, I would like you to express your principles in that hate thing between Babu and Ruto, because Ruto was charged with crimes against humanities, and in some of those crimes, we know people died in Kiambaa Church, innocent women and children. We have not forgotten. So if we all want to express hate here, Mr. Duke, please tell me, between Ruto, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, and Babu, who deserves more hate? Thank you.
Wangira, maswali yako jibu kwanza, Duke akiprepare his answers. You're muted, Mr. Wangira. You're muted.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the reminder. How are you, Julia? You're the only one I've not seen this morning. Um, I want to tell my sister, my senior sister, Selena, that, you know, at times emotions can just run high, but at the end of the day, they just remain that emotions. So, you know, let the bygone be the bygone and we move on. I want to respond to my brother, Papa. Is he there?
Papa Bob, yeah, he's there. Go on.
Is there? You know, Papa raised two issues in his questions. He asked me a question about the issue, the use of the word republic. Then there was this other issue on the date, on the purported date of the meeting, which passed Muraidi's letter read 19th June 2021 instead of 19th June 2022. So I'll try to answer those two questions. My brother Papa. You know, let me just start with the second question on the date of the meeting. You know, it's not in dispute that the letter for this purported meeting by Muraidi was delivered on the 15th June 2022. That fact is not in dispute. Again, it's not in dispute that Muraidi has a receipt from the Nairobi city government allowing him to use that meeting for an event of the 19th June 2022. That issue is not in dispute. And again, I raised to you another fundamental question. I told you that, you know, when Babu Owino was presenting himself as candidate for Embakasi East, and before he was cleared, he signed what we call the IEBC Code of Conduct. And if you look at the IEBC Code of Conduct, that's what they were told to attach the schedule of their campaign meetings. So I'll just be interested to know if per that schedule that he attached on the IEBC Code of Conduct, whether he had indicated that he was going to have a meeting on the 19th of June 2022. That would be my concern. And finally, unless he was booking the ground for purposes of blocking other people from using it, you know, I've not understood exactly why he was booking this Jacaranda ground for the 19th of June 2022. And I'm so passionate about these issues because I'm a great believer in the rule of law. I'm a great believer in democracy. If we want to promote democracy, let us promote rule of law. Even if I'm not a Kenya Kwanza a supporter, but I must always stand to defend the rights of the Kenya Kwanza people. That is my obligation by the 2010 constitution that we promulgated on the 27th August 2010. On the issue of the republic, Abuya, this issue of the term republic, is a very, very serious issue. We are taking it in a very playing matter, but it's a very, very serious issue. Because let me tell you why I say it's a very, very serious issue. I didn't even understand why Babu Owino was referring to Embakasi East as Embakasi East Republic. I never understood. Because the reason why it is a very, very serious issue, I take you back to just the chapter 2 of the Kenyan Constitution, and the chapter is titled The Republic. And down there, they say Declaration of the Republic. Then from moving from the Declaration of the Republic, then we come down there, we say Kenya is a sovereign republic. Then we go down there, we say the Republic of Kenya shall be a multi-party democracy. Then down there we talk of the territories of Kenya. I hope you're getting my point. So for a person who's been elected as a member of a constituency called Embakasi East, a constituency that was demarcated under Article 89 of the Kenyan Constitution, for him now to start referring to that constituency as a republic, I just get lost. I just get lost completely. I just don't want to be excited for the sake of being excited. Because me, I always dwell on issues and facts. And here I'm just looking at the issues and facts as they work today. As they work today. So how? How do you term your constituency as a republic? And if you study government, if you study political science, and even if you study law, what a republic is. Because Kenya became a republic in 1964. Before it became, even before it became a republic, even when we got what we call ourselves independence in June 1st, 1963, we were still under the Queen in England. And then at that particular time, we were not a republic because we were under the Queen. We were a territory of the Queen. And then in 1964, we became a republic. So we became our own territory, as the Republic of Kenya. And a republic has, the head of the republic is head of state and head of government. That is the constitution and that's the law. So if you purport that your constituency is a republic, are you telling us that now you are the head of state and head of government in your constituency? These are facts of law that we must interrogate away from the simple emotions that we want to allow to run here. They are very, very critical issues. If we are really believing in promoting rule of law and if we are really believing in promoting democracy, that would be my take.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wangira. I want us to do this because I also want us to move the debate forward. Andrew, I want to give Duke an opportunity to rebut, but let me do this. Duke will have just 2.5 minutes, roughly 3 minutes. Andrew, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Makiadi, and welcome all who are away. And Wangira, I have one question that you make us understand this. And I know you are a professor. And a professor, when you have two groups, one group.
I'm not a professor. I'm just
I'm just, you will understand. No problem. Take it for today. And two groups, one group in the room, another group outside. The group in the room, when you look through the window, you look at something, and you get observation. And the people outside, they look at it different. So when the people in the room, when they go out, they find it different. So that one you will explain to us. Another one thing is, you said Babu Owino could have been studying with Baba, and why he could arrange a meeting at his home area. Now, being in Azimio, the Prime Minister, Kalonzo Musyoka, was in a place, why couldn't he be in Kasarani the same day? Because he and the same Masimio. Look at that now. So I think the argument you are saying that he could be at Papa's place, then it needs some further explanation.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Can I respond?
No, I don't want you to respond right now. Just note it somewhere. I'll give you an opportunity. Duke, within 3 minutes, respond to Julia's and Bob's questions. Then we move to Julia to do her submission.
I start with Bob. He's saying that it's my personal statement when I say I hate Papuino. But we are here to give personal statements. We don't speak on behalf of others. So yes, it's my personal statement. But also, when you are trying to come up with the character of an individual, or who is this individual, we talk of history. That's why sometimes you talk about Raila fighting for multipartyism or the devolution. So you are talking about the history. So I said, but I added with facts why facts, for instance, using abusive language, shooting somebody. So those are facts which I backed my argument. Also, when you are trying to say it's not Papuino who caused the chaos in Jacaranda, because you are trying to use his own tweet. So is here an outright institution to give statements? If, for instance, he is claiming that Ruto or Mureti was that the booking was on 2021, we should get that from the institutions where the booking takes place, if it's the police station or if the municipal council. So he should not be the one who tells us about that. And then you talked about that Papuino was acquitted. Yes, but I'm saying it is wrong. He should have not been acquitted. For instance, if I rape somebody and I pay that person money, then I go file for outside settlement. So that's an impunity. Capital offenses are not allowed to have outside settlements. It's not allowed by law. Actually, the people who should have prosecuted Papuino were the policemen. They should have convicted him, took him to court. The DCI gave the evidence, and he was to be imprisoned like that. Some criminal cases does not depend on the person who was harmed, the person who was affected. For instance, if you shoot someone and that person dies, should you wait for that person to go to court who has already died? So that's the failure of the state. About Julia, you're talking about you are trying to compare Ruto with Papuino. And you have quoted about he was you have to differentiate between allegations and acts. Or for instance, Papuino shot somebody. It was broadcasted on TV. But when you talk about Ruto was accused of some capital offenses, that was internal. There were accusations, and he attended all the court proceedings, and he was not found guilty. But here is a case. Assume even outside court settlements, it was right. It's like a form of fine, because he agreed with the mistake and then agreed to do an outside settlement. So he's a criminal, even if it's even if the outside court settlement was to be varied, still he remains a criminal because he shot somebody on the screen. About Kiamba Church, you should not associate chaos to an individual. For instance, you cannot say that Ruto is the one who pumped the church. For instance, I come from Kisii, and in 2007, a lot of people died in Kisumu, others died in Kericho, you see? So can I say those people from my community who died in Kisumu were killed by one Raila Odinga? No, it's about when violence starts, it's like a spontaneous act. You cannot control all the events across the country. So that's my submission.
All right, Wayne, thank you, Duke. Mama Selina Omenu Mkono, I want to give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds, please.
Thank you so much. Nataka kuambia Duke, naona ameongea sana kuhusu mambo ya Babi Owino kuelewana. Nataka kukuambia hata tuseme jamii ya kwamba mtu wameuawa, wacha ile wamepigana, wameuawa na community wanasema ya jamaa na wale the two people wale walikuwa na hiyo shida, they sit down na kusema umeua mtu yetu na hawezi amuka. They had a blessing ya kwamba wale wanalipa ng'ombe ama wanalipa chochote na wanamaliza. So kuna mambo ya katiba na wacha kucheka, because you know what, najua kuna wasee hapa na watasimama kucorrect ya kwamba watu wawili wakisosana, hata kama mumepigana na muende kotini, ya kwanza wanasema kama mnaweza sikilizana, mwenye alichapwa akiwithdraw aseme tunaenda kuelewana outside the court, hakuna mtu ako na ruhusa kuingilia. I'm saying this, my daughter na my daughter-in-law walikosana na wakaenda kwa polisi, wakaenda kotini, waliambiwa kwa sababu my daughter-in-law alipata mtoto, msichana alipata mtoto na kijana. Sasa akaenda kustaki msichana yangu, walienda kotini assault kwa sababu alisema wamechapana. Wakati walifika kotini, nilikuwa na lawyer na msichana alikuwa na lawyer, na polisi na chacha akawauliza, wewe mwenye kupigana kwa sababu mlipigana, mko na kitu ya kusema? Chacha akasema ya kwanza kama wanaweza elewana, waliweka mkono juu na wakasema wana withdraw. Hakuna kitu waliambiwa kulipa, ni jamii yangu na ile jamii walikutana na wakasema basi mulipe damu na ile kesi walienda hospitali. I'm talking about experience. Tulilipa na hiyo kesi ilikuwa rest up to today. Ingine jamii wakipigana na isemekane you settle out of court na mtu amekufa, kuna yale inalipwa kwa ile jamii walilose mtu na inaisha. Sasa kuna mambo ya kotini, kuna mambo ya outside, na kuna ile chacha anasema kama mnakubaliana. Kama familia ya ule alichapwa na Babu Owino na Babu Owino wakakubaliana na wakasema lipa hospitali ama lipa damages, hiyo kesi imeisha na hakuna mtu anaenda na dhambi, ama kuna mtu atasimama pale kando kusema fulani na fulani alifanya. So mambo singine hata kama tunataka kufuata katiba,
Haya, Mama Selina amepotea. Mama Selina umemaliza? Asante sana.
Nimemaliza.
Okay.
Juliana, nilipotea. Yes.
Hata network yako ni kama ilikuwa imeanza kukatika, lakini sawa kama umemaliza. Julia, peana submission yako, and I think you'll take also that opportunity to respond to any issues you have with Duke.
Okay, I don't even want to give a submission. I just wanted to draw to the attention of Duke that he's asked us to be principled here. I would like him to be principled too. Mr. Duke, allegations of crimes against humanity. ICC is not crazy. ICC is not crazy. Why they didn't come for Julia or you? Those are very serious allegations. And it is in the record, and the whole world knows the people who died in Rift Valley and how they died. And that those people were financed to do it and were organized. And we know who was pinned down for that financing and organizing. So ICC is not crazy. So if you're going to stand here and tell us how you hate Babu Owino, you should express the same hate to William Samoei Ruto. And that is why I don't blame people here when they doubt whether Babu Owino was involved in that violence. Because I think we can now say that William Ruto and Babu Owino can do the same thing. In fact, I don't blame anybody here for suspecting that William Samoei Ruto planned the whole violence. He has shown us before he can do it. So we'll not be surprised that he did it. That is my conviction. We will not be surprised. He will not catch us by surprise. So kama hata whether ni Babu Owino ama ni William Samoei alipanga hiyo violence, we leave the DCI to investigate. But I want to tell you, if you're asking us to be principled too. William Samoei Ruto is suspect number 1 for violence, for the worst violence in this country. Another thing, I stand to be corrected. I was in Kisumu in 2007. I want somebody here who knows whether people were killed in Kisumu. I only have records of property that was destroyed. I don't have any records of people who died in Kisumu. So stop comparing Kisumu and Kiambaa. In fact, Mr. Duke, if you don't want to annoy the members of the panel here, don't talk about the church in Kiambaa. It's a very bitter story that no one, if we think about it, we don't want to hear the name of William Samoei Ruto. If we think about it, we never want to hear his name. We never want to hear his name, Mr. Duke. So if you want us to have principles, please have the same principles. Asante Makia, that's what I wanted to say.
All right, Nyomba, I'm trying to hit the last person on your left, Black. So you're almost next. Just give me a minute to give Godfrey an opportunity to submit. I'll come to you. I'm trying to hit the last man on the left. That's the last submission we'll have here on this panel. And Godfrey, try to make it brief so that at least everybody gets a chance to contribute. Nyomba, you'll be next.
Hi guys, I have been brief also. In fact, there's nothing to submit here because I have seen Mr. Wangira and Duke. They have been so passionate about this issue of Babu Owino. Surely, nikiangalia ile picha, this issue yani inajionyesha vizuri kwa ilikuwa stage managed. Look at those people who walikuwa namsindikisha huyu Ruto. Vile wale vijana kama wamevaa kale kanguo kama nini imekaa hivi kwa mfuko kwa kifua. The same guys who stoned the car. Na the same guys walikuwa na stone watu pale. How comes mnakuja mnaanza kusema kuwa Babu Owino ndo ameplan such things? Let's look at Ruto. The people who surround Ruto. There's a time when one officer lost a camera. Yeah, I think it was for ilikuwa group ya Ruto, the same to Sako. Yeah. When the guy lost the camera, hata hakukaa kutulia. He decided to kill himself. Ikuwa your own officer. Anaweza poteza kitu yako alafu enda ajue. Kumaanisha inaweza happen vipi ikiwa huyo mtu si mtu mzuri? Ikiwa huyo mtu ni mtu mzuri, inawezekanaje mtu apoteze kitu alafu aenda ajue before hata kungoja kesi kuulizwa maswali? Tukiongea mambo ya Babu Owino, I think we should be just specific on the things that is on the ground. To speculate things ambao haziko. That thing was jipangia wenyewe hizo vitu hiyo.
Is it me who's having a problem with Godfrey?
I think someone is hacking them.
Godfrey, Godfrey, I think you are having issues with your network. Can you speak?
My network is okay.
Go ahead, speak. We want to.
Yeah, I siku nataka kupatiana any submission, but I was saying tusifanye speculation venye zimekuwa hapa zionekane kuwa ziko right. Vitu ambazo speculations zibaki speculations. We should not force things ambazo hazifai. Kwanza, in fact, this issue ya Babu Owino imeharibu hii mkutano sahihi. Because we are not supposed to be discussing this thing of Babu Owino here. Kwa sababu Babu Owino mwenyewe hakuwa pale. Hata kama anasema kuwa alikuwa amechukua hiyo mkutano. Asubuhi nilimsikia akisema naomba watu wake wakae nyumbani kabisa, watu wasiende kwa hiyo mkutano. Sasa nyinyi mnamdrag pale kwa kitu ambacho hata haifai. I think we should just be respectful sometimes. Tusiforce tu vitu ambazo haziko na tuseme kwa vitu ziko. Tuongee vitu zingine ambazo zinafurahisha watu na vitu zingine ambazo zinatujenga pia. Lakini vitu ambazo hatujengi tusizilete hapa.
Umemaliza Godfrey, si ndio? Oh yeah, okay. Sawa sawa. I don't know if the issue you're raising here of Babu Owino, I don't know if we should delineate that or we should separate that with the chaos that happened in DP Ruto's meeting today in Nairobi. I don't know if they are related, but I guess maybe people would want to relate those two. And one of the issues that we are talking about is DP Ruto's UDA chaos in Nairobi. So I guess maybe people took that as a reason why they decided to talk about Babu Owino. Of course, I would agree with you that it was not part of our topics, but let's just allow that for today. Nyumba, karibu. Na ulikuwa na swali, uulize swali na usijibiwe kwanza mpaka upeane submission yako ndio tuende kwa mtu wa mwisho pale. Go ahead.
Asante Bwana Makiadi. Panelists wote na wasalimia, I hope umesalimika. Alikuwa swali, but I was becoming uncomfortable the direction the topic was taking. I was born Rift Valley, brought up in Rift Valley, kusomea Rift Valley, kufanya kazi Rift Valley, retirement Rift Valley. My life I've been Rift Valley, Nakuru actually mostly. So when some of these things are raised and people are talking so lightly about them, casually, it affects me. Niyo issue ya clashes na Duke na Julia wameongea, actually I was becoming very uncomfortable. I've seen all of them, na grown up. 92, 97, blah blah, the worst of it in 2008, zote nimeziona. Kwa hivyo hiyo si kitu ya kuja kuongea hapa. Huenda we may lose the direction and also become very bitter, and some of these things is good. Sometimes you forget. Not forget. Once you're forgiven, your life goes on. Because some people feel very uncomfortable, me inclusive, of some of the things that happened during those times, especially the 2008. And I can see some people take it so casually. Tuache hapa kwa sababu sasa ya kwanza hata hiyo kesi ya deputy president si ati iliisha, still hanging, ijaisha. Na sasa kulinganisha mambo ya Babu Owino na hiyo ya 2008, they are not related. These are two different, very far. How are you comparing a small fracas where nobody died with an issue that over 1,000 people, 1,300 died? No, they are not of the same caliber. They say they are not of the same name. So that was my discomfort. So that's why I was raising my hand. It's not a question. I didn't want that topic to continue. I was feeling a bit uncomfortable with it. Excuse. So homa yangu inaisha, nilikunywa ndimu, nimekunywa maji sana. Kwa hivyo I'm improving. I'm not at my best, but I'm better. So I can touch very lightly with the topics that are there. Uhuru Unveils Raila Odinga and Martha Karua to the Akorino. The Akorino is a very respected dini ya Kikuyu nafikia, lakini kuna watu wengine wameingia. It's more pronounced in Kikuyu land, Akorino. And it's like an original dini. Najua dini zingi zingine wanasema ni kutuletea, although I'm a Catholic. Si Maringo tunajiita the Universal Church. So hii ilianza kitambo kidogo, zingine zimekuja na zina split out of the Universal Church, even the Protestants and all that, and they keep on growing. As we speak, even my nephew has started one of his branches, his ministry, which has branches in Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania, and this is a 77 dropper. Now he is a bishop. So you can see, kwa sababu imekuwa ni biashara hizo dini na zimepotosha watu wengi sana, and they are rich. Can't compare him with me with a degree, the standard 7 dropout na pesa mingi sana na magari na mashamba na nini. I don't blame them. It's okay because poor people is very much not poor and hungry. When you're hungry, you listen to anybody who will give you food. And that's why politicians sometimes they want you to be very poor and hungry so that you will be listening to them, you'll be following them and the instructions without asking any questions. So hizo za dini nasema Akorino ni vizuri sana, na unaona sasa vile Uhuru aliintroduce Raila na Malta kwa Akorino. Still political. They're not there for religious purposes. These guys were there for political purposes, and they made that point. Okay, being the Akorino, now they have followers in them, and the function was quite beautiful, and the way it was handled, I liked it. It was a good one. Now I go to DP Ruto'S Uda cows in Nairobi. Some of the things we leave for the investigative units, authorities to follow up and come with an answer. When we speculate on some of these things, either it's Bobo, or not, we can't get an answer really. It's like we're wasting our time on such things. And when you compare, let me go back to the ICC issue. Investigations were done. There are evidence that is there. Why the case was stopped is that the witnesses, some disappeared, some changed their mind, they became hostile to the court. Yeah, it's not that like this one that we don't have evidence. How do you compare this one? No, it's just today, and then we have an answer to it. No, that's not the right way to go. So let's leave that one for chaos in Nairobi. Politicians can do anything. If you remember well, the MP who beat Uhuru in his first time trying to be the MP for Gatondo alijificha na gari yake ikaenda ikaangushwa kwa mto na ikamwagio damu just before the elections, a day or two, I think a day or 2 days. Sasa ilisemekana Uhuru ndiye ameorganize, huyo anaitwa I think Mwehia ameorganize disappearance ya Mwehia Uhuru, na Mwehia amekufa na gari yake imeonekana. You can see, and he won because of that. There was an uproar in Gatondo that Uhuru has actually killed Mwehia. So some of these things, they're very tricky. You only see the surface of it, but the deep truth you may not realize until later. Yeah, that man became MP for Gatondo for 5 years. It was such a trick. So anything in politics can happen. Don't just look at the surface. Deep inside there could be meaning, deeper meaning. Now, item C for me, the Catholic bishops, they have declared very well, and they've been declaring. Actually, there's a time we declared that even this money the politicians bring or donate to the church should be in check. Sikuja kuleta manoti mingi hapo mbele ya watu. That sort of donation is self promotion. You're not giving it with a genuine heart. There are evil plans behind it. Of course, it didn't work very well, but the Catholic stand has been that. Politicians want, and of course, like going to talk inside the church, that one is out. The system, a Catholic church, you keep on repeating the same. The mass is it has got a pattern. You can't come and change it and interrupt that system. It's an established system. It's like a government, actually. Okay, and there are rules. But there are exceptions. I remember one bishop was it in Murang'a, who praised the DP Ruto and his donations, and I think it was out of order, because the Catholic Bishops Conference is very clear on this, and we follow. So that advice we are Catholics, we are going to follow, and of course it may not be 100%, but it's good guidance and most of us will follow it up. Now, Sakaja of the hook. IBC dispute tribunal said it's okay for Sakaja to be cleared to run for the governorship of Nairobi. I agree with them. The IBC is not the authority to do that, to stop him because of a fake degree. And that's where there are many other institutions, including the Higher Education Loans Board, there is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Unit. Every department has got its own role. In fact, out of the six issues in the chapter 6, is it 6? I don't remember. The IBC is guided by the approval of other authorities. So it's not for them to jump and stop Sakaja. If it's a degree issue, even help now, help may not come in. That is a loans issue. But the higher education and others, they do their work. The ethics, the CID, good conduct, is for them now to advise the IBC. So what they are doing is correct. It's not their domain to make a decision without getting information from the other authorities. But the other authorities are still going on. Anytime more evidence will come and they'll pass it to IBC, the IBC will be able to make an informed decision. So we can't say he's off the hook yet. I stop there for now on Makiadi and panelists. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you Nyumba Black. Karibu.
Unmute.
Black, you're muted.
Black, we can't hear you.
You are muted.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay, hamjambo wote ambao mko kwa panel wenzangu na wote wale ambao wanatuangalia popote pale walipo. It is my hope and prayer that you're all doing fine and healthy.
Can I interrupt a bit? Black.
Okay.
Yes. Are you black or it's me who is black now? Let's make this one clear from the word go. Who is black here now?
I'm Black, your Nyumba. Thank you. Now, Geoffrey Ouma is still there. Whatever you said, I mean, okay, I think Makiadi, maybe you can guide me on this. Should I submit or can I ask a few things or say something about what Geoffrey said?
No, I want you to do your submission first.
Guide me.
Do your submission first.
Okay.
Yeah, do your submission
okay,
first.
Fine. Okay, fine. Thank you. Well guided. Now, in regards to Uhuru's unveiling of Raila and Martha Karua at the Akorino Church, I've always maintained the stand that churches should just be left to deal with church matters and God matters. I mean, regardless of whether it's like KKA or Azimio, church should be allowed to run its schedule without the interference of any politician. Actually, I believe no politician should be given the microphone to address the worshippers. When they enter into a church, they leave their titles at the door or the entrance of that church. So as they enter that church, they enter, if it's President Uhuru Kenyatta, he enters there as Uhuru, not the president. That's how it should be. So when he sits there, he sits like any other other worshiper, he listens to what the preacher has to say for the day, and just leaves the church like any other worshiper. Churches should never be involved with politics in any way whatsoever. Nevertheless, the church leaders can encourage their worshippers to make informed choices without pointing to a particular direction as to where they should or which side they should. That they can do. But as to the political leaders coming into the church and using that as if it's just a hall of any kind, it should not be. Whether it is Ruto, whether it is Uhuru, whether it is Raila, it is totally wrong. I think we have reached a level whereby mpaka yani ile tunadalalisha, yani we are reducing the value of our religion and the religious institutions by allowing these politicians to come in there and bring the politics there. So in conclusion on that point, I would say I am not supporting, and I will never support any political leader being given a chance to address the church worshippers. None whatsoever. Now, moving forward, in regard to DP Ruto's UDA chaos in Nairobi, again, I've never been a fan of violence. I've never advocated for any form of violence. And I'm on record here. At the time when Raila Odinga's chopper was stoned, I condemned it here. At the time that what do you call it, Sonko drove in with a car in Mombasa at the Azimio rally, I condemned it. And just as the same today, the violence that occurred in Jacaranda, I'm also condemning it. Because no form of violence should be justified anyway whatsoever. And it's very unfortunate that the institutions that would have been tasked with ensuring that, if at all that is the true story behind it, that the deaths were simultaneously allocated to two factions, then I would expect that very institution to come forward and apologize to the masses for whatever that happened today, and they should also take equal responsibility of whatever happened today. But most of all, I'm saddened by the fact that up to this point, despite all the problems that we had in the past, in regards to violence in relation, that we still have the same happening now. I don't know if you can hear me, because it's like I feel like I lost
Yeah, you're
internet.
back. You're back.
Okay, thank you. I mean, regardless, or rather, despite of the fact that we already had problems in the past, and we know the effects of what violence in regards to politics does to people right now, it's quite a shame. I think it's time that we address this issue as a people of Kenya, instead of coming here and try to say that, oh, maybe it could have been stage managed. Regardless of whatever it was, there are people that could get hurt, there are people that could die. Overall, there will be a loss occurrence. Now, what we should be doing is we should be preaching peace. We should be condemning these acts. But trying to pick sides, like you're here and you're trying to say like, okay, hii ni kitu fulani, watu fulani wamefanya, na walile wanasema hapana, hii uende kama watu fulani. That is wrong. Let's try and practice mature politics, and part of that is by preaching peace. Now, moving forward in regards to Sakaja's being let off the hook. Well, what I can say is this. He had his day at the IBC tribunal, and The
think
tribunal decided otherwise. I personally, sorry, I
Black,
don't know what's wrong with the internet.
you have
It's
an
like
issue.
someone, whenever someone is.
You have an issue with your internet. Try. Just go on. Let's wind up.
Okay, so I was finishing. I mean, Sakaja amekuwa cleared. It is good. I'm looking forward to see him hitting the road, and I just believe that the institutions that have been tasked with running the elections and the disputes in regards to IEBC, that is IEBC, did what they had to do, and they came up with the best justifiable determination. So I wouldn't say much, and I'll just allow the conversation to flow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Black. Let me mute your mic. Mute your mic. Okay. Let me play a video here before we move on.
Which is a city of order and dignity, hope and opportunities for all. I would like to announce to them that that journey is still on. We have been cleared. We will be on the ballot on the 9th of August 2022, in 50 days exactly. I also would like just to say that there's been a lot going around. I think we've seen a flurry of press conferences, different institutions saying one or two things. As I've said before, we are law-abiding citizens. I am a law-abiding citizen. I'm a public servant as the current senator of Nairobi, and we shall abide by all the provisions of the law. I'm glad that we've been vindicated. We stand qualified. We have the requisite qualifications to run for the office of governor of Nairobi. And not just that, we're not just running for the sake of running, but we're in it to win it so that we can transform this great capital of ours, of Nairobi City County. So we shall continue with our campaigns in earnest. We'll continue talking to the people of Nairobi, listening to them. We intend to invite you all for the launch of our manifesto, which will be very soon, before the launch of the presidential manifesto, so that we can discuss the real ideas and keep the discussion on this race on what is important. The people of Nairobi, what is in it for them, what are their wishes, what are their hopes, and what are their dreams. And that is what we shall keep it at. So asanteni sana. We stand strong. We stand prepared for battle, to go out and really fight it out. And it's a battle of ideas. It's a battle of ideas. It's a battle of, different positions. I'd like to ask our opponents to rely on that process, the political process of going to the people and convincing them, not to try and rely on deep state, not to try and rely on any machinery, but ultimately it's the people of Nairobi, 2.505 million voters, who are going to make a decision, and we're confident that the decision will be resounding on the 9th of August. As I said before, our faith remains unshakable, our march is unstoppable, and our victory will be inevitable. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, guys.
Asanteni.
Now, Bob, I'm coming to you now. There are two issues that I raise with the speech of Sakaja. Number one, and Duke, I want you to listen to, I think you've listened to that speech. Number one, we have the necessary, necessary qualifications. We have the necessary qualifications to run the office, to run for office. Number two, the issue of deep state. Our opponents should not use deep state to try and force a candidate on Nairobians. My issue is this: when I listen to Sakaja speaking, I draw parallel with what I heard Jimmy Wanjigi speaking, because Sakaja has not confessed that he personally has a degree. The same thing that happened with the Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi was asked if he has a degree. He went around and said, we have the necessary qualification to run for president of Kenya. That is my big issue with Sakaja. And I am not a body language reader. I cannot read, many people will say many things about his mood and his body language. I'm not a body language reader. The second issue with Sakaja is the involvement of what's his name, Igathe, in some machinations with something called deep state to try and lock Sakaja out of the governorship race. I stand on the side that if you are to run for an office, you should have the necessary qualifications, the required qualifications to run for that office. I do not still, connect where Igathe comes in to try and lock Sakaja out of this race. And so as we ponder on that, I would actually bring Bob Papa in to listen to your comments about that video before we go to respond to the other issues that were raised before with Wangira and Duke. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you, Makiadi. You have taken me back to Sakaja. The way I wanted to run away, it's so fast away from that guy. Yeah, there are similarities in the statements of these fellows who are having issues with their clearance. And my take is that there is both Sakaja and Njigi have run away from the real fact, and the real fact is qualifications. And even so, has Sakaja been cleared by the IEBC? But to me, it appears not. The only thing that IEBC has, in fact, I can say that IEBC has thrown it wide open so that he can be challenged out there by any petitioner as well as in court as well as the DCI. So I still don't, I'm not sure that he has been cleared by the IEBC. Maybe somebody else has got a different opinion. I stand to be guided.
I had given you an opportunity to respond to the deep state issue, but let's go to Duke. I'm coming to you, Wangira. Let's go to Duke in a minute and a half.
First of all, Bob, a tribunal is treated as a court. So you should not talk about IEBC. Now it's a tribunal. And a tribunal can be taken as court. So it's like the court has grabbed him in a way.
Duke, I'm aware that, excuse me, Duke, I'm aware that that is a quasi-judicial.
There's feedback. If you both unmute, there's feedback. Let Duke speak first. There's a lot of feedback when all the mics are on.
Makiadi, we want all the individuals to have the academic qualifications, but we don't want individuals to purport that so and so does not have academic qualification, as it was the case of Sakaja. You have said that he has not said that he has a degree, but he said that he presented a degree certificate, transcripts, and a certified graduation booklet, both to the IEBC and to the commission. So which word do you want him to use so that you can say that he has said he has the degree or the academic qualifications? So the reason why we are talking about the deep state is the way, if for instance, we see institutions having open bias. For instance, you see the commission asking Sakaja to give them a timetable, an examination timetable, receipts of paying school fees, instead of asking for the specific the transcripts and the certificate and maybe the booklets. And they are an institutions. Why should they not deal with an institution which is their equal? So we see that it's like a game of trying to taint him so that he can maybe decline politically in a way. Because why should he be asked of such document? And this is a big institution which can actually even inquire on the same from the university directory. So that's what makes us to insinuate to see as if it's the deep state which is trying to do.
So somebody does not have a degree, and when they insist that he produces a degree, he creates some imaginary body somewhere and calls it as deep state that is fighting against him. And I don't know why the same deep state was not fighting against Samboja or against Wavinya. I don't know why. I still do not understand why it has only to be Sakaja. Wangira.
You know, this would be my basic understanding of the Sakaja situation here. You know, what the IBC did, the IBC Complaint Dispute Resolution Committee, which is a quasi-judicial body, did was to throw back the ball to the Commission of University Education. And these are the reasons. You know, what they say today was that they lack the jurisdiction to determine whether the purported degree by Sakaja is genuine or not. That's all they said. They did not clear him. And they threw back the ball to the Commission of University Education. And that doesn't mean that there are no questionable doubts on Sakaja's degree. There are questionable doubts. And that's why Sakaja has been asked to appear before the Commission of University Education tomorrow at 10 a.m. And again, you know, this thing takes me back to the issue of whether there is collusion, whether the country we live in, people can go around. I don't want to use the bad name, the bad word like corruption. Corruption is a key word. Well, when you have a deep pocket, you can go around things, and you can come out as a person who is clean. And in the Sakaja situation, this matter paints the Commission of University Education so bad. And I said it the other day here, because if the Commission for University Education had undertaken what I call due process, then we could not be asking these questions today. The due process was that you brought your certificates on the 6th of June, when you knew very well that the last day for nomination was 7th of June. Then why were you bringing your certificates on 6th of June and when you knew that the last day for nomination was 7th of June? Because there's nothing like fast tracking in government processes. And if I was the CEO of the Commission of University Education that day, I could have told him that now, because you knew that the nomination date is tomorrow and you are bringing your certificate today, we will not work the way you want. We will undertake the due process, which means we'll write letters to Uganda, our counterparts to Uganda, and allow them to contact the university in Uganda, and then we'll wait for the response. And after we get the response, we'll also have to interrogate the responses before we decide whether your university degree is genuine or not. But the way things look out here, something did not go out so well at the Commission of University Education. And that's where the all blame should rest. The blame cannot rest at the IEBC Complaint Dispute Resolution Committee. The blame rests at the Commission of University Education. And that's why you saw Naigoti Chacha coming out the other day, and now you're now asking him, bring this, bring that, bring that. These are issues that they could have asked him to bring on the 6th of June when he appeared before them. So, this brings a big question on how our institutions operate. Our institutions seem to have two sets of rules for those with deep pockets and those who don't have deep pockets like myself. And because Sakaja had deep pockets, and he has deep pockets, that's why he was in a position to fast track his issue. And by the end of the day of the 6th June, he had an approval that his university degree was recognized, even when there were questionable doubts on that particular degree. That will be my take.
Okay. And Andrew, are you lifting your hand? In a minute, yeah, go ahead.
I want to respond to Duke that Chebukati is not the one who wanted the degree, and they did not study for it. So IBC has a mandate to do their job according, and if they are unable, they are ready to say, we are sorry, this is the much we can do. That's what they did. And for that reason, please listen the speech. He said, we are a law-binding citizen. So tomorrow we will get which means things are still on. We don't need a further explanation.
Yomba.
Now, I want to comment on Duke's. I'm in agreement with Moriasi Wangira. We are the same thing, even you, Makiadi. The case is not over. Is the tribunal actually said it's actually, and it's true, and in my submission I say that it's not their authority. For chapter 6, there are different authorities. There's good contact, there's this one, higher education, this one. There are different authorities to do it. So the IEBC tribunal is not the one that was to follow this. It has thrown back the issue to the rightful owners, okay? So we can't say he is off the hook. Those they are going to investigate. Secondly, Bwana Duke, you see, a court of law will not just react by itself. Okay, let me go to the lower part of it. At the police level, the police cannot just start prosecuting somebody without a complainant. When you imply that everybody now has to be checked and tribunal and all that, it doesn't work that way. Somebody has to raise an issue. And by the time somebody is raising an issue with the relevant authority, he must have some evidence, okay? So you can't say because Sakaja, they are following him up, why not follow all the others? No, that's not the right way to go. Because most of them are clean and nobody has raised an issue. Actually, he may be guilty, he may be even using fake certificates. If somebody does not raise an issue and you are able to con your way through, it will remain that way. And that's why it has remained, I'm not categorical about Sakaja, but that's why it has gone 5 years, because nobody was raising an issue. Now that somebody has raised an issue, let's not put it in plural that everybody has to be checked by those people. There has to be a complaint in the first place. Thank you.
Black.
Thank you. Makiadi, to address you directly, when Sakaja said that he possesses the necessary qualifications to run for that seat, just by that statement itself, degree is part of the necessary qualifications required for one to run that seat. So it doesn't have to mention each and every document that he presented to the IEBC. Just by that itself, when he says, I have the necessary requirements,
no, he
and I
did not
produce
say
the necessary requirement.
He did not say I. He said we. How do you quantify we?
We, because he goes there as himself and his running mate, isn't it?
No, there was no issue with the running mate, Black. The
No,
issue
point
is with
is,
Sakaja.
correct.
No, hold on.
When they're
The issue
presenting,
is,
let's
just a minute,
fine.
I'll give you time.
Okay.
The issue
Okay.
is with Sakaja. The issue was with Jimmy Wanjigi. Jimmy Wanjigi said we have the necessary documents. We have the necessary required documents to run for presidency. The issue with the Sakaja here is he quantifies the requirement as both of them. There was no issue with his running mate. It was only Sakaja. How do you quantify we?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. When they go there to when he goes there to present his papers, does he go alone? Or does he go with his running mate?
Again, I'll tell you, the issue is
Then
not
after,
with running mate.
Yes, I know. Then after, once they're presented, his running mate or his deputy was clear. Now the issue was with his. So as he was presenting himself to the media or to the public, he had to say what he said, that sisi tumepeleka tuko na zile makaratasi zinazofaa, but all the same tayari it doesn't have to, I mean, si mambo na English sasa hapa eti kwamba lazima he could have said that I have, I mean, we already understood what he was trying to say. When you say we have, you already know that he's referring to himself.
Let me teach you something little in law. Shall, may, those are two different words. They have different meanings. If you say we, if you go to a court of law and say we, like Sakaja is trying to insinuate, how do you quantify we? I mean, you cannot be held responsible. I mean, responsible with the word we. You cannot incriminate yourself in a court of law when you say we, because how do you quantify that? That's my issue.
Now, the question I will ask you, Makiadi, when he said the word we, was he in court?
You know,
was he addressing the media?
Let's do this. Let's do this. I don't want us to go back and forth because I can see so many other hands.
No,
I'll come back to you, but I'll ask you another question. I'll come back to you.
Because
finish your submission. Finish your
Yeah. So since he was presenting this to the media, use of any form of language to try and express himself, you cannot take each and every word into context. As long as you get to understand the overview message that he was trying to give out there, that's what matters. Had he been doing this in a tribunal, then at that very point, the questioning of that word "we" would have come into question. Now, in regards as to if you relating Wanjigi's case and Sakaja's case and Deep State, these three titles, or rather three names, Sakaja, Wanjigi, and Deep State, we all know what happened to Wanjigi's case. So I don't want to repeat that. And the image or the impression that came out of the incident with Wanjigi's case, whereby he presented his papers, and we all know what happened with the Mongare and all that, it gave me personally an impression that there was a higher hand, or if at all there is no higher hand, it's either IEBC has no control of its duties, or of the body itself as IEBC, or it operates under two sets of rules that is applicable to one side of a political divide and another set of rules that applies to another side. I mean, point is, it gave a not so good impression. Now, it wouldn't be wrong at all for any layman coming from, let's say, from space, not from the world. I'm talking to space. He just landed, boom, and he watches all this saga that happens with Wanjigi, with Mongare, how he was cleared with the same papers that Wanjigi presented and he was not cleared. And then sasa kuja walete story ya Sakaja. That would be the same thing that would come into their minds. That there's a superior being or a superior person somewhere trying to pull some strings.
Okay, thank you. You've made your point. So according to Black, I like the way you put it, because it's according to you. It shows a picture that there's a superior hand, or there's somebody else behind the scenes running the show at IEBC. That's according to you, right? It's speculations, right?
Sorry?
No, I just asked. According to you, you believe there's a superior hand, or there's somebody behind the curtains that is running the show at IEBC. According to you,
I would get that impression from the run of events. I know how IBC has been inconsistent in running a few things.
according to you, so we can say that's speculation, right?
Since it's according to me, it might be speculation because it's not factual. But I am entitled to believe.
Thank you. I cannot question something that is not factual. Kose, I'll give you what 3 minutes to do your submission in the 3 minutes, and address anything you feel that you wanted to address. If is that okay with you? 3 minutes.
Let me address this. Then I come back when the other people have spoken.
Everybody has spoken. That's why I'm telling you. Everybody has spoken.
In that case, I'll need 6 minutes.
No, I can't give you 6 minutes because it will be unfair for others.
Stop me when time runs out.
No, I can't do that. Just give me. Let me give you. Let's meet in the middle. Let me give you 4 minutes.
Now, good evening, everyone. Why are you holding like? Yeah, that's better. Now, what I want to say is this: if you all follow where this issue of Sakaja started, for those, I really appreciate those who have seen the hidden line. The Sakaja's issue is very far from over. What's happening? Remember what happened? You remember there was a ruling for the IEBC. They should not leave Sakaja out of that list. Now, that ruling has not been overturned. Remember, as much as remember yesterday, some of our panelists were saying the matter would be decided the following day. So the following day has come, and you can see Sakaja is cleared. But remember one thing: the reason why Sakaja was being blocked was about the verification of his certificate. Now, there were very many questions as to that, how that certificate was obtained. Sana the velocity of how it was speeded up and acquired within 3 hours. It is almost like a miracle. I really appreciate it when Sakaja himself says God is with us, surely. For true, if you look at the way the certificate was obtained, I think God was with them, if that's what they mean. But nevertheless, what I want to say is this. After that judge, under unconfirmed circumstances, directed the IEBC to put Sakaja on that list. Now, that has not been overturned. Now, when the commission withdrew their verification certification, what did they say? Other issues have come to their attention and the matter must be further investigated. And believe me, that investigation is now out of the hands of the commission. Don't be surprised if now the work is being handled by the DCI. Then secondly, remember even the Ugandan side, the University Council are also concerned, because if that turns out to be true, it is going to be a fraud this side, perpetuated on the other side. So they also are involved and they have to satisfy other requests or other forces on the other side as to how exactly that degree was issued. You remember some of the beginning, like application letter, what's your student ID, exam scripts, transcripts. All those issues are yet to be answered. And who had asked for them? That issue is being asked by the investigative authorities. That's why I'm saying Sakaja's issue is far from over. Now, when the matter went to the tribunal, given that judge ruling, as much as it was so suspicious for some of us, they had no choice but to go by it. And no wonder they are saying the matter is beyond them. From where they are not in a position to either reject or they have to let the status quo remain, whereby Sakaja had initially been cleared. So the rest of it will meet its way down the lane. And you'll find that Sakaja may now be accused or be liable for other claims other than just failure to produce required documentation for contesting the seat. The thing is that he could be liable for other offenses, maybe for forgery, and that will take a different tangent. So the matter is, it will be determined by how long the investigative authorities take. That is according to me. Now, regarding the issue of Wanjigi, you know, in the recent past, you are all aware, if you are living in Kenya. Personally, before I left Kenya, I was actually in the university. I was teaching in one of the universities there, and there have been challenges. The other day, I brought in the issue of the River Road documents, the River Road stamps. The university, higher education learning has been seriously affected by what happens in the River Road. The stamps, the pay-in slips, all manner of deposit slips, finding their way to the universities in terms of fees, in terms of certificates, in terms of exams. There are a number of issues around that area. Now, when Wanjigi said that he has the transcript, that he's just waiting for graduation, you remember the graduation, for you to be allowed to be given a degree awarded, it is normally the university senate affair. And it is actually the last line of everything having been done. But as we said yesterday, remember, even people who have only 2 years in the university, they have a transcript. The transcript will even show where you failed or passed and what have you. So to come around and say that I have a transcript, so you have a degree, you can see why Wanjigi could not go far with this case. That transcript cannot be equated to a university degree certificate. No. Now, I don't want to go to the many black spots in Sakaja's journey for this certificate, but all of them have question marks. So the investigators hopefully will, in the near future, they'll come up with their findings. And I know Sakaja knows that he is putting up a face, but that's okay. If everything, if for true he went, he obtained the degree properly, it will be clear. But if there is any lapses in between, I don't think he will be able to hide. No.
Okay.
Mm.
So, Osei, I get you done, right? You were
Yeah.
done. Okay, we will
So
still come back
move
to
to the next.
No, I actually will spend 6 minutes on that issue. I'll give you an opportunity. We still have time.
No problem.
I want to give Ouma a minute, and then I can see we had some few hands raised. Ouma, karibu.
Okay. I think a few days ago I said that I will not talk about the issue of Sakaja until I find the last judgment from IEBC. So I'm still waiting. On Black, I don't know if it was a clarification I was to say, or because I had an issue with my gadget and I was knocked out of the panel. I don't know what we were to ask.
Yes, Bwana Geoffrey Ouma. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yeah, you're okay. You're okay.
You had brought up the issue of an officer losing his camera and taking his life away just because that he was fearing for his life being taken. By who? Did you say? Yes. Who would take his life?
No, the issue I brought up of that officer, I wanted us to see, I was comparing the issue between that officer and Babu Owino.
We're on that officer. We're on that officer. We are not. We're on that officer right now. The officer has lost the camera. He kills himself.
Yeah, he lost the camera. And the camera
Hold on, guys. Let's do this. Black, I don't want us to have a back and forth because we'll not even understand each other. If you want clarification, then give Godfrey an opportunity to speak it out, and then you can respond to that, so that at least we don't have all mics on at the same time.
Okay, guided. Well guided. Yeah, Geoffrey.
So Godfrey,
Like I was asking the question.
Yeah, hold on, Black. Godfrey, make your statement, and then Black will respond to it, so that we move to the next person.
I wanted to know what he wanted exactly, but I think now he come out clear, and I know he's talking about the guy who lost the camera for DP. But what I brought that issue, the guy fears for his life. Look at the people who have lost their life around this man, Ruto. Watu wengi sana amekufa around that guy. So the guy was just fearing his life. And as I was saying, look at Babu Owino. We cannot compare the fear what we are now on Babu Owino and this guy. So I was trying to say we should not drag Babu Owino into the issue ambao haina mwelekeo. Many people fear this guy because he lost life kwa sababu yake.
Okay, I want to say something about that, Black. I want to say it would be very unfair for me to let us debate on issues that are speculative. I just want to be fair to every side. You know, people who are supporting the DP and we guys who are supporting Azimio. So whatever Godfrey is saying is also speculative, like what I was questioning Black. And I want us to at least refrain ourselves and stay within the context of whatever we are discussing. You know, your mada inapita hapo mbele ya screen hapo. Let us try to stay within that context so that we don't slide the debate away. Nyumba actually guided us very well. He said there are issues that are very emotive to other people who are watching us. You know, very sensitive to other people. So let's not try to go down that lane again because we'll lose focus here. Mama Selina naona ako kwa simu. So Wangira ulikuwa umeinua mkono. Let me give you a minute and a half to respond to the issues that you wanted to.
You know, you were so hard on Mr. Black on what he actually meant by we. But given the statement that I heard from Sakaja himself, when he said we, I think it was construed to mean he and his running mate. Because, as governor, you run as a pair. That would be my take.
Okay.
But Wangira, the running mate did not have issues. So why did Sakaja have to say we, our papers? You see,
Okay,
the
Ose,
running mate
hold
was
on,
not
hold
being
on.
questioned.
Ose,
May I?
mute your mic. Black, mute your mic. Black, mute your mic. Let me ask you guys here. Do you know who the running mate of Jimmy Wanjigi is? Do you know his history? Black, let me deal with you here. Do you know Jimmy Wanjigi's running mate?
Yeah, he was there with him.
No, I'm asking, do you know him as a person? Do you know his career?
I should believe he's his friend. That's what he said, and I would like to assume that he's a lawyer. So correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Yeah, thank you. You are right. So my question to you is this: for Jimmy Wanjigi to come out and say that listen, let's put Sakaja on the side for a minute. I wish I had the video, Jimmy Wanjigi's video. Jimmy Wanjigi said, we have completed our degree and we are pursuing our master's degree. That is Jimmy Wanjigi's statement. And my question here is this: how do you quantify the we that Jimmy Wanjigi used? Because knowing very well his running mate is a lawyer, for you to be a lawyer, you must have gone through university, you must have gone through law school, did your KSL, Kenya School of Law, right? So he knows very well that there is no issue with his running mate. So he's being asked by the journalist, have you completed your degree? Do you have the degree? And he says, we have the required papers. We have completed our degree. We are doing our master's. So my question to Sakaja also is, your running mate has no issues with the IEBC. The IEBC did not ask for anything apart from what the running mate provided. And they cleared him. They were okay with his papers. Why does Sakaja why does he have to bring in the running mate and say, just from Wangira's perspective, that him and the running mate, why does he have to drag the running mate in there and say we have the necessary papers or the required papers to run for this office? That's my issue.
Well, they are a pair, inseparable. The papers presented there were presented as true. It's only his now. So akiwa anatokea pale mtasema sisi tumeleta makaratasi yetu. Unaona?
Black, you have to think over that for a minute. Wacha nipatie Duke nafasi kwanza. Duke.
Makiadi, it's not true that Sakaja has been using we all the time. At some instances, he used we, but there is some instances where he used are. For instance, when he was responding to the statement of the chairman of the Commission for University Education, he said, I have submitted a certified certificate of my degree, certified transcripts, and certified graduation booklets to the IEBC and to the Commission. So in that instance, so you can't pick just one instance when he was speaking and you take it as the main topic. So that's my response. Also, I have one question to Osea. Osea, you said that one of the issue you have questions regarding the clearance of Sakaja is about he was cleared for 3 hours. Do you know how long does the commission takes to clear an individual? So if, for instance, you have a given reference, maybe it takes 2 days. What if maybe the commission takes 1 hour or 30 minutes and Sakaja's clearance took the longest time? So also, what has the commission been taking to clear others? For instance, Raila Odinga, William Ruto. So you cannot say it has taken too long when you don't know how long does it take. Maybe the commission electronically contacts institutions across East Africa, or even makes a phone call and confirms that, and can clear you instantly. So we have to consider the norm. How does the commission function previously? Or what is the set time for an individual to clear? We don't know that. So 3 hours can be even the longest time it takes.
What I can say is this. You see, I said that I've been at the university as one. I've actually participated in getting some of those clearances for people who are coming to study in the US. And I think the shortest time that ever took to have somebody's things verified on the other side and brought to the US for them to continue with their studies here to be approved to proceed was something like 14 days. Anyway, that aside, the reason why I was saying that I was just concerned that Sakaja did not present his so-called degree certificate on time. In other words, I think I raised this matter earlier. It never occurred to him that he's presenting his papers to the IEBC, and before he was denied clearance. That certificate, if he had it, why did he not find it necessary? And there was no certificate attached in the first documents. Now, my issue with is not that it cannot happen. It's just that in the government public service, that was very, very good, exceptional performance. Because I didn't say that that the commission can take shorter time. No, I'm just trying to be realistic. You are faced with such a situation. Time is running out, and you have to do it across borders. You remember, you have to do it across borders. So the commission had to involve their people. Okay, engage their necessary personnel to do this. And I don't know whether there was a weekend or not, but I was just concerned that it took place as if those people were in the same building. The way he got everything cleared, it's like these institutions were Uganda and Kenya and even the IEBC, they're all in the same building. So you just walk the next office, and within 3 hours you walk out with everything done.
Okay, Gose. So your issue is with the timing and
the speed
with which it was cleared, and for that matter, having gone to a university that is abroad.
In fact, somebody I think did comment that it was like they had planted somebody on the other side just waiting for that. Well, it can happen. It can happen. It's just that the issue was the speed with which it was done. In this era of money, maybe they hired a chopper and.
Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, one question. Black was the one who was doing that, and that's why he's insisting. Mr. Duke, if you ever reported a statement, you have to be consistent. If you don't know that, that is the key issue, 101. Number two, whenever somebody who's smart, if you have traveled, why do you check in 5 minutes to close and it is given 3 hours? And you are telling us that you want, unless there's something you don't want to be seen. That's how smart people work. We are not saying that Sakaja is not smart. He's smart, but you know the adults which are there, you cannot run away from. So that is the same thing.
Okay, I want us to switch gears here, but I'll give Mr. Wangira a minute to make his remarks.
Thank you, Makiade. I've just been thinking deeply over this matter, and every time I think deeply, I just get perturbed. And these are the reasons. You remember, we were told by the IEBC that all candidates were supposed to have, especially the presidential candidate and the gubernatorial candidate, they were supposed to have presented their running mates by the 29th of May. If I am very, very, very correct, if you remember that deadline of 29th May, and they told us that the reason why they were asking the presidential candidate and the running mate to be presented by the 29th of May was to enable them undertake what we call due diligence. So, if the IEBC was supposed to have undertaken due diligence, and I purport that given that the deadline was 29th of May, Sakaja must have presented himself and the running mate by the 29th of May 2022. Then this would be my question. unless there was a conspiracy, because I seem to see conspiracy around the entire area of IEBC. I see the conspiracy around the entire area of the Commission of University Education. Unless there was a conspiracy there, I would just want to understand what due diligence did they take as IEBC on this Sakaja matter, because I'm very, very careful. Okay, I'm very, very clear that had IEBC undertaken due diligence on the Sakaja matter, because they had 29th May up to 7th of June to undertake due diligence. And I'm very sure that had IEBC undertook due diligence on this Sakaja matter, then we could not be where we are here. And again, that takes you now to this other issue of where you find that, they were for 2 to 3 days, there were questions on why Sakaja was not appearing before the returning officer at Kasarani to present his papers. And, people were asking questions, why is he not appearing? And, here is a guy who appears in the last minute of 7th June 2022 and carrying papers that were approved on the 6th June 2022. So if you're not saying the conspiracy I'm saying in this matter, then I don't know what you are saying. Then I don't know what you are saying. That's my worry. I just tend to see a conspiracy here, and that conspiracy could be big and bigger.
All right. Black, I know you had something to say, but Godfrey, hold on. Let me play one video here.
Wacheni kukoroga mambo ya Johnson Sakaja. Watu wa deep state na system wanapiga simu kila mahali. Wamepiga simu mpaka wamefikisha kule State House kule Uganda, wakitafuta njama ya kusimamisha Sakaja asiwe gavana wa Nairobi. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Jubilee, tukutane kwa debe, wachaneni na Johnson Sakaja. Johnson Sakaja ako na certificate ya kutosha. Kama kuna mtu ako na certificate ambayo haijulikani, ni candidate wenu wa rais wa Azimio. Kabla hamjatuambia mambo mengi, tuonyesheni candidate wenu wa Azimio wa rais, atuonyeshe alisoma wapi na alisoma na nani na mwalimu wake alikuwa nani.
Okay, I want to make a disclaimer here. Mimi sijui ni nani alikuwa nakata miti hapo. I have no idea hiyo power saw inaguruma hapo ni ya nani. I don't know, the video maybe ilikuwa overwritten na power saw on top, but Duke usione ni kama ninaongea mambo ya atuli hapa ya kukata miti. But there's something here that William Ruto is saying. William Ruto anataka Raila Odinga aonyeshane mwalimu yake alikuwa ni nani na alikuwa anasoma na nani. Hizo vitu zote are the same issues that Sakaja is being asked to produce. Now my question to you as you continue to defend Sakaja is, and I want us to clear this so that we move to the next issue. Why is it so special that Sakaja, why is it so special? I mean, why is Raila, why does William Ruto have to bring Raila's name into this issue to protect Sakaja, while whatever that William Ruto is demanding Raila Odinga to produce is the same thing that Sakaja is being asked to produce for the CUE? That is my issue here. Godfrey.
Okay, maybe I'll just talk something about the video I've shared right now on the issue of Raila. These people have been brainwashed to believe that Raila never went to school. Because a great number of people, wanaamini kuwa Raila hakukanyaga primary, hakukanyaga secondary, he just went straight to Germany. Alafu tena in Germany, akasoma welding. Things which are so awkward. In fact, ni propaganda ya UDA ambayo anaendelea kuendeleza. So I wanted to talk about Sakaja. To add on something that Wangira said, the Sakaja guy on Saturday, this guy went to Jacaranda kwa ile debate ya wale vijana wale kwa nakuwa pale Jacaranda pale, and he carried his friend from Langata. Wakaenda wakaongea. In fact, I think Sakaja alikuwa amelewa, but out of everything there, he still showed the confidence kuwa aliambia wale jamaa kuwa I know I will be in the ballot. Alikuwa na confidence. So this guy knows what he's doing. Hata kuwa na hizi vitu ambazo zinaendelea, he knows what he's doing, kwa sababu out of everything that amekuwa requested to produce, haja produce anything, but he's still saying I will be in the ballot. Na kawa anasema kukiwa na noma kutakuwa na noma, mkileta fujo tutakuwa na fujo. Alafu the guy ambaye anasema sija amepigwa leo is the guy who was saying the Jacaranda kuwa hataenda nyumbani. In fact waliagiza watu, walisema watapatiana watu pesa wanunue siji nyama siji nini, hiyo siku watakula nyama 2 days 3 days watakula tu nyama. So they were to pay people hapo kwa Jacaranda. Alafu jamaa akasema hataenda nyumbani, watu wakienda yeye atabaki na vijana hapo kwa field na atakesha nao, atalala nao, waamuke asubuhi kwa mkutano. So what I'm saying ni kuwa Sakaja ni jamaa ambao ni mkora, na hizo vitu kama amenunua ni kitu imepangwa na wanajua kitu ambao anafanya.
Haya, I think tumemaliza hii ya
Richie,
Sakaja.
I have a point of information for you, eh?
Okay, 1 minute.
Is it for you, it is for Black? Are you aware that there is something in circulation about the university council in Teams University? And you know what? One of the council members there is Farouk Kibet. Could it be why the DP is so confident about Sakaja must get his certificate? I hope some of you have also seen it, so that there is the University Council of
Yeah,
the
Ose, you sent me that post, but I don't know. I don't want to be the devil's advocate here.
I think Black knows about it.
I think that might have been an edited whatever post. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but it looks like an edited post to me. That's just my opinion.
Has any of the other people seen it?
I think that is just pure propaganda.
Okay. Karibu Adams. There's something here also. This one might be sijui kama umekanga volume mwisho. Hii itakuharibu masikio kidogo. I'm just trying to prepare.
Hata hii vitisho yote mnaona hii ni kwa sababu wanataka kutulazimisha, lakini mimi nataka niwaambie time has come. No amount of bullets, no amount of stones, no amount of intimidation, no amount of threats will stop this nation from changing. And on 9th of August, we are going to change this nation for the better. Tunaelewana? Tunaelewana jameni, watu wa Embakasi? Hii maneno yote mnaona hapa ni vitisho baridi, lakini tunawaambia mumetukalia ya kutosha. Kenya si ya famili mbili ama famili tatu. Kenya ni ya Wakenya milioni 50, na tutakomboa taifa letu tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, mupende musipende, kwa sababu Kenya si yenu. Tunaelewana marafiki? Tunaelewana? Tuko pamoja? Hebu nione wana anasema tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja, tuko pamoja. Na ndio mimi nasema nikiwa hapa Embakasi, siku za vitisho, siku za kutumia vijana watupe mawe zinaisha na uchaguzi huu. Hakuna kijana tena baada ya hii uchaguzi atatumika na mtu yeyote ati kupigana mawe kuumiza wengine kwa sababu ya mambo ya kisiasa. I want to challenge our competitors. Meet us at the ballot. Stop this violence. Stop the intimidation. Stop the blackmail. You have blackmailed us enough, and we are telling you enough is enough. We are going to change this country whether you like it or not. Tunaelewana jameni? Kanairo tunaelewana? Tunaelewana? Mimi nataka niwaulize. Si mnaona wanaangaisha huyu Sakaja? Si wanaangaisha Sakaja? Walianza na mimi, wakasema mimi sitafika 2022. Nimefika sijafika? Walisema mimi sitakuwa kwa ballot. Nimefika sijafika? Na mimi nataka niwaambie, kwa sababu kuna Mungu mbinguni, niko kwa ballot na Mungu atatupatia ushindi. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze vile wanaangaisha huyu Sakaja. Huyu Sakaja atakuwa kwa ballot kwa mapenzi ya Mungu. Mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa Nairobi, musikubali wasitushurutishe. Wanataka kutuwekea kibaraka hapa Nairobi, mtu ambaye atawafanyia wale kazi, sio kufanyia nyinyi kazi. Watu wa Nairobi, munataka gavana wa kujichagulia ama munataka gavana kibaraka mwenye atafanyia kazi wale wengine? Munataka gavana wa kujichagulia? Mutachagua Sakaja? Hebu nione wala anasema utachagua Sakaja, Sakaja, Sakaja. Yes, tutachagua gavana ambaye sisi tumechagua kama watu wa Nairobi. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze our friends, you cannot impose a puppet on the people of Kenya. You cannot impose your project, the kitendawili man, on the people of Kenya. We have refused. You cannot impose a governor in Nairobi. We have refused. The people of Kenya will elect a governor in Nairobi and everywhere else, and the people of Kenya will elect a president of their choice who thinks about their issues, a president who will serve all Kenyans, a president who will think about the young people of our nation, a president who will not use young people to throw stones and to create havoc and to create violence. We are telling you, your days are numbered. Hawa vijana ambao wanatumika kutupa mawe, mimi nataka niwaambie hawa vijana, help is around the corner. Musijali. Hiyo watu wanatumia nyinyi kutupa mawe, muta yao inaisha na watakwenda nyumbani. Tutawapangia ajira ili mujisimamie, musimamie familia zenu na mujenge taifa la Kenya. Tumekubaliana jameni? Nairobi tumekubaliana? Mimi nimefurahi sana. Nimeona mumekuja kwa wingi. Na mimi nimefurahi sana ya kwamba Nairobi mumekataa vitisho. Mimi nataka nishukuru askari wetu wa polisi. Nataka nishukuru askari wetu wa polisi. Walikuwa wameambiwa ya kwamba wazizuie tusifanye huu mkutano. Lakini mimi nawashukuru askari polisi, walisema meet all the requirements na wakasema hii mkutano iendelee kwa sababu sisi ni watu tunaofuata sheria. Wale wakora mabwenyenye ambao wanajaribu kutumia hawa polisi kwa njia mbaya, tunataka tuwaambie, you have 50 days to leave office. Stop abusing the police of Kenya. The police of Kenya are meant to ensure that there is law and order. The police of Kenya are not politicians. They don't participate in political games. Nyinyi kujeni mshindane na sisi, wachana na polisi. Tukutane na nyinyi kwa debe. Ama namna gani Kanairo? Tunakubaliana? Watu wa Azimio tunawaambia, wacheni kutumia polisi. Kujeni tupambane na nyinyi kwa debe. Polisi wacha wafanye kazi yao. Wasimamie amani na wahakikisha kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele. Tuwache upuzi. Tumeelewana jameni? Nairobi tumeelewana? Hebu nione wala wanasema tumekubaliana, tumeelewana, 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 tumeelewana. Shetani ameshindwa, hajashindwa? Shetani ameshindwa ama hajashindwa? Shetani afanye nini? Shetani afanye nini? Shetani wa fujo afanye nini? Shetani wa mawe afanye nini? Shetani wa vitisho afanye nini? Shetani ya intimidation afanye nini? Na tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kwa mapenzi ya Mungu, huyo shetani tutamfungia virago na atakwenda kabisa na atawachana na taifa letu la Kenya. Tumekubaliana Kanairo? Tumekubaliana?
Haya, kama huku wameona kampeni ya William Ruto ili alikuwa anapigiwa mawe kwenda Jakaranda, hiyo ndio kitu alienda kuongea huko. Alisema tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 atafunga shetani, atafungia shetani virago ampeleke nyumbani. Akasema hii nchi si ya mabwenyenye. Sijui yeye ni nani, sijui kama yeye ni hustler. Akasema familia tatu, hii nchi si ya familia tatu. Na amesema they only have 50 days before they leave office. I don't know if he's an opposition leader right now or he's still in government. And also he said anapambana na wale wenye walituma vijana sijui ni wale ni akina nani. Adams, it's your time to give your submission, and I think you've seen the video of what happened yesterday in Kenya. So take a few minutes and give your remarks on that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Makedi, and happy Father's Day to all of you. I believe most of you are fathers here, save for a few like my friend Black. Yeah.
Adams, yeah, is there a grandfather's day?
No, you're still a father. I just said happy Father's Day, save for a few are not fathers like Black.
Even grandfathers are fathers. Tell Bob that.
Yeah.
I'm a father of many.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day to all of you. Now, I just wanted to say something different, but you know that video has just diverted my attention, and I don't want to dwell much about it. But I'm just wondering. I wonder why the deputy president is talking with that kind of bravado. I don't know whether you guys were able to see the braggadociousness in him. You know, the swagger. You know, this guy. I know he's a good orator. He's a good public speaker, but he's an inciter. He's inciting the public. He's using a foul language. That devil. Who is the devil? You know, these people are funny, and people should know very well that stone throwing is not meant to a particular people in the country. Anybody can throw a stone. I don't know why when a politician is attacked in Embakasi for some few minutes, and then they feel that it's a big thing, yet they forget so fast that there was a time in this country, like 4 years ago, is it 3 years ago, when the motorcade of Raila Odinga had to take like over 6 hours to move from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport into Uhuru Park with the same police blocking it. Same Ruto was in it now. Now that things have flipped, it is anyway. I don't want to get into so much of this. This guy is, I don't know what to do with this Ruto. I don't know what to do with him. He's something else. This guy is the master of, is the lord of doublespeak. He's a lord of doublespeak. Very soon he will say opposite of everything he's saying here today. He's just a master of doublespeak everything. But moving forward, I think I don't want the case of Sakaja is going too much, but mine is just 12 minutes. I think from where I sit, Sakaja is not off the hook yet. What the Commission for University Education will decide, maybe they'll not make their decision tomorrow because Sakaja will just appear. Whatever they will say tomorrow will either qualify or disqualify Honorable Johnson Sakaja. So IEBC, whatever they did is right. That is within their jurisdiction. That is within the law. Whatever IEBC did is what they were supposed to do for all manner of fairness. They were very fair. They did exactly what they were supposed to do, because it is not their work to check which paper is fake, which is not fake. So the body which is supposed to do that is doing it, and they're meeting the guy tomorrow. And I suspect, because of this, with this arrogance and carelessness these people are doing, I suspect that Sakaja might not even appear before that commission tomorrow. He may miss. He may just decide not to go, or he may come up with something tomorrow. Something just came over, and he don't go. But most likely he may miss that just to buy time and maybe involve. They just want to create scenarios, so long as. But their ultimate goal is to reach the ballot, which is still in a limbo. So people people should stop celebrating. The UDF faction, you guys supposed to stop celebrating. It is still in a limbo. This thing is still very far from end. right? That's what I think about it. I saw Uhuru Kenyatta and Martha Karua and Raila Odinga being unveiled at is it Akorino or Wakorino function over there. That was a good one, and I don't need not to say much about it. And according to the Makiadi, the topic we have today here, you didn't really cover there was a big thing that happened at the church today, where Ruto went there at the church, and some church there, Winners, was it Winners Chapel or Winners Ministry, something like that. And if you check the internet, what was trending, that pastor put it in such a manner that Ruto was a small god. They were worshiping him. That was gross. These people, long time ago when I was growing up, I used to listen to reggae music. There was a reggae music that was going by stealing in the name of the Lord. So they're using the name of the Lord to steal. And this guy has been stopped from church, but he's still doing it. So he has just come with another version of doing it. He's doing it in a different version. So it is just the same thing. There is nothing different that they're doing. The chaos in Nairobi, to me, today, the chaos in Nairobi looked like it was stage managed. I had somebody saying here, was it Waigara or who was that? Somebody was saying in the show here before I came in that Sakaja and Korir were in Jacaranda yesterday prior to this. And so if you look, everything summed up together, it looked like something somewhere was stage managed. And Ruto, from his body language, the zeal, the way he's bragging, this guy speaks as if he knows something. And I wonder why Ruto talk like this. Is so much authentic. It's like the leadership, the election, the forthcoming election of August 9th is about himself and him alone. If not him, then is nay. That is what I see. I don't know what you guys are seeing. According to the way he's talking, is upon him. You have to take him to take it. If you don't, is him. So this thing looked like stage managed. Maybe not. It wasn't, but it looked like it was stage managed. But even if it was stage managed, they knew what was going to happen there today. So they are just daring them. They were just daring those people. So let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, before I give anyone an opportunity to speak, there's a video here now that Adams has mentioned that I think this one is part of what we are discussing today.
We should seize this moment to internalize the vision of our country and vote for the person we consider most suitable to drive it forward. Where the ideal candidate is lacking, we must also interrogate the candidate whose leadership will least expose our nation to negative consequences. We need to elect leaders who understand our desire to labor together in building our nation. A candidate who demonstrates a spirit of reconciliation is good for this country. And not only reconciliation amongst people, but also reconciliation with Mother Earth, nature, through our environmental friendly agenda. We need a leader who reconciles us with our Creator, with one another, and with creation. Dear Kenyans, you will remember that the Catholic Church initiated a campaign against corruption. This campaign still continues. We continue to condemn this vice in our midst in the strongest terms. The bishops, in a prophetic gesture, removed their shoes to walk barefoot. We called upon all Christians and all Kenyans personally to join us in fighting against corruption. As we elect new leaders at all levels, we must seek a leader who commits himself to fight corruption and offers concrete actions on how to do so. We urge you to refuse to elect any leader who we perceive will propagate the cancer of corruption.
Now, Bob Papa, are you there?
Makedi, sorry, I forgot something according to what I said. Let me just say 1 second. I personally, from where I sit, we have to agree that we have to shun violence to the strongest term possible. We don't advocate for violence or on any form of violence. But it is very wrong for one political divide to castigate, organize crime against themselves, then blame it on other people to taint the other camp as bad people. We have to shun violence of all forms, direct or indirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Adams. Bob Papa, I think you said you're Catholic. Unamjua huyo ni Archbishop ama ni Bishop Muheria? Is it Archbishop ama Bishop? As you make your remarks.
He's one of them, but what I know is a senior fellow. Is not just a normal father.
I think he's a cardinal or what?
No. He's not a cardinal. Now, let me just make one or two comments. The words of that clergyman were very strong in the sense that he has touched on corruption. He has touched on a leader that would who is unlikely to expose this country to any danger. And I'm not going to ask you who that leader is, but it is in the open. It is like the choice is like day and night, and like they have said before that I certainly know who will not be president of Kenya. That is my statement. Now, to add on that, I want people to understand that this game, the game of politics, has got many dynamics. It's a wide range of things. And I'm going to analyze the character, because Duke talked about the character of William Ruto. You know, there are reasons why William Ruto is behaving the way he's behaving, because that clip that Makiadi you played, he's bitter, is like there's something driving him. And this is just my opinion. And if anybody wants to challenge me, Black, I'm sure will be very ready. Duke will be very ready, because they have this habit of getting some small excuse and running away with it. Let me tell you something for sure. There are two things bothering the deputy president. Number one, his house is not in order, and he's also losing ground. That is politically. His house is not in order. He's also losing ground, and he's losing ground in the mountains specifically. That is bothering him, and this is unable to control it. Now it comes out in his other rallies, where he ends up verbal diarrheaing or something like that. He's running his mouth. The second thing that is bothering the DP is that unlike Duke talked about. I remember Duke earlier in the day. He talked about the ICC. Duke, I want to assure you one thing: the judges at the ICC refused to acquit Deputy William Ruto. They did not acquit him. If you go to those proceedings and read them very well, they did not acquit him. So, come the 29th of June, you know, there is this gentleman called Gisheru. Gisheru struck a deal. And if some people might just look at it like it is just Nile ICC Ilisha. No, Gisheru struck a deal. And Gisheru struck a deal and is first his family and himself have been taken to protective custody. And this is not being done just for the sake of it. It is because his life is threatened. And this gentleman, that in the deal that he has made with the ICC, the man is going to reveal a lot. And should there be found any evidence that can revive that case of the DP will be back in court. That is for sure, 100%. Because there is the guy wants to reveal the people how the money exchanged hands, how people were bribed, and what led to the cases of Sang and the DP being terminated is that there was interference of the witnesses. However, the judges declined to acquit. So these are things that, as we get closer to 29th, definitely the behavior of the DP, even if it were me in that position, I would be very worried. So this is also a human being. So definitely there is something that is pushing him. In fact, what is pushing him and making him very uneasy during this campaign period, and this has started in the last 10 days. It is previously he has been chest thumping and putting on a show and with a lot of bravado. But in the last 10 years, you can see that it's a totally different behavior. So as we get closer to that 29th, we are likely to see more shenanigans and gymnastics in the political arena by him. So, yeah. and from my point of view, I'm just about to finish my kid. From my point of view, today was just a beginning. Today was a beginning that he feels like, let me try and push these guys to the wall, because politics is all about games. Push these guys to the wall so that they can make a mistake and blame the violence on them and such like things. And lastly, what you have just talked about, Adams, you know, the DP has reached a stage where he wants to be idolized, because as a leader, you cannot allow your picture, your advert, to be run on a screen behind the pulpit. That is not possible. It can never happen. I've not seen it in any kind of religion, whether Muslim, whether Christian, whether Hindu. We do not have those kind of things. So maybe Duke and Black will tell us which church, what kind of church is that, because that is certainly not a Christian church. All the Christian churches that I've witnessed any sermons, we don't have such a thing.
Okay.
Thank you, Maged.
Thank you for your submission. You've taken a while, lakini ni sawa tu. Tumekupatia hiyo. You had kept quiet for quite a minute. I want to move on to, Ndusi has just come in, and we also want to hear what he has to say. But before that, I'll give you guys a couple of 1.5 minutes, Duke, as we go to Wangira Muriasi. Just 1.5 minutes to make your remarks, if you have any, especially on the 2 videos that I've played.
Yes, I will talk on the 2 videos. Regarding the first video, unless you are against the tone of William Ruto, but regarding the statement on what he was speaking on, it was okay. He's trying to say we have to compete. So if saying that we are going to compete and it's Kenyans who are going to decide is trying to be, it's a bad statement, then I don't know what you mean by a bad statement. Regarding the second video, what I can say is this. How do we know that somebody has integrity or not? And I said that because to a large extent, most of you consume that from the media. Most of us, we hear cases which are reported by media houses, and we have mandated institutions which should do that. So for instance, if Mtembei TV tomorrow comes here and says, Osea is a thief, and that it rings like that, you see, and we have the mandate. So the main problem which is in Kenya is about the media abusing the freedom of speech or freedom of expression to the extent they are not able to filter information properly and accurately so that we know who is the right person. So when we hear statements which are not grounded, which are directed to taint somebody unfairly, then it brings a confusion to a large extent. So that's what I can respond.
Thank you. I don't know why we were discussing, I think, with Andrew in the private section, private chat here, and he asked me to ask Duke specifically who he thinks the bishop was talking about. I don't want you to respond, but I answered him back and said, even without mentioning names, somebody will feel victimized. The bishop did not mention any names. I don't know why, Duke, you became very specific that the media has tainted somebody to look like he's corrupt. Anyway, Mr. Wangira, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to pick up from where my brother Adam and my brother Papa have left it. You know, I am a Pentecostal, but I feel let down in this country by the Pentecostal movement. Starting from the days of Moi, you know, when Moi was, you know, when you remember the dictatorial days of Moi, you know, they rarely talked. The churches that used to talk during that time were either PCA, Catholic, or Anglican. And we know when we were even agitating for this constitution that always like quoting, the 2010 constitution, they opposed this constitution on propaganda that, you know, it was promoting same-sex marriages. It was promoting abortion. You know, those were the propaganda that the church was at that telling to the Kenyans and telling Kenyans that not to vote for this particular constitution. And today, I picked up something, you know, and I say this deeply. You know, I'm a Pentecostal. My parents were members of the Voice of Salvation and Healing Church. My mother is still a member of that church. My father has been dead for the last 30 years. So I belong to the Pentecostal movement. But you know, the way they behave, you know, makes me just get surprised. You know, like today, this issue that my brother Papa has raised that happened in this church that is pastored by somebody called Pastor Mwai in Roysambu. It is the first time, even during Moi's days, you know, during Moi days, Moi was Baba, and he was number one, everything. We never saw such like things on the pulpit. Today we saw Ruto's portrait being displayed on a big screen behind a church pulpit. Then I ask myself, surely, is that how things are supposed to be happening? A picture of a person being displayed on a large screen behind a pulpit. Is that, you know, what was Pastor White trying to tell his people? That they should focus on William Ruto than focusing on the God that they went to church today to pray. And you know, these were his utterances. He said, and I quoted him, he said, mimi sibahatishangi. Get those words. This is Swahili word. Mimi sibahatishangi, huyu ndiye anaenda kuwa rais. You know, from a church minister, those words, you know, reflect some chest thumping. And you know, they're only these people who practice witchcraft will tell you that mimi sibahatishangi. You know, if you go to a witch doctor, he'll tell you, mimi yangu nikifanya sibahatishangi. But for us who believe in God, you know, in God, we say, may the will of God be done. Or we say, by the God's prophecy, I feel that God has shown me that so and so is going to be president, or so and so is going to be MP. That's prophecy. Or where there's no prophecy, you pray for the will of God. But if it reaches a point now where you are saying that, you know, mimi sibahatishangi, who are you now? Ula bahatishangi. Because even if you are even if you're a pastor, you're just mortal like any other person. So you know, you don't enjoy any extra gift from any other person to start telling Kenyans that wewe ubahatishangi, ati hawa ndio watakuwa rais, ati hata niliombea Kibaki. And we know the circumstances under which Kibaki became president, na nikaombea Ruto na Uhuru. And we know the circumstances under which the 2017 elections played. So are you trying to tell me that the 2017 elections of August 8th is that the election that you prayed for, and that's what you meant that the mimi sibahatishangi? You know, I just got confused when I listened to him saying that mimi sibahatishangi, and then that could have emboldened William Ruto, and that's why when he appeared at Jacaranda yesterday afternoon, he was now talking of things like Shetani, Mabwenyenye. You know, after listening to to a guy like Pastor Mwai preaching to you, then you got emboldened. You think that he has extra, he has extra gifts that will make you now become president. And that's now when you move to Dauja Karanda, you start invoking the same saying that Shetani, the Jima Bwenyenye, watu lazima tuwashiri. You see, there is a big problem around our Kenyan Pentecostal movement, a serious, serious problem that if it's not going to be checked, then we are going to be lost. We're just going to get seriously lost. Let me just leave it at that.
Asante Wangira. Hold on, Andrew, just a minute. Okay, I think I didn't have the whole clip, Wangira, the one that you talked about, but I have that portion. And as you can see, the church is worshiping, but behind at the podium there, it's William Ruto's campaign video.
Behind the altar, call it the altar.
The altar, yeah. Thank you for the correction. Behind the altar there, there's William Ruto campaign video playing. So I think that is what Mr. Wangira was talking about. Andrew, karibu.
Okay, because today Black spoke vividly, let me give him a friendly fire. A friendly fire that was not a church, it was what you call a boardroom. A ballroom, it doesn't have a cross. So there is no cross there. So don't just take it as a normal room where you can put cows, anything inside there, don't worry about it. Just that simple like that. And I go to the point straight. The thing is, please, you see, at this time, that is what you call humanism. Humanism, we have reached a point that we are gods now. It is the philosophy which is going on. You can listen, you can hear. People don't revive into the Bible. So this thing is there with the people, it is there. And the more is coming, we should be awake and advise the people. That is our hall. We call the ballroom, whereby you can put meeting, discussion, you can put restaurant, people can eat there, they can do anything. So just take it simple aside. That's not that even the cross is not there. If there was a cross there, then I could be fire. So I just rule it as a simple place, any ordinary place that can happen like that. And on the TV, what we call a psychological disorder. When you have come, you found your house has burned down, everything is there, money, pictures, you can't find. This person needs a doctor. And the doctor is a person we call PTA. A PTA is a psychological first aider. And who is IEBC? And when he went there, they are asking him, do you have any card to show us that you are in the insurance? Then he become crazy now. What is these people telling? They should be telling me, oh, sorry, we are observing, you have been traumatized. We link you to a place where you can get support. So first of all, he needs counseling. He found Mount Kenya is sweeping down. The trees are just slippery. Everything is gone. You look at Kasarani, he couldn't believe. Please, Black, I advise you, you know a doctor, a friend, he needs counseling. And be linked to the place he need support. So that you can see all those what he's talking about, this is not his wish. He expected Sakaja to go through. He found this also. It's like you find your child already caught in another problem. So what do you do? Where you expected, everything is gone upside down. When you have a lot of expectation and all of sudden things don't go the way. This is the condition you find yourself. It is normal to any human being. So please, we need to assist. Black, with the due respect and with the points, I just give this for free.
Okay, I think Black, before you dropped out, you are next to Andrew, according to my screen. So I'll give you your time, 1.5 minutes. Then we go to Jose, and then we can continue like that.
Okay. In regards to the church video, I still maintain the same, that no politician should be given an opportunity to speak in church. Let church matters be left to the leaders of the church to continue with their schedule of guiding the worshippers. Strictly religious, and that's it. Mambo ya kuita sijui kiongozi gani wa KKA wala Azimio, I'm not for that. I'll never be for that. So, as for Abuya, when you bring claims such as, I don't know, Lawyer Gisheru has now turned to be a witness, are you speaking from point of a fact or it's propaganda? Because I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I will give me your number. I will send you the details. I can send you the details from the ICC. They are there on their website.
The ICC. That
Yes,
they
on the
turned a
website.
lawyer that was representing a client who has full knowledge of information of what the client may have presented to him and tried to turn him to be a witness and make him go against
Yes.
it. Why could they just use then Imran? Imran is a prosecutor. He used to be Ruto's lawyer.
He was going to be jailed.
I'm trying to understand. Come on.
That is a plea bargain. That is a plea bargain.
That a lawyer that represented someone.
Black. Bob Papa said he'll send you a
Sijui
link.
hiyo.
There's a Bob Papa.
Please
There's
do.
a private chat here. You can send him the link, and then he can actually copy the link and go read the whole thing.
Please do.
So, yeah,
as long as
with
it's from ICC itself.
Yeah, you'll verify that. Are you done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Jose.
Hello, good evening once again. Where has Andrew gone to?
I think he dropped out.
Andrew was trying to bring in this notion about a church. You see, over and over again, you have had situations where congregations or sometimes people do ask exactly what's a church. Now, there are cases where I've been in forums where we are told a church is not a building as such. A church is more than a building. So if you see people are congregating in your house or in a hall or in the open under a tree, for that time when they are doing the church business, it is a church. So if these people are in a church, I agree with Black, that was a properly whatever church. Where was the preacher delivering their sermon from? I believe it is just right there. I saw somebody standing there. It must have been one of the presenters. So in a place like that, to display those screens and what have you of the candidates, the DP and these other fellows, that was misusing call it the altar, because that was basically an altar. At least as much as the time that it was in session. Now, yesterday, the DP was in Kiambu. And I think most of us who had seen what happened there, you realize that there was a lot of praises on President Uhuru. What they have done together, what people have enjoyed, isn't it? And how they love him. I think even Gachagua did say that he loves the president. Now, yesterday I had predicted that just wait and watch the next rally. What happens in the next rally? Amekuwa mabwenyenye. At least today he didn't use the word tapeli, isn't it? Lakini he used wakora, mukora. And how they'll not go. They are devils. They'll not go to heaven. Wametuma maaskari, lakini thanks God the police they refused, isn't it? Just wait, it's 50 days tunapeleka nyumbani. They'll pack up and go. And he was talking with a lot of asira. Now, Black, I wouldn't want to put it, but if you feel like, can you reconcile the speakers at yesterday's Kiambu meeting with today's Jacaranda? If you feel like, just see the contradiction. Me, I'm at a loss exactly, unless in the Kiambu meeting they were just flattering the president. With a lot of praises, how he has done well, how they will do whatever he has, how they want him to retire home well. Today, you have seen the contradiction. And sometimes when people talk about double speak here, well, let's see a few of us. I'm sure you'll have a comment on the same. I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Godfrey, hold on. Now that Jose has mentioned yesterday's meeting.
wa Kiambu. Mukiona rais wetu hapa muambie yeye akuwe mungwana kidogo. Huyu William Ruto alimpigia kura 2002. Akampigia 2013. Akampigia 2017. Tena akampigia tena. Hata yeye arudishe mkono. Hata yeye akuja ampigie kura kwa sababu hiyo ni kuwa mungwana. Na labda kama yeye anaona shida kupigia William Ruto kwa sababu ni mtoto ambaye baba yake hajulikani, labda hatoki kwa jamii yake, anipigie kura mimi kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa mtu yake ya mkono, nimebeba mfuko yake miaka nenda miaka rudi, nimepigia yeye kura 2002, nimempigia 2013, nimempigia 2017 mara mbili. Hata kama hataki kupigia Ruto kwa sababu labda kwao ni mbali, mimi ni mtu hapa kwao nyumbani, anipigie kura kwa sababu nilipigia yeye. Negwadwa itu jaba neno nitokorogama nayo nimugokira tene.
I think that is what Jose was talking about, the double speaker. So you can see the first video that I played here, the one that William Ruto was ranting for almost 7 minutes, saying that this country does not belong to 3 families, and the way watafunga shetani wapeleke nyumbani tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. So the other day, that is what they were speaking in Kiambu, begging the president to, vote for them. Godfrey, 2 minutes.
Okay, my contribution. In fact, look at the last video you have shared. This is the same man who said few weeks or few months ago that all allocation ambayo ilikuwa imepelekwa Central ilichukuliwa, ilisainiwa na Kanini Kega, ikapelekwa Kisumu. Watu wa Central wakabaki hawana anything. That's why maisha imekuwa mbaya, hawana barabara, hawana anything. But hapa anasema ndio amekuwa kibeba mkoba wa rais, akifukua karibu na rais for a very long time. Those are people who are full of double speak. When I talk about the first video we shared on DP Ruto, ila akiongea pale alikuwa anapigwa mawe. This guy, we need to understand his mission from the first day. He's a person ambaye anajaribu ku bring division, anajaribu ku create, and his mission is to create some division between the rich and the poor. Anataka watu wakosana, as much as the rich need the poor and the poor needs the rich. This guy anajaribu ku create that impression kuwa watu the rich are the very bad people ambao tunafaa tuwatoe. In fact, angalia anasema kibabonyenye mpaka anawaita mashetani. How can you call your leader, your president, your boss? Because this one he was just talking about Raila, kina Uhuru and the people who are in the government. Akisema we are only remaining with 50 days. Anawaita mabonyenye, anawaita mashetani. So this guy is not the right person for us to choose as a leader. Ni mtu ambaye is a double speak, full of propaganda and lies that he's selling for people. Akisha create that division, alafu unapata tena still bado anaambia watu kuwa haezi anguka, haezi shindwa kura. Kumaanisha kuwa ana prepare the youths. Right now maisha imekuwa ngumu to these people, the youths, lower class people, alafu pia some of the upper class. Kuna watu ambao wamefunga kampuni kwa sababu ya the life how it is. Sasa akikuja akasell that narrative, kuna some of people who buy it. They believe him, yet he's a liar. Sasa hawasikii kwa sababu ya ile life ambao wanapitia. Sasa akisema kuwa The guy hajafanya anything all along tangu aingie kwa deputy president, but he's lying right now kuwa yeye ndo ataweza kubadilisha hii situation ambayo iko sahihi. He's the only person who can bring a change in Kenya, which he's a man who cannot do anything. Angalia the video you shared of a bishop. Bishop talk direct the leaders that we need in Kenya, the leaders that we need to choose. But angalia IEBC. That's why I thank Raila. Raila aliambia IEBC kwa these are the guys who they always give penalties where penalties haziko. Sikutarajia kwa they will make a decision and they'll talk the way they spoke on the issue of Sakaja. You see, but wamejitoa kwanza sahi wamesema kuwa wanangoja wale watu ambao they are concerned on that issue of verifying the certificate ndio watafuata nini yao, lakini wenyewe wamejitoa, hataki kuwa blame this guy of IEBC kwanza Kibukaki na Ruto. I think there's something hidden ambao wanaongea kisiri, the same way na government ya Uganda. Kwa sababu huyu Ruto anasimama anatuambia kuwa watu wanapiga simu kwa State House ya Uganda. Alijua vipi kama apati information? So there's something ambayo inaendelea. That's why unapata na Chestam kila wakati akisema mimi nitakuwa kwa ballot, Sakaja atakuwa kwa ballot, and hata mpaka unaangalia hii situation iko vipi, but still anakuambia mimi najua, and he has the confidence. My last point, I think we should not allow this guy near the government, near the leadership. Ata destroy everything akipata. He's not the right person for us in Kenya.
Thank you. Okay, Adams, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just embarking on that thing which I talk about. I know most of you here are Christians, and a few of you are maybe Muslims, but even the Muslims understand the Bible. The Bible states categorically in the book of Matthew 7, chapter 15, it talks about the wolf which is dressed in a sheep's clothing. Now that is what Ruto really is, and that is what really that pastor, that bishop of the church where he went, that is not a man of God. That is somebody who is, I don't want to use bad words to describe him, but such kind of people. Then there are so many in our midst. There are so many such kind of people. I think, in my own opinion, we need a society whereby we need laws. Maybe we need to enact a law such that there is zero tolerance of politics in the pulpit, no politics in the churches, such that if you go to worship, you worship the style of Kibaki, where Kibaki used to go to Consolata Shrine in Westlands every Sunday morning. He attends the mass for 2 hours, sometimes without being noticed, you know. But this thing of collaborating with the people calling themselves pastors and bishops, yet they're just in the business of money making. We know these bishops and pastors, some of them they kill people on the road, they follow these politicians, they blackmail them, they want money, they bring these people to judge. We need laws whereby there will be zero tolerance of politics in the pulpit, or rather in the churches, or the places of worship. Finally, the way Ruto talks with braggadocio, the way he's bragging, the way he's just thumping with that level of arrogance and carelessness, more especially in Nairobi. Let me tell you, right now as I speak, everybody here can bear me a witness that Raila Odinga has been restraining himself so much since he said that it is the people who made him to go to the ballot, the people who decided. If you follow him keenly, you will find out that Raila Odinga has been restraining himself to behave in something people call presidential. He's trying to be more presidential. You don't want to be arrogant. Let me tell you, if Raila Odinga today or tomorrow come out tomorrow in Jacaranda or Kamukunji, anywhere in Nairobi, and talk with that level of arrogance and chest thumping in Nairobi against Ruto, let me tell you, there will be no space for UDA, anything UDA, to breathe in Nairobi. That is the fact on the ground. Raila has won Nairobi for so many decades. He won against Kibaki, he won against Moi, he won against Uhuru twice, Kibaki twice, Moi. He has never been beaten there. So when you come and you just thump like that, like you're gagging him, it is not really that way. We are just trying to have a society which is modern. Let's try to embrace a civil society whereby there is political tolerance to all of us, where we differ with Black and Duke in opinions, but we are still brothers. When all, at the end of the day, when the sun goes down, we go home as brothers, because like they say, Kenya is bigger than all of us. So I beseech you guys of UDA, you are doing so poorly and so dismally insofar as society is concerned. You people are so much blind. You need to wake up and open your eyes. You are the perpetrators of violence and lawlessness. And then after doing that, you blame it on other people. Let's style up and be civil enough. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adams. I think we are moving on well. I would like to give it to Nathan. Nathan, make your submission and please be brief. I don't want to give you, I don't want to limit your time, but just make it brief. Yeah.
It's okay, Mr. Richie, our good friend. Adams are just finished on a high tone and I liked it. Nimefurahi sana vile Adams amemalizia hapo hivyo. We are one Kenya, and that's what matters. Personally, for me, I want to prosecute my cases sahi mbio. Hata sina by the nani bro, sina vitu mingi za kusema. Acha niangalie. So za Jacaranda, mimi I condemn. I condemn. And I've said it, and I was actually echoing Mr. Wangira's statements. I condemn na I condemn with kutoka kwa roho yangu yote. There's not supposed to be people just doing whatever they want to do for the sake of political mileage. Pana, watu waenda wapige kura. Constitution is very clear. I mean, let us just have some political tolerance. Hiyo ndio submission yangu ya kwanza. Ya pili tu, Honorable Sakaja is a gentleman I respect. I'm not saying I'm Kenya Kwanza, but he's a gentleman I respect. So story yake wache iende under due diligence. Kila mtu mwenye anafaa kufanya due diligence afanye due diligence, angalie kila kitu, intricacies. We can see if he is a true holder of the certificate. If he is not, then of course he ceases to be my friend. Period. Wavinya Ndeti has also been cleared. He had a master's degree from the UK. We thank God because Machakos now is locked for Azimio. Right? I mean, I'm not hearing anybody saying about Wavinya this or Wavinya that. And I'm very happy about that because now we see our people are people who are of integrity. Nobody questions any credentials za watu wetu wa Azimio. Nobody. And that one has to go to the bank. So I thank God Wavinya was cleared and nashukuru Mungu because he's going to be the next governor of Machakos. Like I said, there are very few, Richie, nilikwambia niko na very few things to say. Kitui, nimesema ni Malombe. Malombe, you can see, the way people just fight people just for the sake. Malombe nuko Kinya Kibera juu. Ako wapi nani, jamaa wetu alikuwa anaitwa nani? I wish I could meet him here. Julius Malombe is going to be elected as a Mukambani. And I said it here. And then people thought I'm just a wizard of Oz. Because mama akufanya kazi. Mama I was bashed here. But mama ameambiwa, hata umlisikia baba akisema yeye categorically atachukua mama ampeleke Nairobi. Because there is no way she can come back. So Julius Malombe, welcome back. And that's it for my prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Short and clear. Guru, I see you've just come in, but there's a video I want to play here before I give you an opportunity to address.
Na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amemtambulisha pamoja na kumwarifisha mgombea wa urais kwa tiketi ya Azimio One Kenya Raila Odinga pamoja na mgombea mwenza wake Martha Karua kwa jamii ya Akorino, huku rais akiwaomba waumini wa madhehebu hayo kuwaunga mkono wawili hao hadi debeni. Rais Kenyatta vile vile ametoa ahadi kwamba wawakilishi wa madhehebu hayo watapata nafasi katika serikali ya Azimio iwapo Raila Odinga ataunda serikali ijayo.
Tangu mwanzo wa uongozi wake miaka 10 iliyopita, dhehebu la Akorino limekuwa na umuhimu mkubwa kwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, huku akikiri ameshauriana nao mara kwa mara. Hii leo ikiwa sherehe ya kuadhimisha miaka 100 tangu kuanzishwa kwa dhehebu hili, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliungana nao. Lengo lao kuu likiwa kukipa mwelekeo kizazi kipya. Rais Kenyatta hata hivyo hakufika peke yake. Aliandamana na mgombeaji urais wa Azimio One Kenya Raila Odinga, chama ambacho yeye mwenyewe ndiye mwenyekiti. Hakumuidhinisha moja kwa moja kama mrithi wake, lakini uwepo wake mkutanoni pamoja na mgombea mwenza wake Martha Karua ikiwa ishara tosha fikra zake ziliko.
No icio ndikwenda kwarĩria haha nĩ ndĩrĩmwĩra hĩndĩ ĩmwe rĩrĩa mũrĩũka na kũu gwitũ mũciĩ ndĩmũhe rũgano mũmenye kũrĩa nyumĩte na inyuĩ, kana nĩ atĩa? Icio ti cia haha, aya megũthiĩ gũcigarũrania make.
Lakini licha ya kutozungumza kuwahusu, aliwakaribisha kuwasalimia waumini wa dhehebu hili waliokuwa wamefurika katika ukumbi wa Kasarani.
He mũtumia mũrata wakwa na ndahĩtũka haha ngĩingĩra ndamwona ikarĩte o haha onake nĩ egũkĩte kũhoerwo rĩ, ingĩkĩmwĩra mũgeithie ndakũrohĩtĩtie Martha toka ũgeithie andũ haha.
Tũgũkĩte ona ithuĩ kũgoca twĩna mũthuri ũyũ tũikaranĩtie nake aba ũyũ ũranduire running mate na nĩ twakena.
Rĩu o ũguo ngĩhĩtũka ningĩ ndacoka ndakĩona mũthuri ũngĩ tũkoragwo tũkĩruta wĩra. Ona kenge kimwira mugeithie ndakorohĩtĩtie Mheshimiwa Raila.
Sisi tuko pamoja na wana Akorino. Natoa shukrani kwa Rais Kenyatta kusimama na nyinyi.
Dhehebu hili hadi sasa lina waumini takriban 1.5 milioni kote nchini, na kulingana na Rais Kenyatta, ushawishi wao siasani si mchache.
Oguo mwarugama nanie na mwarugama na nyumba itu mutikagĩa na nganja na niĩ ngũrũgama na inyuĩ tuthie na mbere oguo.
Wengine walisema ati baba hawezi kupanda mlima. Nikamwambia niko na tingatinga na niko na Martha. Nikasema inawezekana.
Dhehebu hili la Akorino lina zaidi ya wafuasi 1 milioni kote nchini, na ni ombi lake Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwamba watamsikiza na watafuata nyayo zake kwa atakayetaka aongoze baada yake. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV, katika ukumbi wa Kasarani Gymnasium, kaunti ya Nairobi.
Bwana Guru, hizi kura 1 milioni si mtulete tu zote namna hiyo bila kuharibu, yote tu mweke kwa kikapu ya Azimio. Alafu sasa sisi kampeni yetu iwe ni kujaza hiyo yenye imebaki hapo juu. Karibu. Give your submission.
Habari yenu. Wacha niseme hivi. Dini ya Akorino ni dini ilianzishwa na Mkikuyu ama na Wakikuyu, na ni dini ambayo ilitokana na jitihada za kupata uhuru na kukataa kuwa watumwa kwa makanisa ambayo ilikuwa imeletwa na mzungu. Ni kama ile kanisa ingine inaitwa African Inland Pentecostal Churches of Africa. Na ukiangalia sana, Uhuru amekuwa na hizi makanisa karibu sana. Siku ile ingine alikuwa na viongozi wa IEBC ambayo imekuwa na shinda ya uongozi miaka mingi ya mfurutano, lakini mwishowe amewazaidia, wakaweka vitu zinaitwa Articles of Association na structure ambayo madhumuni yake ni kuwa kwamba ile mfurutano inakuwa is resolved because there are structures which was not there before. Ukiangalia pia Akorino wamekuwa ni zile dhehebu ambazo sisi tukiwa wandogo tulikuwa zinaonekana kama ni za watu ambao hawaendi shule, hawafikirii, ni is a retrogressive kind of churches. However, they existed because of their history and the fact that they are very strong. Let me say that. Lakini hivi majuzi hiyo dhehebu ya Akorino imekuwa ikienda through a transformation ambayo sasa it's becoming a modern church. Saa hii ni wanajenga a theology college ama institute, ili wale wanahubiri kwa hiyo makanisa wamekuwa wamefundishwa, ambayo pale mbeleni haikuwa namna hiyo. Pia unasikia wameanza kufanya investment, kama sasa ile shamba walipatiwa ekari 5 ili wajenge conference halls. Na ukiwa ulisikiza vile Uhuru alisema ni kwamba hii dhehebu alianza kule nyuma na mzee yake Jomo Kenyatta mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo ni dhehebu ambayo imekuwa karibu na historia ya Kenya. Na wale wanafuatilia siasa wamesikia mara mingi mtu anaitwa Mutahi Ngunyi akisema kwamba kwa Wakikuyu ile inatakikana tu kukiwezekana kura ya Akorino ndio pekee, akiwa ile jamii nyingine ya Wakikuyu watakataa. Kukiwezekana wakiwekea baba hiyo kura, uchaguzi utakuwa umeisha, sababu wanakura karibu I think about 800,000. Na uzuri wa hii dhehebu ni kwamba ni watu ambao mkiongea they have a structured way of making decisions. Ile wanaongea pale kwa kanisa yao na viongozi wao wanawa direct, hawaendi kombo. Wao wanaweka pale viongozi wao wamewaambia. It's a very highly disciplined and structured church. Na kwa hivyo sijastuka ni kwa nini rais amefuatilia wao sana. Umesikia amesema amewashikilia na wamekuwa wakishikiliana. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba amekuwa akitegemea uungwaji mkono kutoka kwa hii dhehebu kwa siasa yake. Na kwa hivyo akienda kuonyesha baba wakiwa na mother kwa hii dhehebu, ulisikia akisema hata akitoka ni kama alikuwa anawaambia huyu ndiye ninawaachia. Ile maneno tumekuwa tukifanya, hakuna kitu itaenda kombo. Nyinyi mtashughulikiwa kama tunavyoongea. Uliona akiwaambia na akiwaonyesha watu kama 5 hivi ambao wamepatia kazi ambao ni Akorino. Sababu ni kwamba pale nyuma nilikuwa nimekuambia hii ni dhehebu ilikuwa inaonekana kama ni ya watu chafu, watu ambao haendi shule, watu wako retrogressive, hawataki kuingiana na the modern society. Lakini unaona wamepeleka watoto wao shule, wengine sasa wamehitimu kwa kila every profession, and therefore they were thinking they were being discriminated against there in the past because of what I have told you, that they were viewed as people who are retrogressive. Sasa ni kumaanisha hivi, Uhuru anataka kusecure hiyo 800,000 votes for baba and mother, kwa sababu anajua hata ile jamii ingine ikikataa, hawa wakikubali na naye baba awe ile kura alikuwa anapata pale mbeleni pando iko, wakiongezea mambo itakuwa imekwisha. Nadhani kwa hilo jambo wacha nisimamia hapo. Kwa hii jambo ingine, kanisa ya Katoliki imetoa mwongozo kwamba tusichague, mimi ni Mkatoliki, tusichague mtu ambaye ni mfisadi, mtu ambaye anaeneza sera ya kusukuma mihandarati, na watu ambao wanasukuma mambo ambayo ni ya kuharibu uhai, abortion. Kwa hivyo wacha niseme kwamba unakumbuka wiki kadhaa zilizopita, Raila na Martha walikutana na viongozi wa kanisa, na pale nyumaye wakati ya Sagana tu, Uhuru alikuwa amelalamika sana kwamba makanisa imetumiwa kueneza siasa mbovu na ya kuchanganya wananchi, kiasi kwamba wananchi wameanza kutojua ni nini mzuri na ni nini inaweza saidia nchi. Kwa hivyo mimi kwangu naona wamefuata ile mazungumzo walifanya, kwamba waanze kuonyesha watu ukweli na kuwa direct, ili waweze kufanya uamuzi mwafaka wakati ya uchaguzi ujao. Kwa ile furugu ilitokea leo jana, mimi nasema hivi, Raila Amolo Odinga lazima awe makini sana, asinje akaharibiwa siasa yake aidha na wale wanamunga mkono ama upande wa upinzani. Sababu moja ile kubwa ambaye watu hasa wa kutoka Mlima Kenya wamekuwa wakichukia huyu mzee ni kwamba kuna ile image ambayo iliwekwa kwa fikira zao kwamba yeye ni mtu ya furugu, ni mtu ya kuleta machafuko, na ni mtu ambaye hawezi aminika kwamba anaweza weka nchi kwa njia ya utulivu. Kwa hivyo ingekuwa ni watu wale wanamuunga mkono ama wanasiasa wale wanapigania na chama yake wanafanya hiyo maneno, wanaharibia mzee. Mambo ya UDA imekwisha. Kwa hivyo kuwasaidia tena kuanza kuwika itakuwa mbaya. Pili, ikiwa ni kuwekwa katika hali ya kuonekana kama si mtu mzuri, lazima awe na counter strategy, kwa sababu ukiangalia mzuri, immediately I will not be surprised after what happened yesterday. Ruto will be headed to Central next week, kuenda kuwaambia mliona, hii ndio tumewaambia miaka nenda miaka rundi, huyu mzee ni wa furugu, huyu ni wa kuchafua nchi na maneno kama haya. Kwa hivyo mimi kwangu ni kusema kwamba wale wanaangalia siasa ya baba na madha wawe makini sana, isinje kwamba ile image italetwa juu, ili ya kuwa ni watu ya furugu, ni watu wa msukasuko, na watu ambao hawezi kuaminika kwamba wanaweza kuweka nchi kwa hali ya utulivu. Nikienda kwa dispute ya IEBC, nasema hivi, taasisi zetu, kila taasisi ina kazi ambayo imepatiwa na katiba, na kuwa kwamba mtu anaweza penya kutoka atengeneze makaratasi na aende apatia IEBC kama akisingizia kwamba hiyo ni shahada ya degree. Watu ya kulaumu kwanza ni ile CUE, kwa sababu ndio inatakiwa kudhibitisha kwa uhakika kwamba ile karatasi umewapatia ni karatasi ambayo is a genuine. Na akiwa hawawezi kudhibitisha kwa ukweli na waone kama kuna ukora, basi wanaita DCI, wanawaambia hebu tusaidie hapa, enda fanya forensic ama enda tuma watu kwa hizo university ama vitu kama hizo. They have all that responsibility. Kwa hivyo kuanza kutabatapa ni kuonyesha pasi pale ndani kunaweza kuwa na wafisadi ambao wamekula hongo na wataki kufanya kazi yao. Kazi ya IEBC kusema ukweli si kudhibitisha makaratasi. Hawana hiyo uwezo na hawana hiyo mandate. Wao ni kuangalia tu umeleta zile stakabadhi zinatakikana, akiwa zimepitia kwa zile taasisi zingine, basi hawana hoja ya kuweka taswishi. Kwa hivyo ile maamuzi ilitolewa na IEBC inafaa, lakini hiyo si kusema kwamba CUE na DCI hawawezi kuendelea kufanya kazi yao, kwa sababu hata zaidi ya kusimama uchaguzi ni hatia. Uttering false documents is a crime in Kenya. So even if you are holding a certificate and you have not presented it anywhere, and it is discovered that you are holding a fake certificate, it is a crime that is punishable in the courts of law. Kwa hivyo wacha nisimamia hapo. Asante sana.
Thank you, Guru. I can see Ndemba is here. Ndemba, I wanted to give you an opportunity to make your submission, but before that, I wanted to give also Julia a minute to comment about that video, Akorino, because she was looking for that video. So,
swali, Guru.
Okay.
Guru, nice to see you. You've made a comment, especially on the part of what happened at Jacaranda, and you have intimated that Baba needs to be aware because of what he has been painted. What, in your view, Baba should have done? That is number one. What do you think Baba ought to have done? And video has emerged where in fact the statement you're saying is the intention of those people who perpetrated. Remember, this is the deputy president. He had been informed of everything that was going to take place. He had the information. He is not like he wasn't aware, but his intention was to still proceed on, go ahead, and then end up with the statements that you're making right now. That Baba, what do you think Baba should have done in your view? Because you're saying, oh, Baba should be careful. What are you talking about careful? What is it that you think he should have done in such a situation where the deputy president refuses to listen to intelligence information telling him that it is not the right time to go to that place? He goes ahead to go to that place so that he can create the sympathy that apparently now some of you are coming here to peddle. That, you know, Baba is known as one of the people who throw stones. What do you think? Because this is the narrative that we need to start stopping. Instead of directing it to Ruto that the people of UDA should stop, you are saying that Baba cannot be everywhere. He doesn't control the police. It is the work of the police. And who is in government? The same Ruto is in government. So who should be giving the other security? He should be addressing the president Uhuru Unveils Kenyatta to give them security. Now, if you have been advised, and then you still go ahead and attend that place, why do you drag Baba's name? Baba is not the government. So what, in your view, Guru, do you think Baba should have done?
Okay, Demba, I wish it was as easy as you are trying to paint it. Here, I am looking at it from two dimensions. One, in the morning, when the church was going on, images were being streamed of youths categorically saying that the ground should not be used by the other party. And I believed those are, and they stated so, that they are supporters of Baba, they are ODM, and that ground is his bedroom. Now, that is very bad. If these are true supporters of Baba and want to approach politics in that manner, you are giving your enemy an opportunity to portray you as a bad. And that is what they want. And that is what sells in some of the sections of this country. That this is a person who has thrived on violence.
Guru, let me give you information. Let me give you information so that, hold on, Guru. Let me give you information so that you don't buy the propaganda, because I can see you have bought into the propaganda and now it is now being peddled. That is what they actually peddled. If you realize, go to Dennis Itumbi's page. He had started peddling this propaganda like 3 days ago. Now, that ground had not been booked by anyone, right? Even Babu had not booked that ground. Now, what did they do? You must realize that their candidate in Embakasi East is not a popular candidate. So what do? They want to create a situation. There's no way that ground would have been booked twice. It was booked by them. But what they did, they went and they created a scenario. They paid some youth, the same thing that Sonko said the other time. When they went and they wakatupa whatever, wakalipa mayouths, wakadress nguo za ODM. That's the same thing they did today. So what they did, they paid some youth. If you realize, even those who are pelting stones, some of them were the ones who were escorting the deputy president, are the ones. Look carefully in those videos. Sometimes it's good to go back and understand what is going on here. Now, when they paid some youth, some of them who are coming there to say, now we don't want to come to this, some of those who are paid to come and suggest, look like this thing is bad. You know, there's a scenario. Now, what is informing that scenario? They are having a drama here. There's Sakaja is having issues. Their things are falling apart. We need to divert this attention. How do we divert this attention? We need to make it look like there's something chaotic. Then we come up with a narrative. Now here, they create that narrative. The deputy president, these people later went and actually it was known. The police came there early because they had already got wind that this is what is going to happen. Someone actually said that this person was not even beaten, that the Embakasi East person. They were seen somewhere with some things just floating on how he's going to come, look like they have been pelted by stones. Then what happens? They come in, and then he's told, they had already had wind, that this is what has been planned and that is how they want it to roll out. So police came and cordoned the place. They said, no, what we need to do, we have to make sure that this thing doesn't turn ugly the way they have planned it to come out. Now, what happens eventually? Wamekuwa discovered. They are told, he was actually told, do not go to that place because he said, no, because they want to create that scenario, let's keep going. If you realize, the stone throwing for the deputy president started almost when he was getting into Jacaranda, when he was just about to go in. The same people who walikuwa wanamsindikisha, if these people didn't want you to come in, they would have stoned you kitambo, not wait until when you're just about to get into Jacaranda. So he comes in, the same people putting on the t-shirt, wanamsindikiza, uliona wameandika t-shirt maziko Asta, are the same persons throwing stones. And then they come, then they start saying, oh, Awatu, why is it that they later decide that
Pemba, ask Njiru if he had seen what you are saying. Ask him to say if he had seen what you are saying, because we saw it earlier also in the clip.
You know, these are things that are there. Guru, sometimes it's good to go. You know, like for us here, it's not just enough for us to come. And, you know, we've seen that, then you go with the same kind of propaganda. Then you say, you know, Baba needs to go, Baba needs to do. If you hear the way Baba responded, he actually told them this sympathy thing, the state is aware of what he was trying to do. And he came, he effected it. And if you listen even to the speech of the deputy president, when he was talking, he kept on saying, because that is what he wanted to sing. Usilete mawe, usilete nini, tunakujua. Why do you want to apportion blame and then later you say the police? You see, there's a problem. Now, if we stand here and then start being intellectual about this thing, we need to stand out so clearly as a people and tell the deputy president to stop stage managing what is happening to him. And then he comes out clearly and plays clean politics. Politics of deceit and conmanship, we must condemn it. You can't stand up. Raila does not control the police. He doesn't. And so if the deputy president is going to state manage that, he's going to do it, and you'll still come back here and you say Raila needs to try. If you
can I interject? All that explanation is okay. What you are saying is fine. And you are right. It could be stage managed. But I was coming to specifically say that the images being streamed even before the arrival of the main person were youths making categorical statements that that venue will not be used. Now, if that is the stand, and we know each other. What I am after mostly here is not whether the situation was stage managed or not. The issue is perception. And I'm saying this because I come from a community that Baba is trying to woo, and which I know their mindset. And the reasons why it has been very difficult for him to get a hearing in our community. One of them is that
thing has already been passed by event. That community is the people you are talking about already have listened to Baba, they are listening to Martha, they know hakuna mtu wa kutupa mawe. So kama ni kutupa mawe, it is not Raila. It is individuals, and those are criminal elements you need to be saying right now. I think let's not keep going back. We are at the 11th hour. The community you're talking about has already moved on.
I've always not.
Which community is that? Which community are you talking about?
Which
the
community
Kikuyu.
you're talking
The
about?
Kikuyu. The Kikuyu.
No, there's no Kikuyu.
You know the problem.
Who is Mata Karua?
You see,
Mata
let
Karua
me
is
say this. Let me say this.
Sasa mumeharibu debate. Hold on, guys.
No, let me first. There is something there. Demba, I have always seen you to be a level-handed person. I'm not blaming Baba here.
No.
You listen to me.
At this time, we are not talking Kikuyus. If there are criminal elements, let's face criminal elements. Kikuyus have already moved on. They have moved away from the idea of looking at Baba as a stone thrower. Baba is a leader and he is already accepted. If there are people who still buy the propaganda of the idea of stone throwing, that's not Kikuyus. It is individuals. So let's be categorical here. Mambo ya kusema Kikuyus.
Don't be so certain. You talk like you are in their brains. I am talking because I come from that.
They're not cumulative. They are not cumulative Kikuyus. Even you are just guru. They are not cumulative people. They are individuals.
These are people I talk with. These are people I talk with on a daily basis. What I am after here is perception.
You cannot talk to 5 million Kikuyus.
Okay.
5 million Kikuyus.
Hold on.
Hold on. Demonization of a community to watch. Mimi wacha nimalize hii kitu bakiadi. Mambo ya kudemonize communities tuache. Already Azimio and Baba have made so much strides. Kenya is one. We don't look at Kikuyus. We don't look at Luos. We look at individual criminals. If someone is a criminal, it is not Kikuyus who are criminals. It's not Luos who are criminals. That's a criminal should be apprehended by the police. Mambo ya kusema ati Luos or Kikuyus. Hakuna mambo ya Kikuyu right now.
Okay, let's do this.
You are not understanding me. I am not apportioning blame on anybody. What I am saying,
Kikuyu, Jubilee people are Kikuyus. The other day was in Moranga. The other day was in Nyeri. Just the other day was in Nyandarua. Which Kikuyus are you talking about?
I am talking because I belong to that community and I talk with the people and I know the perception. I know the
5 million
one by one. Unaongea ukitoka nje. It just takes a simple thing to completely destroy what has been built over the last few weeks. And this I can tell you with certainty because I belong there. And I can tell you this. 22% of our people are perceived not to have made up their decisions according to the polls that are there. Do you know why? We talk with them. They are trapped in between.
And 100% of them will not make up their mind. There will be people who will not make up their mind for Raila, and that's okay, Guru. You can't bring that debate that Kikuyus. Those are not Kikuyus.
You are very rigid. Anyway, I believe what you want to believe, but I also know.
Hold on. Let's do this, Ndemba.
Believe what you want to believe.
Guru Ndemba, let's do this before we finish this thing. I want to give Julia nafasi kwanza. Julia, there's a video that I played. I think now we'll lose focus here. There's a video that I played here. I know you've been looking for that video. I want your comments on that video.
Okay,
Ose, I've seen your hand. Just relax.
Let me comment about that video so that there is ceasefire. Guru, Demba, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. So thank you so much, Makiadi. That video, I really want to agree with Guru about the Akorinos. Akorinos are so religious, kind of. They are committed to their religion. Wakikwambia unyoe, unanyoa. Wakikuonyesha huyu ni bwana yako Adams ama huyu ni bibi yako, unachukua huyo bibi bila kuuliza swali, unaenda unaoa. You don't ask questions. They are like that. So the instructions they'll get from their leaders, that's what they're gonna do. And now I understand why Uhuru has been really caught in them. I didn't get it in the first place until I think Guru began speaking, but now I get it. I get the point. And for sure, Makiadi, those votes are going for Azimio. And if there are 1 million registered Akorinos, Azimio iko mbali sana, as we speak, they won't deviate. Sio kama, you see, Ruto has been walking around with Pentecostal, Bwana Asifwe. Even me, I'm really Pentecostal. In fact, I'm so born again. I think I should tell Ruto that I'm so born again. I'm so heavenly bound. Devil chasing. Fire breathing. Kama iyo Ruto ndio anasemanga. But I wouldn't gonna vote for Ruto. I can't buy that nonsense that I saw today. I saw in that church called, I think, I don't know what that church is, that they broadcasted his name and they put his picture there and they did. That is really occultism. That is idol worship. And then the man of God went around to pronounce him and say that he's the next president. And I looked at the crowd and I saw there were many people there in that crowd. And I asked myself, was everyone agreeing with that man of God? I don't believe so. But I can tell you that all the Akorinos in this country agreed with that congregation today. They will not deviate. They will not. They will not deviate to anything. So, Makedi, you can take that to the bank. If there are about 800,000 registered Akorinos, those votes are all for Baba. When Pepote Wako, they will not deviate. Makedi, just allow me to say something small. I had not presented. I just came here to disrupt, Duke the other time, because he was saying things that were annoying me. And I want to echo, Bob really echoed my point when I was away. He talked about the character of Ruto. I was trying to talk them, but he did. I'm not trying to favor him. He actually did it.
Which Bob?
The only Bob, Papa. South of the Sahara and north of River Limpopo. So he really echoed my point, and he's talked about the character of Ruto. I was not bringing ICC stories for nothing. I was trying to bring out the character of Ruto. That if we have to talk about Bob Owino and the things that he has done that have annoyed us, and then we look at who was talking about chaos today and acting innocent and the victim, then he will make us go back and think about him, about his character and what he's capable of doing. We know that. I won't go back to that. I don't want to raise emotions here.
Thank you, Julia.
Just allow me to finish my career because
I will allow you to finish, but I didn't want you to go back to what was said.
No, I won't say all that. I will stop somewhere. So he is capable of raising emotions today and bring back the violence that was there today. And I saw a clip that Makiadi you played. He said he's chasing the devil home. What was he trying to do? He's sending the devil home. He talked about 3 families. You people, seriously? Guru, now I want to stop you. Don't talk on my behalf. I won't buy that. I won't buy what you are saying. Let me stop there because Makiadi wants me to stop. Thank you.
I wanted to make a follow-up.
No, Mr. You cannot make a follow-up before you lift your hand. I have to see your hand in the air before I allow you to unmute your mic, because you'll still make your submission here. But because Ndemba is here and Ndemba is normally our moderator, I would want Ndemba to do his submission first before he takes over. And then I know the 2 people that have come in. It's just you, Missy. I think you're the only. And then I think somebody said Guru has not finished his submission. So Ndemba, do your thing, and then the show is all yours.
Thank you, Makiadi. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. It's good evening where I am. I think it's good morning for some of you, like Guru and Papa Bob. I just have 2 points to make. First of all, in what Ruto did today, that must be condemned with everyone. Everyone who seeks to stand out, they need to condemn what Ruto did. Ruto is a deputy president. Ruto received prior notification on what was going to happen. He was actually informed that he needs not go there. But because of such kind of narrative that had been peddled, if you go to Itumbi's wall, he had already peddled that narrative. He had already created that sense of preparing the narrative of what they wanted to come out 3 days ago. So if they could not have gone there, then they wouldn't have heard the conclusion of what they had prepared to do. If there is you know, anyone that should be blamed for what happened today, is the deputy president. The deputy president, William Samoei Ruto. What he wants to achieve will not happen in Kenya today. Kenyans have moved on, Kenyans have known him. And that is something he needs to be told categorically. Kenyans have moved away from the so-called narrative that he wants to create, that you see there are people who are throwing stones, people who do this. No, people who engage in violence are individuals. And those people need to be prosecuted. They are criminals, criminal elements. That is not the work of the political players. It's not the work of Raila Odinga. It's not the work it is the work of the police. And it is the police who should do their job. You cannot take you know, a swipe at someone who is not in government. Actually, in seniority, Ruto is the second senior most person in government today. It is him who is the second most senior person in government. Raila is not even close. After Ruto, they are the speakers. So when you're standing on a political podium to want to, you know, to buy in from cheap propaganda, that, you know, the mtu akitendawili, Raila was in charge. Raila was elsewhere, you know. How could he have organized? And that is why even he was told that, you see, you need to get away. We understand the way for the last 3 days, Ruto has been showing lots of anger. He's been so frustrated. And he's not only frustrated by Raila, he's also frustrated by internal strife. Kabogo and Kuria have already given him a lot of headache from inside. So is the thing, and I said here that his car is leaking from inside, and there are punches all over. So he's a frustrated man. No wonder today, if you listened to one Ndindi Nyoro, he even woke up and said that I'm addressing the president. He even said that part of, you know, the kind of, and Ruto was there listening. You know, he was quiet listening to these people. You know, when your dog is barking, you don't ask the dog, you ask the owner. So when they got there, and Ndindi Nyoro was the dog today, the first person to be invited to talk was Ndindi Nyoro. And I'm calling Ndindi Nyoro to talk. He talked so badly about the president. He even said the president has some contract that he wants to, I don't know, putting Cabro. Even the Cabro will be put in Jacaranda Road. I mean, look at that. Taking a swipe at the president. The deputy president himself started saying that this country cannot be ruled by three families. You know, already that one is trying to return people to the narrative that they had started with Dynasty versus Hustlers 2018. I think 2018, that's when they brought that narrative. And to them, they thought that narrative was catchy. They are running out of options. What is the best option? To try and, you know, kind of radicalize youth, telling them that these are people who want us to fight. Let him be told. And we need to be categorical. Let us stop massaging people's ego at you know, the Kikuyus will buy. There's no Kikuyus. Kikuyus are good people. We have Kikuyus who know, and Karua has talked to Kikuyus. He has told them, all these people are Kenyans. Anybody coming to ask for votes is a Kenyan. So you listen to them. Vote for the person you think is going to respond to your needs. And she has done that pretty well. And she's encouraging them to listen. Those Kikuyus who want to hear have listened. Nobody is a foreigner vying in Kenya. All of them are Kenyans. And Kikuyus know that right now. They have moved away from this propaganda that we are being told that there are Kikuyus who still think that, oh, you know, Raila is coming from this. No, Raila cannot be everywhere. If Ruto wants to use that, he will still use it. If you are going to be convinced by that, you'll still be convinced. But there are majority of Kikuyus who have moved away from that stupidity. that they are not going to be taken through the idea that we are Kikuyus and we are considering this person. That's why for me, I feel this time round, we need to tell politicians the truth. We need to tell them we are tired of being used as sympathy. Nobody is going to use sympathy votes to get any vote from Kenyans. Kenyans are one. It is not about Kikuyus. It's not about Luyos. It's not about Kalenjins. It's about Kenya. And anybody can go anywhere in Kenya to ask for votes. That's why I categorically disagree with the concept that, Raila should be starting to talk to people. I mean, who is that guy? Kinyanjui guy, Embakasi East. He was beaten by Babu Owino many times. He went to court. He couldn't even make it still. So he's trying to get some sympathy votes, and then we come saying, massaging their egos. I don't think we should be doing that right now. We need to call leaders out. We need to call those leaders out and tell them the truth. That Kenyan, maisha yetu si ya kuchezewa sasa. You don't use our lives again to get yourself to power. Ruto has been in power. He is in power right now. He receives all the intelligence information. He is told, he knew, when you are told that this place is not a place to go, there's likely to be this and this, and they knew that he has arranged that. He still went so that he can have that narrative. We need to stand firm as Kenyans, not Kikuyus, not Luos, not Kambas, but Kenyans. Kenyans. Kikuyus have moved away from that. In fact, he should be told Kikuyus no longer view Raila as, if you throw stones, when the stones were thrown in wherever, in that place, Moranga somewhere, were those Luos?
It was in Githurai.
When the stones were thrown in Raila's chopper in Rift Valley, were those Luos? So Raila carried Luos to Rift Valley to go and throw stones. I think we need some time to start creating a different narrative. This thing of us coming in and starting to pontificate, trying to make it look like, there are some people who are still thinking. If you're still thinking like that, then what is your role as an Azimio person? What is your role? What are you playing? When you start coming here to say Raila should, what are you doing in your part? It is everybody's right to vote for whoever they want. If there's someone who still think they cannot vote for Raila, they are Kenyans. They are Kenyans and they have all the right. Their vote is their choice. You don't, even when Raila was vying the other times, not everyone voted for him in Nyanza, and that's a right. So coming to say that Raila should go, ndio allow some guy to take advantage of some narrative at this 11th hour, no way. The other thing I want to say is what the Catholic guy said. And that one, I'll tie it with what Moses Kuria said. I think maybe Makiadi played that video earlier. They're saying corrupt leaders are not supposed to be allowed. And Moses Kuria alluded to that. He said that one of the things that is happening is politics of deceit and conmanship in Kenya Kwanza. He said that when they are going to other places, they are acknowledged. But when they come to Kiambu, he's not acknowledged as a party leader. When they go to other places, he's allowed to be in the planning. But when it comes to Kiambu, there's no that kind of, UDA is organizing itself by itself. And some MPs are even telling their people not to talk to him. So he said in his own words, those are politics of conmanship. And those people are moving with crowds. They hired crowds. They come with them at this place. They go with them to another place. Moses Kuria said that. Now, what does that tell you? These crowds that you see every time, they come telling us that these people turned many this place. These are just crowds that are being hired to move with the people from one place to another. And he said that there's more conmanship in Kenya Kwanza. There's one question he was asked, and I think we discussed that here. He was asked, so what is the ANC guys have been promised 70%, 30% for 70%. Moses Kuria said, I didn't say that in the document. I even read it in the media. So what is it that they signed? Even him, he doesn't know what they signed. Then he was asked further, what is it for you? What are you supposed to bring? Then he said, we are supposed to be given according to our contribution to the what? To the, by the time we finish, then we'll come and sit down and say, how many MPs do you have? How many, I mean, what have you brought on the table? What does that therefore mean? If Gachagua decides that all the central Kenya MPs are going to be UDA, then Moses Kuria gets nothing. And that's why they are being pushed aside, so that they are stifled. They don't bring any MPs. And that's what he said. That's politics of conmanship. I don't envy him. I don't pity him either. But at least he's giving us what is going on in Kenya Kwanza. Now, is those kind of leaders that you want? When they stood up and they told us so ably that and eloquently that you see in the other side, those people don't even know what they signed. Here we know what we have signed. Moses Kuria said he doesn't know what he signed. He doesn't know how much he's going to get. Let us be honest. We are past the time of massaging these politicians. We need to be clear. I mean, you need to know where you're going. This time round, we shouldn't allow ourselves to be used as a ladder for someone to climb on top of us. His options are running down. They say, siku ya kufa nyani miti yote uteleza. Every tree inateleza. And we should not come here to start making them feel like, you know, they are still gaining. You know, people are still feeling like Kikuyus are still. No, that narrative was selling 1 year ago. After Martha came on board and Azimio came, that narrative has been imepitwa na wakati. Wakati wa kusema kwamba oh, Raila anatoka kwa watu kutupa mawe, only a few people are still buying that. But right now, Kenya is moving as one. That is my submission, and I want to finish there for now.
Okay, before I know there's only one person, Mise, who's supposed to give his submission. I think everybody else has done their submission. Let me play this video first. Bas, that was the grand entry of William Samoei Ruto at the Jacaranda grounds today. So Ndemba, the only person that I think Guru was supposed to finish, I don't know if he finished, and then Mise is the only person that has not submitted, and then the show is open.
Makiadi, can you please play the video I've sent you? Please, please, please. It has relevance to what Ndemba was talking about in relation to Guru.
Okay, as Makiadi downloads it, yes, Guru.
Yes.
I want to make it clear that I do not engage in politics only at intellectual level. I live in a community. I know the fears and the perceptions that persist. And I'm not talking about the Twitteritas who are always, I am talking about deep in the rural areas. And what I am saying here, and I'm not apportioning blame on anybody, either Baba for what happened or even the other one, because I don't know. But what is known is this: Bob Wewina has his image is that of a person who can get violent. Let me now be candid. And it is not, by stretch of imagination, thinking that he could be part of what happened. And people know that because that is the image he has portrayed out there. What I was saying is this: if you are doing politics for Baba and you engage in that, if he is the one, then he is doing a disservice. The reason being,
violent.
and then I will say, and I will repeat again.
How is Babu violent? I mean, some of
I
these
will
things,
repeat again.
accusations are baseless.
I will repeat again. I am not apportioning blame. I am talking about perception in politics. Perception, regardless of who has perpetuated it. Today, if you find the narratives going around in our community, is that the community is trapped between two hyenas. Actually, even the very own lady, Sabina Chege, has used that narrative because that is the narrative on the ground. That the community is trapped between two hyenas. You can neither, trust this side or you trust the other one. And these are the truths. So what is now being engaged is, who can we, out of those two, who can we trust? In fact, what has happened is that Mother is highly trusted in the community and has considerably and significantly diluted the perceptions, or at least seen as a cushion against what the community would perceive to be possible excesses from the main principle. That is the truth. I do not engage in politics at intellectual level only. I am talking about the common man, and I'm not talking about those who are in the Twitter and Facebook. I'm talking about the rural person and their perceptions, their fears. You see? And one of the things that has happened with the entry of Mother is to assuage the fears of these people, that the person they will vote for as a partner cannot be excessive, because Mother will be there to counter-check that they are not done. There is nothing you can do about perceptions. Human beings are like that. And whether you like it or you laugh at it here, you can exercise your intellectual discussions here. But if you get to the mind of the rural person deep in the central, some of these are fears that have been carried over the years. And what I was talking in terms of violence is that violence has been one of the things that have been used to scare off people from Raila. Of course, there are those who don't understand that in mobilizing for political engineering, sometimes things may go wrong. But what the issue is very simple here. I am not apportioning blame. The only thing I'm saying is that that perception of violence and association with it, with the main principle, is that we should not play into the hands of the other side, because what they have done, they used the culture that there was a oath in 1969. That one has corrupted because the youths don't believe mostly in those things. But the fact that Raila has been portrayed negatively, and even Uhuru has alluded to it.
You're basically just basically.
So you can pontificate here in what I would call intellectual level, but I'm talking about the rural person who even does not use Twitter or even Facebook.
Guru.
And therefore, the perception that comes through the mass media, they rely on mass media, is so important, and it will inform the decisions that will be made on 9th of August.
Guru, I asked you a question, you didn't answer. What would you have done if you were Raila? Just answer that question and then we move on.
Yes.
What is the solution? What should you have done? Because now I gave you the background. You see, for example, you are alluding to what you're saying, that perception of people, Raila as this. There's also been a perception of certain Kikuyus as thieves. Should we remain there also? Because if someone wakes up and wants to create that perception, if right now, like what Ruto did, it is up to him. He played that kind of narrative. So what I'm trying to ask you here, and from the way you are talking, you seem to allude to the fact that Babu is the one. You seem to buy that narrative. Now let me ask you, what would you have done if you are Raila?
Now, let me say this. In politics, you have what we call counter strategies. If you know your enemy is out to deny you votes by portraying a certain perception about yourself, you must have a counter strategy so that the person who receives the first information also is fed with the second information that can make that person see where the truth could be.
Okay, solution.
That is one.
What today this
number two. Have I even finished talking?
No. I'm just go straight to the solution. What would have, if you are Baba today? I mean yesterday. Yesterday, Ruto has done that. Is Gioni. What do you think he would have done? That is what you're wanting. Okay, you are saying that's
I will say this. I will say this. First and foremost, at perceptual level, what should happen is this. Because I have told you there's a background. The MP of that area has come out as a person who can organize violence. That one, I don't think there is anybody who can dispute it here. Therefore, if it is him, he should be stopped. That is the first thing.
Why don't we let another person to hear from a different, so that it's not back?
Number two, I have been candid. Number two, if it is the other side, this man is working with the government. And therefore, I even don't know how youths could go and issue threats in media. Threats.
They were planted.
You will come screaming. And that's a fact. Issuing threats.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you.
That nobody should come to that stadium. And that's a fact.
Thank you, Guru.
Remember, your video is ready.
Okay, can you play the video? Then we go to Kuse, then Adams, then Moriasi.
Local musicians from the Mount Kenya region drummed up support for the Azimio One Kenya Party presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga in Murang'a County today in a roadshow meant to popularize Raila's presidential bid. The caravan toured parts of Gasharage, Kandara, Kabati, Makuyu, Mukuyu and Murang'a town as local musicians called on residents to support the Raila Karua ticket in the August 9th polls. Well, residents of Murang'a County who turned up in their numbers promised to support the Azimio presidency as the Mount Kenya region. The roadshow continues on Sunday in Murang'a County.
Baba mkono hapo kitambo hata kama hajachagua mama na ikawa saa ile amechagua mama tena ikawa ni mzuri kabisa. Unajua baba alitengeneza mambo yetu ya muziki mpaka tukapewa pesa mzuri ya skiza.
Tumesema ni baba na mama. Laudi hii tena wa mama tuko juu zaidi.
Jumba ni ya baba na mama. Karua alichaguliwa, alifanya vizuri kwa kuchaguliwa. Juu hata tusimamilia nini pande ya mama. Raila na mama Karua. Whose hands are we safe?
Okay, let's hear Kuze, then Adams, then Muriasi.
I think somehow Guru has a point, but he is in the past. That narrative, Guru, you are not, I think the entire panel is here. You are not telling us anything new about the negative narrative which has been driven, and all of it, I think more than half of the Kikuyus this day, it has all been false. False. Well, let me just comment about what happened, what Themba was asking you, that if you were Raila, what would you do? You see, Ruto's position is party to so much intelligence, and unfortunately, these things were planned. And me, I'm just wondering if they had learned that something was going to be wrong, why could it not be even a public information that, look, guys, there are likely to be chaos in this place, so this rally should be postponed or something like that, so that everybody, the public also knows that Ruto went there against advice to avoid it for the potential dangers that were expected. But nevertheless, I think before some of us came here, me personally, when I came, I think it was Richard who played a clip. Or was it Bernard? And we could see the same fellows who were escorting Ruto clearing the way for his car with some marks here were the same fellows who are now spotted. That was the rallies in Kiambu. They were spotted now on the Jacaranda grounds. They escorted him before he even reached the ground. They were ahead, leading beckoning the car to come. Now, during the stoning, two of them were caught with stones, stoning the same motorcade they were escorting. Now, that's why earlier on, I was saying, did Guru see what we saw? Because then he would not be suggesting that youths were chanting, were supporting Azimio before the rally started early in the morning. Those youths were propaganda hired by the same KK to spread that, to see that that is their place. They are demanding that the KK team should not go there. Now, from what Guru said, he took those to be Azimio supporters. It is not. They were planted. Then, secondly, there is what you have said about Babu Owino. Okay, that was part of it is historical, but in the same clip during the earlier sessions of these discussions, we were told that Babu Owino posted on his Twitter that there is potential problems on this, and he asked his supporters to stay away from that rally to avoid the chaos. Now, if Uhuru was not party to that, then you can excuse him from the way he's talking. That is what I wanted to point out. But there are already clips which shows how this thing was engineered, how it was planned, and you realize all the talk that the DP stage managed there It was how he was thanking the police, how they refused orders. He had learned that the police were instructed to do otherwise, and that they disobeyed the order, and he thanked them. How do you think he got to know that? Oh, good. There you can see. Look at this fellow. You will see them earlier on in the escort. He was the one escorting the same car. He was one of the people who was escorting the same car earlier on before they reached the ground. Now, when they reach the field now, he knows the cameras are on him. He turns around and he's the one now stoning, the same stoning which is now being blamed on the Azimio side. Now, you remember even the Kondele fracas. People were saying that was stage managed by the same KK side. Now, many more of these stage managed problems are going to expect them. Fortunately, a majority of Kenyans are beginning to see exactly what is going on. What Guru said, which is also true. I think Baba knows he's going to win this election. He will be the last person to encourage these things, which you yourself is suggesting that he should not allow it. Everything is for him to take. Would he mess it around by sponsoring and entertaining this kind of violence? You remember when he went to present his papers, what did he tell his supporters? I hope you remember when he presented his nomination papers. He gave us an appeal, a very humble appeal to his supporters to desist from any forms of violence. Because he stands to be the loser, the way Guru is seen. He saw it long time. So I think that is what I wanted to point out.
Already you've seen those pictures of the way those people were planned. I think let me hear Adams and then I come to Moriasi, then Papa Bob.
Thank you, Themba. Mr. Guru, if I hear you so well in your statements, since you started talking up to the last one, you've mentioned the word intellectual more than 10 times. But I'm here to remind you peacefully that there was nothing intellectual in your statement. Nothing. Just the word. If you're smart, if you're a smart kid in class, you don't have to tell people, I'm smart. We will see. The teachers will see you're smart. You don't become smart by saying it. So you don't
personalize. Don't personalize. Nobody said that.
I'm giving you because you were asked questions, you didn't answer anything. So let me just listen. Get the art of listening. There was nothing intellectual about. How do you tell us here, come to the public station and tell us that according to the intellectual blah blah blah, yet you are profiling people? You saying categorically that you look at a face, the image of a Kenyan, and you see violence. Come on, what are you talking about?
I am talking about politics on the ground and the perceptions about the people. I'm talking about the reality. I'm not talking about just merely arguing here at the intellectual level.
Let me talk. You're interrupting me. So by the end of my submission or my talk, you will not get anything because you're talking back and forth. You cannot profile somebody that a certain people from a certain section of the country are violent just by looking at their appearance. That is wrong. Secondly, you cannot purport to be speaking to all the villagers in Mount Kenya. You are wrong. You are talking as though you really know what I know about you, according to your statement. You are somebody who is decided, which is okay. We only have 50 days to the election. We have people whom you can't change their mind. But you're a man who lives in perception. That's fine. You believe that certain things happen because of certain reasons. So we can't really change your mind. Just like somebody told you that certain people are believed to be stone throwers. You have that thing in your mind. And then that's what I'm saying. It is very dangerous for you to use the word intellectual because you're far away from it. Far-fetched. You are not there at all. So let's just deal with facts. Temba asked you a question 3 times. You did not answer. You're just going around. So let us just articulate issues here. But please, I beg you, stop profiling people. That is the worst part of it. You're profiling people, and stop using perceptions. Things do get updated. You need to be updated. Even the computer, the Windows of computers get updated. As we speak right now, the latest Windows of computers, Windows 11. But you talk as though you're still in Windows 7. Let us just get updated and stop that. Thank you.
Moriasi.
Rebuttal.
Hold on,
Yes,
Guru.
yes,
Hold on, Guru.
yes,
Rebuttal.
yes,
I
Temba,
deserve-
welcome.
I
Hold
deserve
on. Now, Guru, he asked me also that I have also a question for him.
Guru, wait.
Rebuttal.
Guru, do this. Just
Wait
write.
and get the question.
Just write, and then you will be able to rebut all of them. Yes, Moriasi.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Temba, and it's good to see you. And I'm a little bit, it's like we are behind information at this stage with the media, technology, and everything. About the Central, they don't speak Greek. Even Greek is interpreted, the Bible, Latin, and everything, and Hebrew. So it's not a big hard. As Macharia, through the vernacular, has reached every corner in every village in Kenya. A few may be remaining. So you can see what's happening. So everybody is aware what is going on. About the story about Nyamu, there's a story which is going on, and we talked about it 1 month ago, about the Nyamu and everything before even the American trip. 2, one, the smaller one with teeth and the bigger one without. So they asked, which one do you want? They said, we want the bigger one, which does not have teeth, which cannot eat you and finish. That is the language he's talking about. It's already understood, very clear to everyone. And they have settled to accept the old one, which can spare you. But the younger one, he has the teeth stronger, it will finish you. That is the answer. Go back to Jacaranda, please. Gather information. Look, before the meeting, who was there wearing Atletico Madrid t-shirt? I don't want to speak. If you go back, get the information, how he talked to the youth, and even personalize their names. And after that, you see what happened. When they were told there is no meeting, before that, the police told the people no tent, nothing. The UDA, they came with the caravan, which is not a tent, which is a car moving. So they went at the back over there. So the others, they were, today there is no meeting. The youths were saying, okay, this is our ground, but there were 2 youth leaders who were telling them, go and listen to Mr. Ruto, what he says, and that's all. We don't want to have problem. Last time, you remember those who made problem, they are eating there. Get this information, it's available. You don't need interpreter. So all those guys, they were saying we are not going to do anything. And they were there. These guys are familiar with each other. They interact every day. They're not enemies. Those people come from outside. They are the staged one. They are the one who do those things. And you see when the stone started. So these things are very clear. So please get information and try to share it. If you don't have, there is no problem. Just listen and then we contribute. No one knows everything. But if you have not gone through division, it's okay. It's okay. There is no big problem. But if the guys, they said, we are not going to do any problem. We know each other. Go and listen to Ruto and whatever he says. That's okay. But we know this ground is for us. They are very open and very clear. But, our smart guys who normally do everything, how they do it. So you see, even from the church, as I said before, they were UDA members in that hall. And I stand. Some said, no, the church is not the building. The judge is who is the body of Christ. Me, I don't know the judge you are talking about. The body of Christ is a believer who cannot allow that. So there was no one there. Those are UDA members in a hall. And after they finished, they went. And if you ask me about the leader is a type of a shepherd who is not true, who is just is not caring about the sheep. So why are you trying to say that there was an Harita? Which Harita? Who anointed that part? Who chose him? You don't even know. So why do you give him a good name that is a pastor or what? He doesn't even have a name. If he had, he cannot do that. And that is any platform, in any building, in any hall, you can raise a place where somebody who is going to speak, a speaker can stand and address the people. So what is the problem? And if there is anyone who can ask a question, ask me a question, I will answer that one. So I ruled it out that was a ballroom, a hall where members can meet from different organizations to air their view. They can sing, they can do anything, but we don't call them the body of Christ. So that is the language I'm using now. If you say that the church is people, a body of Christ, it means what? You must fear God. You don't fear, then you are not. Simple.
Thank you. I'll allow Guru to respond. Guru, I think you need not mention that you are talking to people in the village. You seem to be the one who is still stuck at Babu Owino being violent, at Baba being perceived. You are the one perceiving them as that. So kindly respond, and then I bring Papa Bo.
Temba, you know my stand wrong time ago, and you know I made that stand wrong time ago, and you know my political leaning. I don't think I need to expound here. Maybe for the new people who have come here, they know which side I support, and I made it very clear. What I am concerned about here is that we may engage with a lot of debates here, yet where we come from and interact with the people, the things could be different, in the sense that a lot has been worked on in the last few weeks, but there are lingering perceptions that have been being dismantled, and which the other side seems to be wanting to bring very strongly again, so that they can have a clawback of what they have lost in the last few weeks. That is precisely what I'm saying here. And in saying that, I mean there should be a more thorough way of looking at these matters, because if that is the route that UDA will take of portraying violence as the trade in stock for Baba, and noting from where we are coming from, let us not just look at things from an emotional point of view. Let us also think about those voters who don't get the opportunity to get Twitter and Facebook, and those are the ones I'm talking about. And what they get is they see in the screens stones being thrown, and then major leaders blaming others. The question is, where is the counter strategy? Number two, what measures were put there before that could prevent such things from happening, even from the other side, knowing very well that that is the route they want to take? And I'm saying this because I have given specific incidents where there were streaming pictures of youths warning other people not to step in some sections of the constituency. What comes out from such thing is not the good picture that you'd want. So mine basically is to say this. I have not finished. Or you don't want to hear what I'm saying. It seems today you don't want to hear what I'm saying. You want to hear what you want to talk. It's okay. It's fine.
Guru. Those who are planted, you.
Wait, Kasa. Guru.
Actually, I have a question for Guru.
Hold on.
I have a question for Guru.
Hold on, Papa. Hold on, Papa. Wacha Guru amalize. He was just about to land his point. Guru, finish your point, then we hear this gentleman.
I'm saying perception in politics plays quite a big part. Baba has come a long way in Mount Kenya and has been gaining every day, and that has been cemented by his having taken mother as a running mate. And one of the issues that some of the perceptions that have been planted on Raila for a long time have been being dismantled. And one of them is that he's a violent person who cannot be trusted. That's a fact. And that has been what has been persisting. And I'm talking from a point of knowledge. Therefore, what the enemy is doing is trying to reinforce that perception. And if nothing is done, I have told you I will not be surprised this week that man will be somewhere in Central, trying to cement that perception that you saw the other day. I trying to go to this place. So these people cannot be trusted. They will be harassing you and all that kind of thing. So that is basically what I'm saying. I'm just that, and you know my political stand. It's only that I want Baba to win. I would not want him denying the votes on account of stage
propaganda.
Stage managed propaganda. And I'm talking because our community cannot be saying that we are in the same level. There are those who perceive information at different levels. And by the way, most of those are the ones that will vote on that day when August comes. That's basically what I've been saying.
I don't trust you.
Okay, sir.
Okay, it is now my turn. I've waited for too long. Now, I have a very quick question for
I have a question. I have a question before Bob Papa. I have a question. I was just asking if Misa had submitted.
If Misa hasn't submitted yet.
Okay.
So
I haven't. I've been raising hands here. Even to
it's okay, Misa. You will submit after these two questions. Then now you will have all the time to submit.
Remember, if I have a question to panelists who has just spoken, it's only fair that you recognize the hand, right?
I've recognized your hand, Misa. And you are going to come in after these two gentlemen have asked. I'm giving them just 30 seconds. They give their reaction, and then of course I'll acknowledge. Thank you. Papa, tafadhali pia wewe usipige kelele sana. 30 seconds alafu wekesa pia.
No, mimi sipigi kelele. I'm always precise and short. There are two notorious characters, Adams and Jose. They like interrupting anybody whenever is presenting. They should stop that behavior. Number two, Mr. Guru, the reason why I asked Makiadi to play that video regarding popularity in Central was to demonstrate that the fear that used to be there has changed, even from the perspective of a local. Number three, Guru, whatever you are talking about Jacaranda and violence and that perception, I don't know why you choose to be very selective. If you go to, in fact, don't go to any other media station, just go to Mtembei TV, look at the videos that they have posted on their YouTube channel for the last 48 hours. You'll realize that the day before yesterday, Sakaja was there with the aspirant for Uda Embakasi East. They were drunk. They had rowdy youths there. They gave them money. They assured them that they will give them a job to raise the podium where the DP would be addressing. And there was every indication that it was there. If you look at the interview, that there was going to be violence the next day or some kind of, unrest. So if you had looked at, you are only looking at the people who were interviewed prior to the DP getting there. And those ones could have been stage managed. But you're not looking at the genesis of how that rally was being organized in the first place. And for your information, before the DP gets back to Central, don't be surprised if Sakaja and the aspirant for Uda in Embakasi East being called to record statements, because they are the genesis of that problem. Thank you.
Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you guys. Okay, thank you for waking me up, Guru. But I want to say this in few seconds. I think you are helping us, yes, but also you are not helping us, because when you talk about counter strategy, you just know that most of the time Baba has been using even volunteers. Most of supporters of Baba are diehards and volunteers on this thing. And you are part of the strategy. Are you the Azimio guy? Yes. So what is the counter strategy? Is to share the truth, because you are on the ground and you have also been given an opportunity on media to share the truth. But if you are given 30 seconds and you play into the gallery, you support the enemy, are you helping Baba in what you are saying? So this one now even makes us to judge your motive. Because even if I am the only guy who is converted and I know what they are saying is not true, if I'm given 2 or 3 seconds, I should share the truth so that people know that what was happening is not this one, but that one. Second, what you are saying and what you're trying to justify doesn't agree, because the person that is now going to the ground to portray Raila as a violent actually has history of violence that is demonstrated and has also been even sent to the courts, even international courts. And people have if issues like Kiamba charge, that your community itself was involved. Actually, when you talk about Kiamba charge, the people who were victims are your community. If they don't have that strong fear, if they will accept this person to come and tell them that the other person is violent, then for me, it beats the logic what you're saying. That a violent person who has been accused by the court can come to the people and tell them that, see, this other guy is violent. The last thing that I say is, we have people in Azimio, but who have already, who have a liking and disliking. Like, I'm in Azimio, but I don't like Babowino. I'm in Azimio, I don't like Junet. And so anything that happens to Junet, I am the one hitting him hard. The truth is, you cannot have people at the same level. And also, there are people who are used for different functions. And that counter strategy that you are saying, we have also soldiers that are employed to do that. So for me, as a support of Baba, I will stand here and say that what actually they were saying is not true, but this is the truth. We have shared the clips for you, and you have seen these guys who are playing into the gallery. They planned it, and they wanted to create a perception. But let's also not be lying to the public. The people in the rural are more intelligent than we. Sometimes we use them. In fact, they are the ones who cause a revolution. And so when we come to the media and we say the people down there, they don't know. And no, we have played so many clips about the old mamas in the village who are diehards of Raila. You will not tell them anything. And most of them, even when you see change is coming, is always coming from those. In fact, people who are still stuck are the ones who are on social media like us, who are creating wrong perception. But when you go in the village, they'll tell you, no, that one is wrong. That one is not right. So let's not always use the people in the village kindly, because we all come from the villages and we know how people behave.
Thank you. I think we need to let that rest. Guru, you have made your point. We have made our point. We leave it to the people to decide. Mr. Karibu.
Asante sana. I'm only worried that Julia and Bob, they are disappearing. So,
Mr. Can you concentrate? Any other business comes after your point. Just give your point. If you have other issues to
as
deal
a
with.
moderator, you should be worried that people can't just leave blank screens here and without. But anyway, good evening. How are you? So, I've listened to Guru. Guru, I think.
Okay, hold on. I see even words are disappearing. Julia, where are you?
Yeah, it's a concern.
Yeah, thank you. Can you be there? Mr. is missing you, and he is thinking that you are actually in the same room with Bob Papa, because the background seems to reflect. So he's getting worried now that he has seen you, Mr. Now you can talk.
Yeah, for the health of the debate, otherwise not very good. So for me, Guru, I think the reason why people are not understanding you is because they are not seeing your face. I think you make a very good point.
What do you mean?
I think if you get better lighting facing you, it can do you very well. But I want to start by agreeing in what you're trying to allude, that knowledge comes from experience and perception. I think, and this should, I think there's more people are working very hard to demystify that perception and knowledge. I mean, there's something called children are blank slate. When children are born, they are born without that knowledge and experience. Sorry, without experience and perception. So in this case, I was born in my generation, and Adam, we grew up knowing that Raila has been labeled man of demons, a man of as a stone thrower, and so on. And that was evidenced in this year when during the late Kibaki's Mwai Kibaki's burial, when the grandson deliberately chose not to say hi to or to shake hands to Raila. I mean, you do have a good argument that should not be watered down, that there are people who still believe, because they have never had a chance to be led by the right, or to see that fairness or the narrative has been changed. It is now that people are struggling to change the narrative. It's not going to happen overnight, because blank slate is between the age of 0 to 9 years. So it's very difficult to change. That's why they say it's difficult to change the old dogs tricks, because it is used with certain tricks. So that's what I wanted to say, that's the point you have. But you can also you cannot also underestimate the effort that Azimio has made to water down that narrative. Now, in terms of what I think it's Themba. Themba, you said something that I found so selective. And again, like you say, where you are one way focused, and I will respect that, but I will mention it as I make my submission. When a woman prayed in a church and pronounced Kenya Kwisha, we all applauded the woman for, making the prophecy come true that Kenya Kwisha, Kenya Kwanza, is Kenya Kwisha. But when other people, religious leaders, have endorsed William Ruto, then it becomes something of concern that we should castigate them. I think that those are double standards. Then there's also the aspect of the right for voting that you talked about. That if someone has a right to vote, someone else has a right to be voted in. So that right must be respected, must be protected, which means that any effort to undermine that effort is unhealthy for our country. And then there's an issue of security that actually drew my attention. If you look at Article 138, 8, Section 8, subsection B, it talks about the security of the presidential candidate, both the presidential candidate and the running mate, who is the deputy president. So when you read that, it kind of says that a presidential election shall be cancelled and a new election will be held if a candidate for election as a president or deputy president dies, on or before the scheduled election. So both Azimio should be very, very concerned about this. The character that we are seeing from the public. This is called a broken window theory. A broken window theory, a precedence that is being set. This precedence can be contagious and can go throughout the country and must be stopped by the security agents. So I think what we see that is happening to Ruto can happen to Raila as well. It's not an exception, because now it's going to be, I'm going to be also waiting for you in my backyard, and I will do the same. And this will make our country messy. So I think this is something that we should discourage. And also, it pains me to see a Kenyan belting stones to vehicles that a taxpayer pays for, number one. Number two, to the property that that person who's throwing a stone to cannot afford. Maybe some to their lifetime might not even afford to buy or repair vehicles such as that. And so we should discourage it, we should condemn it, whether this is in Azimio side or it's on the Kenya Kwanza side. So the other thing I want to, I think, and this is something, Themba, you say, that Raila was not there. We did not see Raila being there throwing stones. And so he should be disassociated from that narrative. It is true that we did not see Raila there, but it is Sonko who told us that during the TNA or the Jubilee government in 2017 and 2013, they bought vehicles, second-hand vehicles, and they went somewhere and stole them and made sure that it was, it was labeled that it's Raila's supporters who are throwing stones. So we never saw Uhuru or Ruto there throwing stones or doing anything. Neither were they associated in any way. So those who are planning should sometimes, when you are a leader, certain things happen that you don't know. So if indeed it is from the other side, we should condemn it. We shouldn't allow it. And then I think I've talked about the Kikuyu. And one thing I would like to finish with is that let us preach peace, peaceful election. Regardless, election is going to come and go. Once it goes, Themba, you and me, we will remain here. Some might be beneficiaries. Some of us will be put in a position where we have to provide to people who think you are in a better position to help them, our families, because the government might fail to provide them. So as a citizen, I think we should encourage people without pointing fingers, that violence has no place in our country. If you look at our country, look at Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, and other countries around us. They respect that Kenya has grown when it comes to democracy and when it comes to, politically and how we conduct our elections. For example, I think it's yesterday, I was having a conversation with someone from Rwanda, and that person was telling me they know nobody other than their president, Mr. Kagame. They do not have a provision, even they have never seen any election. And so Kenya, we are privileged that even when someone wants to extend or wants to stay in office, the most they can stay is 2 terms. That is a growth in our democracy. And that's what I wanted to say, that we should safeguard it regardless of who we are supporting. And that's my submission this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I didn't talk about the church. It is Papa who talked about it. So you didn't listen to me. I didn't mention that. And we have really prosecuted the issue of the Nini. I don't wish us to go again to that. Back to it again. What Guru has said, he's made this point. We've made our point, and I think the jury is out there. So we can. I can bring. I think Julia. Julia had talked, right? Makiadi. Okay, then I think we are at that point now. We can start taking our closing statements in that case, because I think everybody has given their comment. Thank you so much for those people who join us on the comment section. We really appreciate whatever feedback you give us. It is welcome. You keep the conversation going. Wakanda Nation, Asante Kizito Patrick, Wycliffe Timbwer, Stephen Mutumbu, Noe Chaviro Voice, Alex Isoe. Why does something make me feel like Panda is actually Mise? The guy commenting as Panda. I have a feeling it is Mise. Yeah, because the person was always saying Mise is raising his hand, Mise is raising his hand. And then when Mise raised his hand, and Mise has been speaking, that Panda stopped speaking.
No, don't misrepresent me. I'm Mr. and that is me. Panda was actually, thank you, Panda, because you realized that I was struggling to raise my hand and nobody. Baba, Papa, Bob, Papa finished me politically, so that's okay.
Nathan Dusi, Gitash Day, and all the rest, thank you so much. We may disagree, but we are agreeing that all of us are Kenyans, and all of us know one thing: we need peace, and nobody should use anything to galvanize us or even make us hate each other as Kenyans. So I will want to give you guys at least 2 minutes each person to give closing remarks. And even as they do that, please remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV. We are moving on well, and this TV will keep on being here even after election. Will all the governments that will come to check, and that's why we are here, to make Kenyans a more informed voter. And as they go to the ballot box, we want all Kenyans to be. They say when you know better, you do better. That's why we are engaging in this civic education. We are at that 11th hour of elections, and therefore right now we don't want to massage anyone. We want to push the right thing, and wrong thing has to be condemned. If criminals are criminals, we have no reason to call them against any politician. If someone has done something wrong, they should be arrested. If there was criminal offense, people should be arrested and people should be prosecuted. So those are the things that we want to bring out. Above all else, like Mr. said, every Kenyan has a right to make a decision. to the, whichever side you want to vote. And let us take it upon ourselves now not to apportion blame. If you are in the UDA, push for your candidate. If you are in Azimio, it is time for us to now push. Is that time now you have to push the last hour? Ni kipindi cha lala salama. So we, like Wekesa said, we don't want to come here and start giving a perception, talk about perception. There are people who are still. If there are people who are still, then it is up to us to do that thing that is required to change that perception. So subscribe to Matembe TV, and also subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Thank you for those who subscribed. We are just about 20 people remaining to get to 600. Asanteni sana. Nashukuru. Kama uja subscribe, enda kwa Themba and Lulu Show. If you have subscribed, kindly go there and see the videos, like, piga like, so that at least tupate hizo algorithms. Piga ma like, share. And hapo uone show kama imekuja, so that you like it. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, it is Themba and Lulu Show. That is a channel for my daughter and I. Kindly go there. Now, I want to start from the lady Julia, 2 minutes, kwa sababu kuna wanaume hapo wako wengi. So nitaanza na ladies, atupatie nini yake, alafu tuende hivyo Moriasi. Mimi ameongea tu saizi, so nitakuruka kwenda kwa Papa Bob, tukuje kwa Guru Adams, Makiadi, Wekesa, nikuje nimalizie na Misi. Haya, Julia.
Okay, asante Themba. I want to respond to Grant. She's suggesting that me and Uhuru, we are in Akorino. Actually, he's kind of right, because I'm thinking I may join Akorino very soon. Sasa mkienda na kiremba musishangae, kwa sababu I'm beginning to mistrust most churches. I have been Pentecostal and I'm beginning to lose faith in those churches, because I don't want to have people saying Bwana asifiwe in my church and then they go around doing nasty things. So Grant, you're kind of almost right. So I'm thinking of joining Akorino. Now, thinking about, I want to say this, that if something happens in your village, like somebody steals a chicken, you first suspect the known chicken thieves. So you cannot go around pointing fingers at other people and saying fulani amenifanyia hivi when you are worse than that person. So I'm just saying that let us not judge things that happen in this country by just an assumption of what we think. I think we should think deeply about who may propagate violence, who stands to gain with this kind of violence, with this kind of things. So if you're going to be here on this TV and trying to analyze what happened yesterday, think critically, who stands to gain? And then what is the effect of what you say on TV? Do you propagate the same propaganda, or do you stop it? I mean, what do you achieve with what you say? That is my suggestion to the fellow panelists. So the last thing I want to talk about is today I watched Mother speak in Shogo, but the person who pleased me very much is the president. You know, he just like this person on the ground is saying that it seems Uhuru belongs to Akorino. Ni vile hajavaa kilemba, lakini the way Uhuru was behaving is like that is his home church, and that he's part and parcel of those people. And then he was talking in Kikuyu, was speaking in Kikuyu, and then he said that, hey, by the way, niko na wageni. Yani yeye alikuwa anajifanya kama hiyo ni kanisa lake, na he came across some guests who were around, so he invited them. And then Mother said one thing that impressed me. Mother said that here I am here with my boss, and when you are with your boss, you don't talk too much. Wachangi, yani wacheke kiherehere mingi. That is what he was saying. She was saying. So I like the respect that she accords to Baba. I love that. all the time she acknowledges, this is my boss. She repeats it over and over again. I love that so much. And I learned that that's a very good virtue. The other thing that I liked about Uhuru said, introduced Baba and said that as he was walking around, akaona mzee mwingine rafiki yake ako around. Si ninaomba mwache huyu mzee aongee. You know, the way he introduced Baba, it was like a joke. It was funny, but he made the point that I respect this man. This is a man I am depending on. This is a man I trust. I'm entrusting for this country. You know, he made the point clear from the way he said it. I love that very much. The last thing I would like to say about that introduction of the two people, I now want to agree that Uhuru is a master chess player. People who have been saying that Uhuru doesn't like mother, I don't believe so. Uhuru planned it all. And Uhuru had many people that he thought could be running mate. I think he had Peter, he had a number of them, but he analyzed them. And he came to a conclusion that it is mother who can work well with Baba. It is mother who can stand for Baba. It is mother who can defend Baba. It is mother who can take instructions from Baba. He took time. The way Uhuru paused today, he was announcing to other Akorino church and to the country, this is the team that I'm leaving, whose hands I'm leaving this country in. And I trust them. So I beg you that you also trust them, because I trust them and we can depend on them. So that's the message I got. So I love that very much. Unlike what I saw in the other side, that someone was on the screen and all that, blah, blah, blah. That is why when next time, Bob, if you see me na Kiremba, usikue disappointed. I think I'm falling for the Akorino church. So members of the panel na wananchi watukufu, na waomba, please don't waste your vote with warmongers and hate mongers. This country, we are moving on. I don't want to repeat what Guru said, but I'm saying this. We are moving on. We are no longer looking at each other as this tribe, Kabila hii. We are not doing that. Baba and Mother are showing us the way. We are moving on as one united Kenyans. We will not heed to warmongers and hate mongers. This country will never be the same again, because we are going places if we make the right decision. Kwa hivyo nawaomba tuvuke sakafu, tuje tupigie baba na mama kura. I'm going to sleep. So good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Bob.
Leo natuacha na vita. Visa atasema yani kwa sababu leo amekuja na unaenda kulala mapema. But it's okay. Moriasi. Dakika mbili.
Yes, sir. And I will subscribe and like the Ruru Show. Okay. First, we are all Kenyans. Kenya. So, tafadhali, if you have a small heart, you cannot withstand His Excellency William Samoei Ruto when he speaks. Don't go to his meeting. Stay home, watch him from TV. But if you are like me, I want to stay there, listen, and I go home. I don't have to do anything. Just that. More so, today we see where the government is going. And we saw a church where they have a forum, where they know what is a church, who knows the visitors. You know, if you are in a church, na mgeni akicha na kierere, unamwangalia huyu lazima wechen. Tu mgeni hawezi kuingia kwa bahari, waanze kudominate uwe ndio kile. Unakaa chini, unasikiza, unapewa nafasi, unasalimia watu. Ndio nasema pale walikuwa members ya organization fulani, ndio niona hukuwa na hiyo mambo ya kanisa. So I still stand with that. But still, a board of Christ, there is some respect. So mwingine alisema kwa forum, kanisa si mchengo. Where in the good? I mean, tasema that is not the board of Christ. because there is organization, there is a way who is in charge of that body of Christ. Then you must have to be humbled. There will be some kind of work. Kwa hivyo hiyo hakuna. Na sasa na wale wanajipaka mafuta wanajiita viongozi, Wekesa atakwambia kina nani wale wanajipaka mafuta, they become bishop. Where they were, huwezi kuelewa story yako. So it was good, and we can now see why those architectures, think tankers who knows mathematics. Unajua mchezo ukichezwa football, my friend, football lazima uangalie who is the key person, where na how. So pattern iwezi kufanana, should be different. So today the Akorino was another way of pattern how to score. Already now that is gone. That's where you see all that. You see the reaction. The sugar is going up. So that is for us is a win. And we are saying, please, our vote, we want to clean the house called Kenya. We want to clean. Cleaning means those things which we don't like, which is not helping Kenya. Those people who don't love Kenya, they can do other things, but they get out of leadership. And this is very easy. Just vote on 90 whom you want, and it will be as easy as that. But for whatever you saw, we are going to see more, and this is the beginning, but we don't want to be involved in that. Talk to the person you know, and it will be okay. And at the end, we reach with our police and the security. They know. Now, you saw the uniform one. How about those who are not in uniform? Did you see them? So they know what's going on. You will see. So those are their job. We don't have to worry about it. They are already people. They planned this thing before us. This thing will be taken care of. That it's not a big issue for us. Actually, for us, we should know that, are we okay? You check your food every day is there. That is it. And I wish you all the best. For us, anyone, we are here to even me, I just listen. Sometimes I don't get a point, I connect, I go and check. And that's one way of getting information. Because if you stand on one, you are looking through the window. When you go to the window, you only see one point. But if you get out of the window, you will see so many targets against you. You only see one. So your viewpoint is also respected, but also don't sit on the viewpoint, on the point of view, because you cannot see properly. So thank you so much, and God bless everyone. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to stay until the last minute.
Thank you, Mariasi. Papa Bob.
Yes, thank you very much, Themba. There's a saying that goes that you never wrestle a pig, because you'll both get dirty, and the pigs the pig likes it. Now, you know, sometimes when you look at the desperation that UDA has gotten into, they will now try anything to drag Azimio into the mud. And it is not a surprise that right now, as I was looking at the news in the mainstream, from the mainstream media, that Veronica, she's called Veronica Maina or somebody, the UDA, one of the UDA top officials, is now calling for the arrest. Is it the arrest and interrogation of Mutambai and Babu Owino? Now you wonder, by the time it gets to August 9th, I think they would have called for almost everybody's arrest. So for me, this was the chaos was just stage managed. It was meant to try and paint Azimio in bad light and to drag them into that mud. And sometimes you have to choose which battles to fight. You don't need to to respond to everything that the DP alludes to, because that is what he wants. He wants you to keep on engaging him, because there's a trend in what they are doing. They told Uhuru to stay away from politics. Uhuru stayed away from politics. Later on, they are saying that Uhuru has abandoned Raila. Later on, they are now begging for that Uhuru's one vote. So it is something, when you ignore them, they would want you to bring you closer so that you keep on wrestling. So for me, Guru, I would choose my battles well, and I would avoid engaging these people. Whichever way they want us to engage them, we simply have to run away from them. Lastly, yesterday was a sad day when it comes to Matters Church, because I felt very bad when it comes to trying to idolize an individual, and even the real Baba, who was Baba Moi, who wanted everybody to either respect or worship him. He never requested his photograph to be put even in a church. That one was out. So this gentleman has reached a stage where he's so deluded. He feels like he should be worshipped. Now I'm trying to imagine a scenario where, hypothetically speaking, which I know will not happen. What if he's president? What will happen? It will no longer be a country anymore. It will be something close to a cult. He'll not even, I don't think he'll even be using a constitution anymore, because that was if he was in the same church and could not stop the clergy from doing that, then what is he thinking about? It is really sad. All in all, Azimio, we must push on. No distractions. Let's not give them a chance. Every day, make sure you try and talk to one person to talk to another and another. We need more votes in the basket. We want a big win and ensure that we do not waste time going to court. Thank you very much. God bless you all. And Mise, welcome back. We had missed you. I know you're frustrated, but you're a brother. I told you can't win this fight. You should accept defeat. So don't worry. You'll learn the ropes with time. Thank you, then.
Good.
Yes, I think as we come to a close, I think it is important that I point one or two things. When we come to this forum, we come with open minds. And what I have experienced today from some of those in this forum is that when they hear something they don't want to hear, some of them even become personal. They even start attacking the person, that you are not an intellectual and that kind of thing. A very sad thing, because I don't think this forum was opened for intellectuals. It is open to everyone, unless we are otherwise advised. Number two, I think tolerance is what should be the principle here. I may give a suggestion or an opinion that you think is not correct. You rebut by giving alternative facts. And that is for our own sake and for the sake of those who are listening. When you belabor a point like the one I've been trying to say, it is not that I have any hidden motive. It is what I perceive as a person, and it is what also I experience. The other thing, I think this forum, we come here because we also happen to come from different parts of this country. And therefore, this should be what I would call a small Kenya, where you have views coming from different parts of this country because you cannot be everywhere. When I give a few about where I come from and the people that I interact with, not unless Wakesa or Otieno also lives in the same community, I do not see why you should become agitated and try to give your opinion. I think the purposes of this forum is to gather as much information as possible so that you can understand our communities better. It is not to come for feel-good talks where you just want to hear what you want to hear. Of course, each one of us has who he supports and which side he supports. Some have said it verbally, others have shown it through their conversation, but that is neither here nor there. So basically what I'm saying is that I think we need to exercise tolerance. We need to be open-minded to receive even information that we would not want to hear, especially if it is coming from somebody who could be having more information that you have, and information that is not merely at the level of Facebook and Twitter. And that way we shall enrich these debates. We shall assist each other to understand where each is coming from. We shall fill the gaps that could be there, and then we'll get the result that we want. That is basically what I think this is all about. It's about nothing else. Thank you very much.
Adams, thank you. Adams.
Thank you so much. Let me put my pens down faster. Yeah, as we close, I just want to say that we are here. Basically, I know we are going to have more than 2 presidential candidates, but as others normally say that we have 2 horses. It is majorly a 2-horse race, and the meaning is well understood by all of us. And the horses are Raila camp and the UDA camp. So I just want to beseech all of us to be real. It is good to live in a world of realism. If you belong to if you belong to Camp B, stay in Camp B with all your mind, body, and opinions. Stop behaving that you belong to Camp A, yet your actions, your body language, whatever you say, belongs to point B, to Camp B, yet you pretend to be belonging to Camp A. It is high time we know that it is now in Kenya, it is now 49 days to election. People should make stand and stay put to where they belong. It is not good to carry baggage of people thinking that we have votes, we have people who are with us, yet they're not with us, they're with them. And we don't want to pretend that we are with them and then we are this side. So it is paramount and quite comparative that we take a stand. Another thing, I like the way we put it, that politics is about perception and opinions. Perception and opinions are different. So, because politics is about opinions and perceptions, politics is about perception, it is not about motivational speaking. Politics doesn't work like that. Raila Odinga, let me talk categorically about Raila Odinga. So many people have demonized Raila Odinga as a violent man, as a stone thrower. They tend to forget so first that it has. Where did those stones come from? Why is this man being aligned with that violence? It was because of the fight for liberation, because the man was fighting to liberate the country. We could not liberate the country without a shed of blood. A blood had to be shed. People had to run. The police had to maim people. The police had to shoot bullets. People had to throw stones. People had to fight for us to have a democratic space where today we can speak on Amutembe TV and finish and close this station and go home without looking back, that there's a police who can come to your house and look for you because the opinion that you said in a political debate. Liberations and democracy cannot come on a silver platter. So if somebody fought with his might, somebody left his family for years and stayed in jail, somebody could not have peace, yet his peers and age mates were enjoying the honey in bad regimes, in the previous regimes, and this guy was fighting for people, and now we are happy enjoying hey. And yet we still sit here and demonize this person to be a violent man. Is not fair. We need to get out of that kind of mentality. We need to get out. We need to rise above that cocoon kind of thinking and stop misleading the new generation. The new generation that my friend and brother Misa was talking about, a generation that he belonged to, a generation that just woke up and now parading on social media. They don't know their past. A generation that do not want to listen to history. And yet history defines us. Our lives today is defined by our history. So we need to give credit where it is due. People who fought, the forefathers, people who came before us. Let us all try to come together as brothers and sisters of one nation. As we normally say, that politics will come and go, but it is good to appreciate and recommend those who came before us and fought for us to make us who we are today. It's like our parents. We cannot say that my parents or our parents are old school, yet they made us to be who we really are. So this narrative and perception, that's so and so certain people, if you look at their faces, they are violent. When you look at the faces of certain people, then they are thieves. No, we know that we have thieves in the country, Kenya, but not the entire community. We know that we have criminals, but not the entire community are criminals. They're just pockets of people. So it is quite imperative and wise enough to be factual in our dealings and stop being judgmental. Otherwise, I wish us well. Let us pray for our country, Kenya, and let's unite, but let us be factual. And I repeat, let people take real political stands. Let's stop watermeloning. The days of watermeloning is gone, even in this TV. If you know you belong to UDA, please just stay in UDA and articulate your issues. Stop pretending that you belong to Azimio, yet when you speak here, your body language, your arguments, we see you belong to UDA. And stop pretending that you belong to UDA, yet your arguments shows us that you belong to Azimio. Let us make stand and stop watermeloning tonight. Thank you and God bless.
Makiadi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndemba. Just to pick from where Adam left, there's a name also, Adam, you forgot. The ones you're calling watermelons are also called independents in the US. So they are neither here nor there. And I think it's their constitutional right to be watermelons. Julia made a very, very alarming statement before she disappeared. She said that Uhuru Kenyatta must have looked at Martha Karua as the best fit for Raila Odinga. Julia, wherever you are, I tend to disagree with that statement. I believe it was in the wisdom of Raila Odinga to pick Martha Karua as his running mate. I don't think Uhuru Kenyatta influenced the decision of the decision of Raila Odinga in picking Martha Karua. I think Raila Odinga knew what he was doing, and I believe he wanted to win this election, the first round. And so for that, Martha Karua was the best option. I think the other issue is I think Raila Odinga has been treated to a higher pedestal than William Ruto, always. And that is why when Raila Odinga does something small or a minor error, it hits the headlines. You can hear people trying to pull Raila Odinga and associate him with the events that happened in Jacaranda yesterday. I think that is unfortunate because we all know where Raila Odinga was. When Raila Odinga was stoned in Uasin Gishu, we know and we followed his tracks. We know how he tried to avoid the mayhem. It was so crucial that he attends that burial because the person who was being laid to rest was his friend. But then he also had intelligence that there were probably youths who were trying to organize and stone his motorcade, and that's why he landed with an helicopter just to try and not make a scene out of it. But today, I mean, yesterday we have seen a person who receives intelligence from his so-called NSIS. All of us saw in the morning before the meeting started, there was a very large gathering of police officers. So a common sense person would realize that there was enough intelligence to say that there were possibilities of having chaos in that place. And if you ask me as a common sense person, I would actually not go to that meeting because you can always have another day. If I am the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and on top of that, I realize that I'm a presidential candidate, for that matter, I'm running for office, I have supporters who are also emotional, I would try and avoid the chaos that would have befallen me that day. But from the videos that we have seen today, William Ruto was determined to go to Jacaranda through thick, through thin. And that is one of the reasons why we see all this hula baloo. I mean, if you know there's trouble, if you see a hole and you can see it with your eyes, why keep walking towards it, knowing that you'll fall deep into it? I want to finish by saying that most people, and I think in November you asked Guru this question, the painting that Guru is talking about in relation to what happened today, that was a good question you asked. If you are Raila Odinga, what would you have done to prevent the chaos that seemed to happen today between the so-called Kenya Kwanza Alliance and youths that are purportedly said to be hired by Babu Owino or the Azimio coalition? I've not seen any evidence so far. I'll stand to be corrected if I see any evidence. Maybe today or in the next few days. Closing, I remind all our viewers that this thing, we are going to win it. We have the confidence. And so hashtag PSS, watu wapime suti. Wekesa kama hujapima suti yako ya blue, pima suti, tafuta material mzuri na upige pasi. Tunataka kukutana tukiapisha baba. Asanteni.
Wekesa.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tim and Makiadi, for reminding me to get prepared for that moment. I want to begin by someone who was drawing some lessons from the good book, the Bible. He was saying that if you give Joe Austin the Bible, he will turn every scripture into a motivation. If you give John Maxwell the Bible, he will turn every scripture into a leadership forum, a leadership whatever, quotes. If you give someone like these guys who preach about financial prosperity, they will turn every scripture into a prosperity gospel. So first, it always begins with the motive. So when you see people have a certain perception or a certain narrative in politics, it's already out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So it's what is going on in your heart. And so you just have, it itches, and you just have to say it anyway. And let me be honest now that our friend has been seriously been urging us to be open and be honest. If opinion poll was carried today on Mutembei TV, someone was observing. Some people will be classified either under undecided or on the other side. And that is how opinion polls are carried out, because they get you you did not prepare for it. So whatever you give out, that is what they will say. So you'll find some figures of some people have gone up. Why? It's because maybe they met me as an Azimio supporter at the Valley of Decision, or trying to speak the other conversation. Like for that pastor who was praying and said Kenya Kwisha, some already people perceived him as a mole, even when maybe it was not her intention. I want to be honest with my brother Guru, because there's one day I came into this studio, and I don't know whether it was Bernard or who had left for him to chair the seat, to chair the discussion. And someone happened to come in, and that was our friend Clinton. And I know he doesn't know him very well. Clinton was the first moderator of this Mutembei channel. Actually, when I joined, I thought he was the owner of the program. It's later than I realized there's somebody called Mutembei. But because Guru didn't know him, actually didn't even give him time to listen to him. He shut all his ideas. And he said, you don't come here with propaganda. If you do that, we will not allow you to do it here. Then you see me, I was laughing because I understood even the political stand of Clinton. I knew that Clinton is anti-Smio, but he always tries to play those drama. So if we want to be honest with ourselves, then we have to know that when even people say things we don't like, we also always react. And I found Guru a victim of that. I also want to say, actually, we will be doing a disfavor to the Azimio Raila people. Because in Azimio, there are people who came in because of Raila, and there are people who came in because of Uhuru. And know very well that there are many of us who are very critical about Uhuru. But since the handshake, we shut down. It doesn't mean that our views and perception about him disappeared all of a sudden. But is it our duty today to stand up and start saying that you see Uhuru this way, or we may not even have alike? In fact, there are people who had a perception that part of the increase of Ruto popularity was being done by people like Kinamurada, who every day used to hit him and hit him. Part of the deep state who used to create drama. But we have never come here and extrapolate that, because we are working as a team, and we have to bring the team together. Now, from the words of Mother Karua herself, One of the, I don't know whether it was, I think in Central, one of the places, I don't remember the very place. She said that on that ticket, you people of Central will not just be choosing Raila Odinga, the people of Nyanza will also be choosing Mother Karua. So that sends a very deep message. She was literally telling us that there are people who are struggling with Raila, but they will choose him this time. But there are also people who have a problem of Mother even from 2007. But still, this time they have to choose. These two people have been brought together. So as much as Guru want to tell us that it's Mother Karua who will make Central to choose Raila, we are also saying it's Raila who will make the people of Nyanza to choose Karua. So let's be real in our conversation and not skew and make it look like there are people who can have a perception and others may not have. I also shared here when I came on this platform that there has always been every community in perception. If you go to Luyas or Bukuzus and ask them about Raila Odinga, they will always have a perception about him. If you go to, and if you ask about Mother Karua or now the Central people, they will have a perception. But is it our role as Azimio people when we are campaigning to magnify the perception or to water down the perception? That is what has been going through my mind. And then the issue, there's something Mr. pointed out about the issue of Songo. He brought out the good example, but on the wrong people. Because actually the Songo narratives, it continues what the Uda were doing. They create a perception that there are people who are violent while they are themselves doing the violence. So the village people, for me, are not as dumb as people want us to believe. Actually, it's in the village. Most of us were reared in the village, and we know our mothers. Some of them are just housewives. But if you look at how they used to know mtoto gani amekosa na mtoto gani achakosa, even when you go and shout to the mother that this one ananichokoza, he will tell you, you will look at the whole scenario and know that actually it's not you, it's the other one. So let us actually not help the enemy to extend a wrong narrative. I also, in the pictures that are coming out from the Akorino meeting, I saw actually it was the children who are running, the young adults who are running around with Raila. And for me, I want to bring out one thing. The only child in Central who has brought out the narrative that we have been hearing is that which was stage managed. In the funeral of Kibaki, someone created a perception that the guy did not greet Raila. But when you double clicked and looked the video and got the right video, he greeted. But the real children that Raila has been meeting, I've been seeing him playing around with them. I haven't seen one who has created that perception that we've been hearing from Central, that when they see Raila, they shut off, they get scared. We haven't. So are we the ones who are extrapolating the narrative, or the reality is still there on the ground? So let me stop there. But guys, let's get out with the right message. And it's our duty to convert even one person, not to divert even that person who was on the verge of making a decision. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very much for those very wonderful comments from every panelist. I think for me, I would say that I have no fear of contradiction in saying that we are looking at a lurking danger. It is imperative that as early as now, either the assumption of the office of the President Committee and relevant committees of this House engages the IEBC especially on the security measures that are being put in place to ensure of the presidential candidates and their running mates is secure. These are the sentiments of Kimani Ichung'wah in viewing the security of the presidential candidates and their running mates as of great importance and saving the Kenyan taxpayers' money. So I align myself with Ichung'wah's sentiments in line with Article 138, subsection 8, Section 8, subsection B, that it is imperative that the presidential, regardless of their political divide, be accorded the security that is needed in order to finish this coming, or rather electioneering period, peacefully and have the best candidate win. Kenyans don't have the time and the resources, rather the luxury of resources, to be used by the extension if anything happens to any of the presidential candidates. So we do not want to go there. And also, what is displayed here today is selective fighting of individuals, selective fighting of individuals is a tip of the iceberg of what will be happening in boardrooms, in the leadership, or in the government that will be taking over come August 2022 on the 9th. The fightings that we see, the fightings of targeting individuals, the aggressive microaggressions that we see are basically some of the things that we've not had the chance to see in the previous elections. But today, we are the beneficiaries of those who witnessed that kind of challenges that we have. And so there is something, I don't know who said, if it's Bob Papa, he said that the pigs thrive in madness. And so I want to disassociate myself with his sentiments by telling him that there comes a time that you have to follow those pigs in their own habitats and fight with them in their own environment and ensure that you have made a point in their own backyard. And when you come out, it gives you the opportunity to shower, because many people sometimes don't like showering. And so, Papa, the madness that you see, the fighting, the campaigns that you see, it should not limit or restrict any presidential candidate or any candidate who wants to go anywhere. And if they want to engage in any tactics, you should also engage equally in those tactics. And when you come out, it gives you the opportunity to shine and be the winner. So you cannot, William Ruto cannot be cowed today that he was stoned and stopped campaigning. He should go back and should get full protection. I mean, Makiadi said that the presence of heavy police was seen at Jacaranda. And so to me, the presence of heavy police signifies security and the need to have that security there. And so it is not in the position of William Ruto to protect himself, but rather the people who have been employed as enforcement agencies who have received that intelligence report that there will be chaos. if they received the intelligence report, then they should have mitigated and prepared the ground for any candidate. If it's Raila, the same thing should happen to him. And so I don't think if you were Makiadi, if you were William Ruto, who has received the intelligence report from the people he perceives to be his opponents and the people who he perceives that they have an upper hand in commanding or manipulating the government agencies to work against his bid to become the presidential candidate, I don't think he would have stopped to go there. I think he would have tried to go there to make a point that I am not cowed. And lastly, I want to say that as the general commander of the UDA, like the president of Ukraine, when the war broke, he did not speak from boardrooms. He put on a uniform and went out there in solidarity of his soldiers to give them motivation that they are not alone. And that is what any other presidential candidate should do. Lead from the front. If you start getting afraid, the message that you send to your people who look up to you is that we are cowards and that we have defeated, that we have had what is called a truce, which I don't think any presidential candidate should do. And in saying that, I want to say that William Ruto should therefore push for his people. Raila should push for his people, and may the best candidate win when it comes to August 9th, 2022. And lastly, like Guru has said, I hear you, Guru, but again, you are in a territory that I can prescribe that you are the only one in madness, and nobody wants to come to engage you in that environment, and so the reactions might not be rosy, and so we should be prepared to receive them as they come. And of course, people like Adams, when you speak anything that suggests otherwise against Baba, they will skin you alive, and so you should get used to it and be dressed for it. Even though Adams as well doesn't have 100% allegiance to Baba, because he has confessed here many times that his allegiance is to Wajakoya, only that Wajakoya is disadvantaged at this time. But overall, let us preach peace, and we have the platform, and that is what I've seen here, that we are encouraging people to vote wherever they want, because it is their right to do so. But let us put our country first, above and beyond. Thank you.
Makiadi, give us the constitution.
Mise uko na bahati, kesho ukuje hapa, ile vitu umeongea hapo, just go and replay the tape. Article 82, legislation on elections. Number 1, Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for the delimitation by the independent delimitation by the IEBC of electoral units for elections of members of the National Assembly and County Assemblies. B, the nomination of candidates. C, the continuous registration of citizens as voters. D, the conduct of elections and referenda, and regulation and efficient supervision of elections and referenda, including the nomination of candidates for elections. And E, the progressive registration of citizens residing outside Kenya and progressive realization of their right to vote. Number 2, legislation required by clause 1D shall ensure that voting at every election is simple, transparent, and takes into account the special needs of people or persons with disabilities, and number 2, other persons or groups with special needs.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. And kama kawaida, we are also reading our manifesto. And today we are on agenda 8, and that is Waste Not a Child. It says education is non-negotiable. The Azimio program will be an aggressive scheme to ensure that all, not some, of our children get rightful access to quality education. We will deploy motivated teachers to deliver quality education that prepares our children to succeed in a modern global world. No child shall be left behind. We commit to employ all qualified teachers who are currently unemployed. The program shall also deploy an affirmative action initiative dubbed the Baba Kubadili Plan for marginalized areas, especially in northern Kenya. A multi-agency body will spearhead the process to ensure no young Kenyan is locked out of the education system. So agenda 8, waste not a child, free education for all. Jana tulifanya the East African anthem, today tunafanya the Kenyan anthem. So Adams stanza 1, Mrs. stanza 2. Naona Papa Bob karibu analala, Makiadi stanza 3. Twende Adams.
Okay. Ee Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na undugu, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono, pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asante. Makiadi, una wimbo? Tumalizie na wimbo.
Leo jameni, leo nilikuwa nimetafuta wimbo moja rahisi sana hapa, lakini Bob sikupata ile wimbo ulikuwa nataka. Leo nilikuwa nataka kwa sababu ni Father's Day niwakaririe kibao kimoja hapa, kimechapwa na mwanamuziki mwenzake alikuwa anajulikana kama Lucky Dube. Kibao chenyewe kinajulikana kama Daddy Remember Me.
Hiyo si ya Bob. Bob mwimbie ile ya Julia.
Haya, kifungu cha kwanza, stanza ya kwanza inasema you left for the city many years ago, promised to come back and take care of us. Many years have gone by, still no sign of you, Daddy. Mother died of heart attack many years ago when she heard that you were married again. Now I'm the only one left in the family. Nimemaliza them. Ama unataka tena niwapatie nyingine?
I just wanted to wish Miss a happy Father's Day. He wasn't here when we started.
Thank you. That's so kind of you, Adam. That's kind of you. Wish Bob as well a happy Father's Day and
no, Bob has got grandchildren.
Yeah, okay. I wish him a happy grandfather's day.
Hata ukijaribu kunichomea hao ma grandfather ndio wako market squeeze bana.
So Makiadi, umemaliza? I thought there was a chorus to it.
The problem with Makiadi analetanga heartbreak peke yake.
Unajua leo ni siku ya Father's Day. I just dedicated that song to all the hardworking fathers out there.
Is that not for a deadbeat father?
I have no idea what a deadbeat father would be.
Makiadi, Pema nasema acheze If I could have another chance ya Luther Vandross.
Mmeanza kuingia mambo ya Luther Vandross bwana.
Mimi
Ninyi mmepotea.
hizo sina habari nazo hizo.
Tuiache tu hapo kwa Dube.
Hiyo ni wimbo mzuri hilo Themba amesema.
Kuna moja inajulikana kama
Dance with my father again.
Yeah.
Dance with my father again. It's good too.
Wacha Makiadi basi amalize. Ulikuwa gani hiyo unasema Makiadi?
No, ile nilikuwa nataka kuimba nimeona ni mrefu, lakini inajulikana kama le so kwa Kifaransa la humeur. Sijui kama umesikia vile nimetamka. Unajua Kifaransa ni kigumu kama uelewi Kiluya.
Usicheze hapo.
Hata sichezi, nataka kusikia kutamka hiyo.
Les rumeurs.
Umesikia hiyo? Sasa hiyo ni wimbo wa Franco. Unapiga namna hii. Mboka ipanza ni sango. Najua Papa Bob unaelewa hiyo wimbo, sio?
Mimi bana niko na library ya TPOK.
Inasema mboka ipanza ni sango mboka ipanzi ngai sango balobi akoli na lupito balobi bamoni na ngai na ngalema. Unajua sasa umeikamata.
I know the song. I know the song, but I don't know what it means.
Sasa inamaanisha umeikamata sasa
Nimejua hiyo song, I know it.
Inasema mboka ipanza ni sango yani the town is spreading rumors. Huyu ni jamaa ambaye town mzima inaongea juu yake, so inasema mboka ipanza ni sango the town is spreading rumors about me. Mboka ipanza ngai sango yani they are saying wana spread rumors ya kwamba ameenda kwa hospitali balobi akoti lopitalo yani wanasema lopitalo sasa ni hospitali. Balobi wanasema balobi bamoni na ngai ngalema, yani wamemuona mahali inaitwa Ngalema. Ngalema ni sehemu moja ya hospitali kule, hospitali moja inaitwa Ngalema iko kule Kinshasa. So hawa ni watu wanamharibia jina ya kwamba ni mgonjwa, amekuwa akitembea kwa hospitali akitafuta matibabu. Nitakuchezea chorus baadaye. Wacha tu niachie hapo kwa leo kwa sababu huu wimbo hatuwezi umaliza sasa hivi.
Themba nasikia ati hivyo ndio Bob alikuwa anaambia Julia. Kwa hivyo hiyo wimbo umecheza perfectly wakati si kuwa ati niko hospitali nini, ndio Julia akamwonea huruma. So I think that's a perfect Julia kwa anataka take chances.
Riji Dani Darius anasema amekuwa akicheza kwa USB yake saa hii wakati huu hiyo.
Saa hizi
anasema it was just playing on my USB right now.
Allah.
Inaonekana unatabiri maneno wewe bwana.
Hatari kwa usalama bwana. Hatari kwa usalama.
Anasema kwamba Papa Bob is the only peer wangu hapa.
Acheze na watu wake.
Black anasema Julia alitoroka kwa sababu hakutaka vita. Yufi Motiena anasema Makiadi, you are the one who is left. Sorry. That's for fathers who were dead alive.
Have you guys realized one thing, that today or yesterday being a Father's Day, it is not being echoed and being babysat like the way Mother's Day is being done. Like if you don't celebrate Mother's Day, it become a big issue. Yet women don't really take Father's Day so seriously. Just a section of them. That is gender imbalance. So I hope you guys see that.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
And I wonder.
Yesterday, mama watoto alikuja kuniambia happy Father's Day in the afternoon at 3 bwana. Naona vile tunaonewa.
Naona jamaa wanaongea hapo ati that song nimeweka ya Lucky Dube ni ya Father's Uda. No, actually I was doing that to remember my dad. I lost my dad, so it reminds me of
Makiadi,
I mean, Mise, why should I lie that I lost a dad? Is that something that you can lie about?
No. What I'm saying, it was a dedication, for all of us.
He's saying for fathers who are dead.
But let me confess that the first time I came to North America, I was taken to a party, and I thought I'm a good DJ, and I played that song, only to realize that most women who were present were divorce lawyers. Divorce lawyers are women who usually are referred as divorce lawyers, are women who are separated from their families, and they advise other women to separate or divorce. Those are the ones who are referred as divorce lawyers. So
those are FIDA members of North America.
I played the song, and I got a back. Karibu nitolewe kwa dirisha. So that's why I know it's for the deadbeat fathers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, my point is, it's not just fathers who are here right now, like the ones that are living. You also remember the fathers who passed away and the hard work they did for some of us to be where we are today. So
no, but that song is it got a very big
message. It's a powerful, very emotional. Yeah, it's a very powerful song. Misa, you should go and read the words in that song, Lucky Dube.
I do know it.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ellen, Papa Bob, Asante, Adams, Makiadi. We love to please, but you have to leave. See you again. Kesho pia ni siku. Remember, every day this show starts at 9:30 Kenyan East African time. You only need 4 things to join: working gadget, phone or computer, connectivity, willingness to learn, and of course something to share. Remember, let's keep talking, because when you stop talking, you start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's continue talking. This is Kenya, and Kenya is our business. Kenya is one, and let's make Azimio win. Hiyo saa tusemi kama tuna ati nini. We are on the 11th hour. It is Azimio. Ni farasi moja na zingine na punda nyingi hapo nyuma. So let's make.
I hope Mise heard that very well.
Mise lazima tumwelezee na ajue ya kwamba ni farasi moja na punda zingine huko nyuma nyingi.
He's watermeloning so much.
No, ninakubali. Niliambia nani Bob Awino Rapemo anasema wewe ni rika yake. Wewe cheza na yeye. Wacha hii maneno.
All right, guys.